Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for the debut of a brand new gameplay series here on the channel. This was meant to go live on Tuesday, but unfortunately due to technical difficulties, the export and rendering of this video wasn't finished until this fine Wednesday evening, so the series is debuting on a Wednesday, despite the fact that the series is going to be coming out every single Tuesday from now on, so every single week we have these new episodes guaranteed. Is going to break up the schedule a bit more so that now we have something guaranteed for the start of the week as these episodes coming out every single Tuesday. But enough about the schedule of this series, let's talk about the rules and regulations behind it. So we all know how a lock works, and for the Sensei ones in particular, I have a brand new batch of rules. So whenever an element pops up, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding to that element, and I cannot switch out again until the element of the area changes once more. Then if a Skylander is defeated in combat, the class is dead and cannot be used again throughout the remainder of the lock. When a doomlander pops up, I must switch out to the corresponding character of its battle class. So a Smasher character has to fight against the Smasher doomlander, and trust me, that's a tough fight given that that fight is set in 2D, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. There's one final rule, and given that only Senseis are going to be involved in this series, every single time they have to complete the Battle Gong. So those are the four base rules right now. Elemental switching, doomlander switching, obviously for classic, if they're defeated they're done so and cannot be used again, and the final one being for Battle Gong. So we all know how a lock works, but how exactly is this series taking a lock and twisting it in a completely unique fashion? I call it the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series at the end of the day, not the Skylanders Imaginators Lock. Well, a versus is two locks essentially being pitted together to find out which cast of characters is the better cast. And this is based on three categories. Since it's a best of three, there can only be one winner. The first category is the survivors category, so whichever cast has the most remaining undefeated characters at the end of the lock. The second category is the speedrunner category. Whichever team gets through and beats the game the quickest wins the speedrunner category. Then the final category, what is essentially the tiebreaker category, since we're playing in Skylanders Imaginators, it's the number of Imaginite pieces collected, not the amount of Imaginite chests, the amount of Imaginite pieces, and that is to even out the speedrunning objective a little bit, because if you're unlocking more Imaginite chunks, if you're completing sets, that is taking up time, which is going to add to your timer, and it's not going to add to the opposing timer. It's going to be an unfair disadvantage. It's going to only be several seconds, but those seconds will add up if unchecked. So to balance things out, if you complete a set, that's obviously an extra piece of Imaginite that you've collected, and that goes the same for whenever you're opening a chest that has multiple parts in it. Like when you defeat a doomlander, you get chests with multiple parts in them. So that is essentially a versus lock. We're pitting two locks together, and it's essentially became a science experiment to see which cast of characters is the better cast of characters. And every good science experiment has a set of dependent variables, independent variables, and control variables. The control variables are what keeps things fair because they are what remains the same. So in this case, we're playing both locks on the PlayStation 4. Obviously, I'm not playing both locks simultaneously because I don't have 4 arms and 2 televisions to do that. So they're both being played on the PlayStation 4 in order for the loading screens and the cutscenes to take the same amount of time. You'll see after we've synchronized everything up on the setup just how similar and synchronized they are when playing on the same console. Obviously, if one of them was played on PlayStation 4 and the other the Xbox 360, the Xbox 360 is going to have longer loading screens, so it's not going to be synced up. The time is naturally going to be longer for the Xbox 360 based on loading screens and cutscenes alone, and that wouldn't be fair, which is why the console we're playing on is a control variable. And then there's also the player. The player is me in both instances, and my skill level is going to be the same no matter what. I'm not playing favourites here, I'm just trying to play each cast as best as I possibly can, and since I'm the same player and I have the same skill level throughout, that variable can be easily controlled, which leads to the independent variable, the thing that you change, which is the cast of characters. So naturally, despite me being the same skill level as I play with each cast of characters, if one cast of characters is just naturally better than the others, they are going to do better with essentially that same skill level behind them. Some independent variables are the characters, that's what we change. Leading to dependent variables, these are what change based upon the independent variables and the control variables, keeping things fair so the experiment can actually work. Now, because we're changing up the characters, that means that how quickly the lock is completed and how many characters are still defeated at the end is the dependent variable. Those are what the entire experiment depends upon changing in order for a point to be proven. The point being, which cast is better? Is it the senseis or the villains? Which leads us on to our final point of call, so to say, before we roll the intro and get straight into this series, because we have to talk about the cast still. Now, for the cast, I have one sensei of every element, and one sensei of every battle class, so that then we can fight every doomlander with the corresponding battle class character, and then we have every element in order to represent whenever an element of the area pops up. However, there is one exception to this rule, because we have legendary tri-tip as a light smasher. I've chosen legendary tri-tip because that means the cast can be incredibly varied from the regular cast I do for the sensei locks, because I did do a sensei lock live a while back with a cast that's completely different to the one I've utilised this time around. This time around we have characters like Chain Reaction, who's even way back there. So Chain Reaction is involved, and legendary tri-tip is representing the light element. Rather than regular tri-tip, I've made it legendary tri-tip because that way him being a variant kind of makes him stand out as an oddball, and it makes it brutally obvious that he is not the traditional Earth character we came to know and love. So whenever the light element pops up, legendary tri-tip shall be utilised instead, but his battle class remains the same, so he will be a smasher fighting against a smasher doomlander. So whether or not he even makes it past Golden Arcade is going to be an interesting thing to watch unfold before us. And then the villain cast is just all 10 of the villains, because they all naturally fall into 10 different elements and 10 different battle classes. So those are our two casts. I'm doing a lock, and they're essentially being pitted together to find out which cast of characters is the most efficient in a lock type format. I'm looking forward to this science experiment. It's going to be a 12-part series. Obviously 10 episodes dedicated to each of the levels, then we're going to have one intermission with the cake missions, and then the finale is going to feature the final chaos boss fight, as well as a complete analytical breakdown of the series, if I can say that correctly. That is, stuttering is a natural part of the Ignite formula after all. Not only that, we're going to have an award show for the final episode of the series as well, and it's going to be an award show determined by all of you. So I'm going to create a bunch of different categories, and I'm going to have all of the viewers interact with comments below and choose the winners of each category. Those categories are going to be announced later in the series, so definitely be sure to stay tuned because we have lots of exciting stuff coming up. Obviously I can't have the audio for each playthrough playing, because then they overlap and it sounds horrendous, which is why I'm going to just cut all game audio altogether, and I'm simply going to post commentate and add music into the background like you can hear already. But this intro is almost 10 minutes long, so I think it's about time we rolled that intro and got straight into it without further ado. Okay, so expert difficulty has been selected for both of the teams here, and now all we got to do is wait for the cutscene to begin, because that is exactly when both of their timers will start. And as you can tell, the gameplay is synchronized up to make sure that these teams are as fairly even out as what could possibly be comprehended. And cutscenes, loading screens, all of those are very quick on PlayStation 4. Fortunate for me, because 20 seconds in and we're already almost into the gameplay here. But unfortunately, the villains are going to take a disadvantage right at the start there, because Graveclubber, when you summon him in, he has a couple of frames of vulnerability where he's a bit too busy kind of presenting himself for the camera. So because of those frames, Graveclubber's already lacking behind, and it doesn't help that Graveclubber's naturally slower than Tidepool. But you've got to be careful of those vulnerability frames, because on Nightmare mode, if you summon Graveclubber into a precarious situation during those vulnerability frames, he's going to be hit 2 or 3 times, and on Nightmare mode that would be more than half of Graveclubber's health bar. But speaking of which, he continues to lag behind. Only just now is he entering into the cave as Tidepool picks up the first Imaginite chunk for her team, those being the Senseis. She's grabbing the key and already heading out the cave, whilst Graveclubber finally makes his way to that Imaginite chunk we was talking about earlier. So far, the Imaginite is 1-1, which means that the tiebreaker situation is going to just result in the need for another tiebreaker. But that's obviously going to change as we continue to collect more and more Imaginite chests throughout this series. Now, Graveclubber is only just making his way to the orb as Tidal has already broken through it, and she is about to perform a very clever maneuver right here. So she's taken out all the enemies and she's pushed the ball, but it's slowly but surely making its way into the hole. So she, in anticipation for it, has already made her way towards the bottom of the bridge, which means that now, once the bridge has opened itself up, she can immediately get to crossing it. And now Graveclubber has finally put the ball into the hole, so he just has the alligator or crocodile bridge, whatever you want to call it. He's only just got it summoned for him, so now he needs to make his way to the Brawler Shrine, of which both of these teams are going to be taking advantage of that Brawler Shrine, because by doing so they garner new Imaginite pieces, which is going to add to their Imaginite parts counter. They need that to be as high as possible in the event of a tiebreaker, but due to the fact that Airstrike is not of the water element, he had to be summoned in after Tidal, so that summoning in motion has evened things out, because Graveclubber was both a water and a brawler, so he could go straight into the shrine and access it immediately. But you might think that evened things out. Airstrike is currently obliterating everything. He is a character made for speedrunning, and so Graveclubber being the exact opposite of that, he's really starting to lag behind, so the villains are really going to need to pick up the pace in later episodes to catch up with Senseis, especially if they're already going to be ending off this episode with a deficit, where the counter will end as soon as we exit the academy with the final cutscene there. Now, Graveclubber has finally made his way into the maze, whilst Airstrike has only gotten he's already halfway through it. That was where he was midway through my sentence, but now he's finished the maze. It's just that quick that he finishes it before I even have a chance to finish my own damn sentence. So here we go for Battle Gong, as I stated in the rules at the beginning of this video. Since this is a dual Sensei Locke, these Battle Gongs are mandatory. There is no other choice about it, but on the bright side, you do get Imaginite pieces for completing them. You just got to hope that we don't lose any of these characters to the Gongs, because that would be a really tragic way to go. But now Graveclubber is already in, obliterating everything, but Airstrike is almost already done with his, and he's decided to stand as he finishes the Battle Gong exactly where the Imaginite chest will spawn, so that then he doesn't need to run to it, only to run back and begin collecting more Imaginite chests from the three paths. And Graveclubber has had the same idea, moving over to where the Imaginite chest was spawned in, so he doesn't have to run back and forth, much like Airstrike did. And now he's finally making his way to the first room, even though Airstrike has completed it already. Man, is he already just that far ahead. Now it's time for the second path, which is revolving around platforming. That's for Airstrike, but luckily for the Senseis, Airstrike is a very competent platformer. In fact, you're going to see that unfold before you with some very impressive jumps right now. It's a miracle that Airstrike managed to make that jump, and it saved him several seconds, which Graveclubber seems to still be losing on behalf of the villain. So even with one less summon in this episode, the Senseis are still absolutely running away with it. And I doubt anyone's going to be defeated in combat, because that would be embarrassing, being defeated in combat on the very first level, mind you. Now Airstrike has made his way over to the flying platforms, but he just barely misses out on that second one there, so that's going to put a hindrance on his timer ever so slightly. But now he has that third and final Imaginite chunk, and Graveclubber is just slowly but surely making his way to that final chest. He's hit the bounce pad, but not with the most efficient path work, mind you. He did miss that pad at first, and by punching and honing in onto that enemy, Graveclubber almost missed the platform going up. So if he had to wait down there for the platform to come back down again and create an even bigger time deficit for the villains, that wouldn't have reflected good on his character. He's got to perform well if he wants that MVP award on behalf of his team. But now Airstrike is already summoning for bridge, whereas Graveclubber has only just spawned for bounce pad in order to get up top, so he has enemies to defeat before he can even summon that very same bridge, where Airstrike is already just that far ahead. He has the maneuvering platforms to get around, and let's not forget the snail challenges, another thing which is highly recommended. Much like for shrines, it is not mandatory, unlike the Battle Gongs, but It is recommended to do these snail challenges because, just like for shrines, mind you, they give you Imaginite chests, which is precisely what these teams are going to need in the event of a tiebreaker. The more cumulative Imaginite parts they have, the better they will fare. Now, Gravelobber has finally made his way to those maneuvering platforms as Airstrike summons the bridge, so the Senseis are going to be beginning the Sorcerer Doomlander boss fight much sooner than the villains it's looking like thus far. But the villains are definitely going to hold out a lot more hope when it comes to their pure survival. Given how overpowered the villains are, it wouldn't surprise me if more of them survive to the end compared to the Senseis, which means that the Senseis really need that speedrun encounter in order to stand a chance. And in the end, it will probably wind up coming down to a tiebreaker, but that's what makes collecting all of these Imaginite parts that much more exciting and that much more mandatory than in the base game itself, I suppose. I mean, sure, you get a few Imaginite parts to create your own Imaginators in the game. That's cool. Not nearly as cool as acting as a tiebreaker in this highly competitive situation. But now both of the teams have finally made their way to the Doomlander, though Pit Boss is already on the second phase, and now Golden Queen has only just found herself having been summoned in. But luckily for Golden Queen, she is an absolute unit and will be able to take down this boss, even at a level deficit, because she hasn't been ranked up to level 20 just yet. But at the bare minimum, she has all her upgrades to ensure that her power level can hold a candle to that of Pit Boss. Therefore, things are still perfectly even, because these villains, they certainly are being a lot more efficient in combat. They're getting hit much less and they're defeating enemies a lot more quickly than the Senseis, but the Senseis just generally have more speed to them, with only the exceptions being characters like Blastertron for the villains, who are a little quicker than usual, Wolfgang as well, I suppose. But then the Senseis have characters like Airstrike, as we've seen already, he's an absolute speedrunning demon, and Flarewolf is no different, for example. But here we go with both of these characters finally have made it to the final phase of their Doomlander fights. Well, Golden Queen did it just now, I said that in anticipation for her getting there, but Pit Boss has actually defeated the Sorcerer Doomlander already. It's not the most difficult fight to have to deal with, so as per the norm, I'm mashing that skip button as fast as possible in order to ensure that the Senseis don't lose time waiting for these cutscenes to play out, because that would be a truly tragic way to lose time now, wouldn't it? So Golden Queen is just continuing to finish off the enemies as Pit Boss's team get towards the triple stars, or should I say just for one, because I didn't realise when filming through these first few levels that collecting all the collectibles would be a good idea. Obviously level stars grant Imaginite chests, but I wasn't thinking about that in this first level for either playthrough with each of the teams, so naturally I missed those collectibles, trying to save as much time as possible. But for the future episodes, we will bear it in mind that we get Imaginite chests as a reward for level stars, so we will be collecting collectibles in most of the levels in order to garner access to said level stars. But now we have the Academy, for Sensei is going to get straight into it. Meanwhile, for villains are only just loading into the MAP for Mysterious Ancient Place, because they just really had to incorporate the word map into an acronym of sorts. But just like for Senseis, the villains are going to get the fire round discovered and get that cutscene out of the way as fast as possible, because that could waste time future in the run. Best to get it sorted now before all else. So when it comes to the Academy, luckily when it comes to the fight between Golden Queen and Pit Boss in terms of their raw speed, they are fairly even matched. So Golden Queen is actually going to visit the Imaginite chest and get the Imaginite for the level star and the shrine that they accessed. It was in that moment, after having unlocked that level star chest, that I realised that if we unlock more level stars per level, then we can get more Imaginite chests respectively for each team, which is why in future we are going to be trying to acquire as many of those level stars as possible. But finally, after having wasted time opening up those chests, Golden Queen has made her way to the Academy, and she has quite a lot of catching up with Pit Boss to do as he makes his way towards that switch right there. And now he's going to make it up, but by the time he makes it up, I'm not sure if he's going to make it for the loop of the moving platform. You can't exactly get to the other side without it. But Golden Queen here also has a lock puzzle to complete, one which Pit Boss did what feels like a millennium ago. But no, never mind, I suppose my calculations were incorrect, because Pit Boss did in fact make it to that moving platform with great haste. you know, he's already going through it with more efficiency and speed than Golden Queen could hope to beat. Here she is with only the first switch, and she didn't even make that jump either. Like Graveclobber, her lines right there had a little bit more to be desired. She needs to be a lot more direct with her routes, even though these are microseconds we're talking about here. But who knows, in the end, microseconds could be what makes the difference for the speedrunning category. Obviously, survival also counts, but in the event of a tiebreaker, as I've mentioned already, it's going to come down to Imaginite parts, whoever collected the most. Now, Pit Boss is already on the second puzzle, and you want to make sure you unify all of these gems because they also grant an Imaginite chest, something which you want in order to add to that Imaginite counter. Now, Golden Queen missed the loop of the moving platform and had to wait for it to come all the way back. So right when you thought that they didn't have enough seconds, they had lost already compared to the Senseis, they went on ahead and lost even more time due to the bad luck Golden Queen went through right now. I suppose Pit Boss might have a little bit more base speed than what Golden Queen possesses. But for villains, let me remind you once again, they are way more efficient in combat. They are seriously overpowered. In fact, if we lose any of the villains in this lock, I will be surprised. So Golden Queen is out there collecting all of the chunks and garnering yet another Imaginite chest, the same as what Pit Boss did. And Pit Boss has taken a legendary selfie there on the left. We're just past the 12-minute marker as Golden Queen goes for the second Imaginite puzzle thing, but Bob, we're going to stick with that because that's descriptive enough as is. And Golden Queen seems to be having a much harder time with this puzzle than Pit Boss. It would seem as though whichever chunk I record first is at a disadvantage because I'm not as prepared and as familiar with the run as I am for the second time around, which is why in every episode, when it comes to the recording of said episode, we're going to take it in turns for the team as to which run is done first. So this time the villain run was done first. For the next episode, the Sensei run will be done first. That's the most fair way of evening things out, if you were to ask me. But now we have a bunch of bucks flying into place for Golden Queen's team. She's slowly but surely making her way to that legendary selfie spot so that then she can take a selfie even better than that of Pit Boss, because his selfie kind of sucked. You know, his face wasn't involved in it, though the utilization of the word suck with the S is appropriate given Pit Boss's snaking capabilities. But just like that, the villain timer has concluded, or the Sensei timer I should say even. The Sensei timer is concluded at 13:24 because the cutscene had came to an end at that marker. And so in the next episode, the countdown will continue, or the timer will continue as soon as the characters leave their spot in the academy. But really all we have left on the left screen now is a freeze frame of the final chunk of the Sensei gameplay. The villains need to finish and catch up with them, and already they're almost a minute behind as Golden Queen speaks with Persephone. And here I forget to mash the circle button, unlike I did with Pit Boss, because I recorded for villains first and didn't realise that I could have mashed the circle to get out of the upgrade chamber as quickly as possible. There was that, and I also wanted to take a couple of seconds, have a couple of frames there to prove that Golden Queen's upgrade chamber had indeed been completed, making the Sorcerer Doomlander fight as fair as it possibly could have been. But now we're back at the academy, we've just got to wait for this cutscene to finish, and just like that, the villain's timer concludes, and we have our first episode of this series coming to an end. Okay, so my face is back. Don't expect this episode breakdown at the end of each episode. I just felt as though it would be fitting to have my face at the end of this episode, given that my face was at the start of this episode also. It's a great way to draw for full circle, having my face at the end just as I did at the beginning. Regardless, the Senseis in this episode didn't open their chests, so at the beginning of the next episode, the villains will have an advantage because they'll have less chests to open than the Senseis, saving them a couple of seconds so they can get into the level Mushroom River much sooner. Now you'll notice that the villains were a little rusty in this run, and that's because it was my first time through Cradle of Creation, and then I recorded the Sensei's run of that level directly afterwards. So the Senseis, I was a little bit more familiar and prepped for the level than I was with the villains. So to make it fair, I'm going to alternate which team does the first run every episode. So in the next episode, the Senseis will have the first run, so that, then when the villains go into it and I record that run directly afterwards, the villains are going to be a lot more familiar, and as such I'm going to be able to get through the level a lot more quickly with things right at the top of my mind. But that being said and done, that's how the series is going to be working. We're going to be alternating which run of the level I record first with which team. And now it's time for the outro, because I'm really pumped for Mushroom River and to see where the series goes further. The villains are currently more than a minute behind, so will they catch up in the next episode is a question to be asked. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. This is the second episode, so today we're going to be naturally tackling the Creation Clash tutorial and the Mushroom River. Now you'll notice there that the timer began the moment I placed each respective character onto the portal. Despite all that, Airstrike is off to a couple of frames deficit, because apparently his summoning in animation is a couple of frames longer than that of Bad Juju, and all of the Imaginite chests that were left behind by the Senseis at the end of the previous episode, well, Airstrike is opening them up now so that then they have less chests to worry about in the future, I suppose, whereas Bad Juju has gone straight into the card shack, it's called. She's going to be learning up Creation Clash as soon as she's done, collecting all of those Imaginite pieces from the snail for the Imaginite chest, to which you'll notice that I've switched over from Imaginite parts collected to Imaginite chest collected, because I feel as though the chest makes for a better middle ground with sets that are completed constantly. The original idea was to have parts, so that then when you collected a set you would at least get an additional part to make up for the time loss. But I've decided that chests are a better middle ground, because yes, whilst sets would waste time, the number of chests you collect is based purely on speed and skill. What I mean by this is that one team could complete a time objective in the middle of a level and earn an extra chest as a reward, whereas the other team might be too slow during a level and therefore not earn that additional chest as a level star for the Imaginite vault. So Imaginite chests function better that way, and also you get Imaginite chests from accessing shrines, so if a character from a team dies before their respective shrine, then due to the lack of skill they miss out on that Imaginite chest also, which is why just for number of chests is a far more greater measurement of both speed and skill, rather than it being RNG based where sets will give you additional parts. And then there's also the fact that because I'm going through these levels all for the first time on a brand new save, there's going to be 6 Imaginite parts available when you first beat a Doomlander, and then only 3 for all the other playthroughs, and given that obviously only one of these teams can get those 6 parts going back and forth each time, it's just really going to skew the numbers. It's going to make things feel a lot more random and bogus, so this is just a really great way to even things out by calling it the chest that has been collected by either respective team for the sake of that third mark category. Now Bad Juju is entering Mushroom River, whereas Airstrike has finally just finished the card shack tutorial. Now we have obviously Gilbrant's cutscene to skip over as soon as possible, and both of these loading times are going to be the exact same time due to the fact that I'm playing on the PlayStation 4 for either of the playthrough of these levels, hence why they are the exact same here, loading time wise. Now we're doing it for Egg Rescue minigames because they also grant you access to additional Imaginite chests via the Imaginite Vault, as you saw on Bad Juju's perspective there. The chest was added to Vault. So in other words, because these Senseis and villains are now also trying to collect as many Imaginite chests as possible for that third category, you're going to want to complete the Egg Rescue missions, you're going to want to complete shrines, but you also want to balance that with speeding through these levels as quickly as possible and not dying. So all of these things being balanced all at once, this is really what this Versus series is measuring, and how efficiently each team does it. Well, there's going to be one that will be clearly better than the other, so despite the control variables for the console and me being a player who's on the same skill base no matter what, it's going to prove which team of Senseis is just inherently better. You could go as far to say, whether it's for Senseis, for regular ones, or for villains. Now, Bad Juju has already completed a bunch of collectible objectives, and now she's ready to face off against Buddy in Creation Clash. So while she does that, and whilst Airstrike collects a bunch of collectibles himself, we're going to go over a comment I pinned in the previous episode talking about the reason why this series is airing as opposed to the Skylanders Imaginators Soul Seeker series. In case it isn't abundantly clear, this series has been recorded on a completely fresh save file. This is the save file that was originally being used for the Soul Seeker series, but unfortunately all of that data corrupted, I lost it all. So without that data, it basically means I have to restart the entire game, and that would mean I would have to restart for recording for the whole of Soul Seekers. So naturally with Imaginators Soul Seekers, I'm going to reboot it once this series is said and done with, and I can justify, having the new save file. It's a shame I lost all of that save data, and now all what's going to become of the original Soul Seeker series is that I'm going to archive it. So we'll talk more about that in depth when we actually get around to rebooting Skylanders Imaginators Soul Seekers. But for general gist of things, it's just that I lost the data, and now with fresh profiles, I can't continue with Soul Seekers the way it was, since those save files no longer exist. And now we're ready for the first villain swap, as Graveclubber is brought in, but we learned last time that he has a really long summoning animation, so the villains are going to lose time on that switch out alone. But Graveclubber is absurdly powerful, so he's going to take down these enemies very, very quickly. And Airstrike is finally starting to catch up. I suppose those Imaginite chests really did put the Senseis at a deficit here, though Graveclubber did go diving belly flop first into the river. In fact, he did so again, because apparently one dive into river is not enough. So there goes Tidepool. She has a bunch of enemies to defeat before she can worry about getting onto the raft. But we're collecting collectibles this time around to earn a level star, because collecting every collectible even in a level earns you a level star, which also gives you an additional Imaginite chest. And since, again, our teams are going to be seeking those out, they want to really increase that Imaginite chest count as much as possible. So naturally, with all of that, for them to be concerned with, they want to collect all of the collectibles in this level to ensure they earn said star and get granted a Imaginite chest reward. So Graveclubber is here, he's gotten into the door and he's collecting chests and soul gems to boot, but we've got to be very careful not to accidentally preview soul gems, because that would once again be a huge time waste. But now Tidepool has also gotten to where Graveclubber just was. She's got some catching up to do, and now the villains are switching over to the Undead, where they have one of their speediest most characters, Wolfgang. So I suppose the villains are going to continue to speed through this level quick, more so than the Senseis, I suppose you could go as far to say. They are currently doing this much quicker than the Senseis, so they are making up for all the time they lost in the previous episode, which is fantastic to see. But now the Senseis are also switching out for their undead compadre, that being Pit Boss, who, just like Wolfgang, is incredibly overpowered in this game. So it's going to be fun to see these two characters go head to head. Now, what's good about this level is that your speed of the character at hand doesn't really matter very much, because there's rafts throughout this entire level. The rafts obviously determine your speed going through the level. So in other words, as long as you keep up with those rafts, you're going to be going just as quick as the other team, no matter what. It's purely based upon how quickly our characters get through these combat scenarios, as well as how quickly our characters collect the collectibles whenever they go a little bit off the regular route, a bit like how Wolfgang had to do so for the collectibles, and now Pit Boss is also entering into that hut. But the villains switch out for Blastatron as the light element has popped up along this raft, and Blastatron, luckily for the villains, is once again one of the much quicker ones. He's going to avoid those barrels like a boss and even go for the treasure, because why the heck not? Apparently Blastatron doesn't have enough already. But man, post-commentating these with no script whatsoever, it certainly is interesting, but I just wanted to make sure that I addressed throughout this episode the fact that we're changing to Imaginite chess as it's a better balance of skill and speed, that measurement, rather than the RNG of which Imaginite parts you get, whether or not you collect sets, and whether you get 6 Imaginite parts from a doomlander or not. But again, those 6 parts are going to change between the Senseis and villains each and every time, given that each team rotates per episode as to which team is plays through the level first and which team plays through it second. This time around, the villains are playing through it first, because they played through it for second time around previously. It's either that or vice versa, I can't quite remember. But Blastatron is absolutely crushing it, he goes far to say. He sped through, grabbed the treasure chest as fast as possible, and got back onto the raft just in time before it left him behind. I mean, we're supposed to leave Ruptor behind for the sake of an achievement, but not our Senseis. So now Blastatron, what's very good about him is that his projectiles are spread over really wide areas, so he's defeating all of these enemies very, very quickly, whereas our light Sensei representative, he's not even getting a light buff because it's legendary tri-tip representing the light element instead. And he's also a bit slower. He's a lot more powerful, but he's slower, when compared to Blastron, who's now at the Battle Gong already, whereas Tri-Tip is still back here smashing caterpillars. So I suppose this is really proving that the villains are more efficient and more quicker in combat. They're just not quicker when it comes to actual traversal, whereas the Senseis have that advantage going for them. And it would also appear that the Senseis were unable to connect to Imaginators servers. Isn't that unfortunate for them? So here we go with Blastron spinning around and shooting lasers all over the place. He has 2 final enemies to deal with, and as soon as he's done with this last fella right here, his sword also has knockback, which is why he's very rarely hit, and that's what makes him even better in combat, right when you thought you couldn't get any better. But now Blastron has completed the Battle Gong, right as Tri-Tip has only just begun with it. Now the villains do have a lot more chests to open up from the Imaginite Vault at the end of this episode, so that's probably going to even things out a little bit more time-wise. But we'll just see how things have to go, because Graveclubber fights for Doomlander in this level, and we all have seen so far the capabilities of Graveclubber's absolute raw and untamed overpoweredness. Batter up! Looks like Tri-Tip's going to end off a Battle Gong with a nice baseball swing right there. Now that's a skillful baseball swing if I ever have seen it. Though I do think if anyone had a mace in the game of baseball, it would be a pretty overpowered technique. That ball is not going to remain in the park, that is for sure. But now Blastron is collecting some Imaginite and heading into the hut, where obviously the life element is going to pop up. So for the villains, that means Chompy Mage is going to get to tackle the next portion of the level, whereas Tri-Tip still needs to defeat what remains of these caterpillars, and do so with caution, because he is losing health left, right and centre. He is built to be a tank. He's built to dish a lot of damage and take a lot of damage, though on harder difficulties that makes it that much more harder, given that the enemies have increased health and you take increased damage from them. But that's not going to stop legendary Tri-Tip from still absolutely obliterating everything. He finally gets to the Imaginite chest, and now he's going to enter into the hut right as Chompy Mage makes it back out again. That was almost synchronized right there, but Tri-Tip falls and loses time for the Senseis as Ambush is switched out for. So now he's going to be summoned in as Chompy Mage continues to roll balls down into the Thingamabobble, which is his script from Nofaz is, so we're going to stick with that. Now, Ambush seems to already be going through this a lot more efficiently than Chompy Mage. He has more natural speed than what Chompy Mage does, and Chompy Mage also really took his time taking down that bug enemy, whereas Ambush really just powers through it. He barely makes those jumps in the end, but it still means that he got through that section ever so slightly quicker than Chompy Mage did. So the Senseis are finally starting to gain some time back on the villains. And now it's time for the cannonball sequence, where Ambush seems to be doing things a lot more efficiently. He's kept the first cannonball right near the counterweight, so now all he's got to do is put them both in at the same time, and bingo, that was a success. Chompy Mage almost got through off the raft right now on the right, but now he just has to collect all of these Imaginite snail pieces, collect the chest, and then make his way up the mushroom bounce pads, and then obviously Ambush moving at the same pace whilst on the raft. It doesn't matter if the fact that Ambush has a quicker running speed than Chompy Mage, because the raft goes at a set pace and there's nothing Ambush can do to change that. So at the moment, I could say things are neck and neck, but the gameplay kind of speaks for itself. The villains are absolutely crushing it this level, so they are making up some much needed time here. And now Ambush has finally made it to the end, so he has to collect all these snail parts, whereas Graveclubber has already been switched out to, and he is about ready to fight this here brawling Doomlander. Now there's a really great technique with Graveclubber, which turns an already beastly overpowered character into even more of a unit. If you thought Graveclubber was overpowered before, you ain't seen nothing yet, because it would appear that when you hold the primary attack button and you create that line of geysers, you can jump out of the attack rather than rushing straight through them, and that leaves all of the geysers available to stack damage against the enemies as you punch and kick them, or, you know, as you belly flop. As you can see, I'm creating these triple geysers all in the same direction as the Brawler, so that then these multiple geysers are all dealing damage all at once, whilst Graveclubber goes in with his melee combos. He is just messing. He's playing with his food. This Doomlander doesn't stand a chance, and the Doomlander doesn't even know it yet, whereas Airstrike has a lot more flow and is much more fast-paced than what Graveclubber is. But he's also taking his time to defeat the Brawler. He's still on the first phase, whereas Graveclubber almost has the Doomlander defeated already. He is making mincemeat out of this guy right now. Just look at that health bar deplete. Wow, and Airstrike has only just initiated the second phase as Graveclopper has already defeated his respective Doomlander. Chaos is furious as this cutscene kind of plays simultaneously there. Once again, for Senseis and villains having incredibly similar gameplay screens, but you'd hope so, given that these are two different playthroughs of the same level, but being compared for the sake of the efficiency of the characters alone, because I would certainly say that, once again, my skill level is the same throughout both of these fights. And the loading screens are obviously the same as well, given that they're from the same console. But enough of talking about stinking control variables. It would turn out that the villains got through this level so quickly that they even managed to complete the speedrun objective whilst also aiming for all of the collectibles. So they earned all 3 stars in this level, and do not expect that to be a regular occurrence. Obviously, we can get triple stars in levels like Disneyland as well, where there is no speedrun objective. But other levels where speedrun objectives are a thing, getting that on top of the collectibles is going to be tough. But now the villains have finally gotten around to opening up what remains of their vault, and their chest numbers are really going to increase from this point forward. Here they go with a common piece, a leggy in their legs. It's unfortunate that's a set piece, they lose a couple of seconds there, but ultimately, unless the time difference at the very end of the series is a matter of seconds, sets aren't really going to matter. So that's why I prefer having the chests instead. A real skill and speed check. Those chests are over how many parts you collect, because parts are random based. Now here comes the Senseis, and as you can see, I played through this level with the Senseis first because they played through it second last time. And that means they have the 6 Imaginite pieces from defeating Doomlander for first time. So if I said that incorrectly previously in the episode, I apologise for that. It's very hard to just keep talking in this manner without a script in front of me, but the Sensei is completing the level in 8 minutes 42. That is much slower than the villains, so the villains really have made back their lost time from the previous episode. In fact, by the looks of it, now that the villains have came to an end and the timer stops at the exact mark that they exit the villain vault, the Senseis will have the exact same treatment when it comes to the end of their timer. But by the time the Senseis get through all these Imaginite chests, it's going to be seriously close. And now that the Senseis have completed a set, that's just poor luck for them, I suppose. But I'm sure that even after having gone past the villain timer in this episode, I'm sure they'll patch them back up again soon enough. Or, you know, the opposite could happen and the villains could increase their lead. You'll have to wait till next week in order to find out what happens. But for now, the Senseis have 2 final chests to open, so they're going to get to that. And again, the moment that we exit the Imaginite Vault is when the Sensei timer will be frozen, and it will continue at 30:24 in the next episode. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series here in the channel. Like last time, the moment the Skylander was placed onto the Portal of Power, the timers for each respective team has continued, and Airstrike, despite having a summoning animation that is a couple of frames longer than Bad Juju's, Bad Juju actually loses time by default due to her having to watch a hint for where Scholarville is located. Not that I need such hints, I'm a pro gamer who knows where all the secrets are, but then she also needed to wait as Scholarville level actually got unlocked, whereas Airstrike was able to get straight into the level because the first time I played through this level with the Senseis, the footage got corrupted about 5 minutes into the level, so I was able to notice and restart their recording, but it did mean that that hint and that level unlock screen was lost on them. But hey, even with the time gained by the Senseis, I'm sure the villains will be able to come back somehow, because they've already proven through the Mushroom River that they can make up the lost time, which is why if they are currently 5 seconds ahead of the Senseis, but the Senseis seem to have garnered that 5 seconds back already, because Airstrike absolutely obliterated those enemies, made me almost feel sorry for them, almost anyway, and now Airstrike has already met with Stealth Elf, and he's making his way through those explosive barrels, and he's even headed over to the Locke puzzle, where whilst he completes this Locke puzzle, he's being taken off the Portal of Power, and Flarewolf is taking his place as the fire element is stronger here. So as soon as the puzzle is finished, Flarewolf will be switched out for. And speaking of Flarewolf, he's being switched out for just as Bad Juju has finally arrived at the Locke puzzle, where I filmed with the villain run of this level first, because the Senseis were recorded first last time, so that means it's the villain's turn to get recorded for first. Naturally, that meant I went into this puzzle a little less prepared than what I did for the Sensei, so the villains here are losing a lot of time by basically failing the Locke puzzle, doing the same things over and over again, expecting a different result every time. But you have to be cautious with this puzzle. It is surprisingly easy to miss getting all of the gems united with this one. One small cock up and you wind up losing that combination, but luckily for the villains they managed to garner that Imaginite chest, which is very important because they want to keep that Imaginite chest lead that they garnered over the Senseis after the previous level, where they were able to complete the speedrunning objective star and garner an extra level chest as a reward. Now these characters don't seem to be picking up the treasure chests after having got through the Locke puzzle, because no collectibles are really required for this level. Since you can't access all areas, the speedrun objective is likely not going to be achieved by either of these teams, so they might as well just blaze through this level as fast as possible, ignoring all collectibles along the way. Now, Flarewolf is already halfway through the battleship sequence, whereas Tycoon Crow is only being launched off, and Tycoon Crow actually spent some time fighting the enemies in the lower fire section, whereas Flarewolf blasted straight through it. So the Senseis have definitely made up for that 5-second deficit they started the episode with. But Tycoon Crow, he's very quickly catching up with Flarewolf, whereas Flarewolf has a lot of mobility in the battlefield where Tycoon Crow does lack. What Tycoon Crow makes up for is his efficiency in combat, because as you can tell, he is defeating enemies a lot more quickly than Flarewolf, even if he's not as fast-paced or as good a character gameplay-wise, in my personal opinion. But Flarewolf is already on the Battle Gong, and he's, well, halfway through the Battle Gong as he continues to jettison around the stage. That is exactly the maneuverability I referred to earlier, and now Tycoon Crow has made it into the lower part of the battleship, so he can finally start the Battle Gong just as Flarewolf is about ready to wrap it up. He has a few enemies remaining, and now he can collect 2 treasure chests, one after the other. So already that's going to increase their Imaginite chests collected, but the villain should collect the exact same amount throughout this level and maintain their lead, given that they were successful in the Locke puzzle the same as the Senseis were, just not nearly as quickly, mind you. So there goes Flarewolf with the first Imaginite chest, and there he goes with the second one as well. My bad, I'm losing count of the Imaginite chests here. I was a bit too focused on Tycoon Crow's gameplay at the moment, where he is actually catching up with Flarewolf because of how efficient he's getting through this combat section. He is absolutely annihilating these enemies to no one's surprise, but Flarewolf has made his way to the Creation Clash game, and already he is up 2-0, and Flarewolf is doing the same. Not even Flarewolf, Tycoon Crow is doing the same. Flarewolf is the one who's now losing 2-1, and Tycoon Crow has started the Creation Clash game. Now, that Grave Clobber seems to have been a mistake on the Sensei's behalf. They probably meant to put the Grave Clobber in more of a protective situation, but they absolutely screw the pooch in that one. They're taking chain reaction in the middle there because the other player can't take it back, but that has left Crash Bandicoot and Ember with no chance of the Senseis taking them. So they're actually going to lose Creation Clash, and that misinput from Flarewolf has cost them the game, and they're going to have to replay it. So let's see if the villains can actually take the game first try and garner back all of those precious seconds they lost on the Locke puzzle. So far, chain reaction has been played completely differently for the Senseis the first time around. But now the Senseis are losing 2-1, whereas the villains have already won 6-3. So simplified, they beat Hanks by 2/3 of the board. But now the Senseis are continuing to go back and forth in terms of who's winning this matchup. But Airstrike in the bottom right is really great for both offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the villains are preparing to switch out for Dr. Crankcase. Now the Senseis are going to play it safe so that they win 5-4. Even when they do win, they don't win quite as spectacularly as the villains, mind you, but they have lost so much time from losing that initial Creation Clash game because Flarewolf was trying to rush through for Creation Clash game. He placed a stone in a position that he did not intend, and he lost the game for it. Oh dear, Flarewolf has seen better days, and luckily Flarewolf can be spared from this further humiliation as chain reaction is switched out for on behalf of the Senseis, and because Flarewolf was able to quickly jettison himself into the crates, by the time chain reaction is switched out to, all he needs to do is hit that there bounce pad, and he's making his way along the chains. Now, since Dr. Crankcase went out of his way to get the treasure chest, chain reaction better make sure to do the same so that then they don't continue to get a deficit of chests collected. And then afterwards there is a shrine as well as an area where the villains have already accessed that involves both a soul gem that they're not going to bother with because they don't need the cutscene, and they don't need to waste their time traversing over towards it, not when they're not bothering with collectibles in this run, but they are going to bother with the egg rescue game, as that will give them more Imaginite chests, which they need for their Imaginite chests collection value. Now, Pit Boss has been switched out for on behalf of the Senseis to access the Sorcerer Shrine, just as the Imaginators service for that playthrough apparently got disconnected from, but now Golden Queen has also been switched out for when it comes to villains, and she's going to make her way back to the Sorcerer Shrine. There's no way of telling whether it was quicker to go straight to the Sorcerer Shrine or jump backwards as Golden Queen has done. Now, Pit Boss did waste a little time there, falling from the platform, trying to be a bit too eager, trying to get to it earlier than he should have, but now Golden Queen has successfully completed the Sorcerer Shrine, and she's making her way back up to the top, whereas Barbella has only just been switched out for now on behalf of Senseis, and she still has to complete the egg rescue game. So the Senseis have definitely lost the 5 seconds they garnered from the previous run of the level. They was off to a grand old start before they lost that Creation Clash game, but Barbella does complete the egg rescue mission relatively quickly, definitely more so than the villains, because she was on the second playthrough of the level where I was more prepared for what was coming up, and here is Golden Queen just obliterating everything. But Barbella isn't too far behind, and she too will also obliterate everything, because general rule of thumb in this game is that if the Senseis of the Earth element, they are going to kick ass and take names. My apologies, my cough got the best of me right there. It's a bit odd to be getting a cold in the middle of summer, but here we are, as Barbella just obliterates everything. The way her attacks chain together is so incredibly unique for her moveset style, and it's so fast-paced and intricate. She has one of the finest movesets of any Skarner, and she is really showcasing her skills right here. She has melee power as well as projectile power, and Golden Queen is just lucky to be able to bombard enemies with turret fire, because as you can tell, just about everything that could be hitting the enemies right now is hitting the enemies right now. That's what the villain screen looks like. Barbella continues to obliterate everything in sight, including that of the grenades, even though she is taking some nasty hits. And that is not going to be too good going into the sea monster, because we have the Sentinel Shrine to deal with directly before that, so that means Barbella's going to have to be switched out to beforehand to access that Sentinel Shrine, and then she's going to be fighting the evil sea creature directly afterwards. So Barbella needs to make sure she keeps up her strength for her health bar going into that fight. And speaking of fights, Chunky Mage is now ready to engage the Bazooka Doomlander. Luckily, because Imaginators are stronger here, these Senseis don't actually need to switch out for the Bazooka representatives until the Bazooka Doomlander spawns in. Now, obviously, Chompy Mage, being Chompy Mage, has already gotten off to a good start against the Bazooka Doomlander, because Chompy Mage is absolutely broken. In fact, he's already on the second phase, whereas Flare Wolf has only just been spawned in. And Flare Wolf was already at a massive disadvantage, because when he was fighting against the Battle Gong and all of the other enemies within the fire area, he took damage, and now that means he goes into this Doomlander fight with a health bar deficit. Rather tragic that. So he needs to be cautious as well as quick when taking down this Bazooka Doomlander. Not unlike Chompy Mage, where he can just continue to spew attacks and deal stupid damage, whilst not needing to necessarily worry about being damaged himself, because he's dealing damage to the Bazooka Doomlander too quickly to worry about being damaged himself. In fact, he's already on the final phase, whereas Flare Wolf is only just finishing the first phase of the fight here. Now here goes Chompy Mage once again trying to avoid everything in sight, and he's doing so quite well. He only took a handful of hits, but Flare Wolf has only took 1 hit to face so far. He's able to traverse the arena very, very easily, as he can get from one corner to the other in no speed whatsoever with the utilisation of that dash right there. The Bazooka Doomlander for the villains has been defeated, and Flare Wolf is nearing the final phase on his respective side. Speaking of which, Flare Wolf has finally made it right there. And as I cough to garner some breath, Chompy Mage seems to open up the chest where he has the 6 parts to deal with, because the villains were shot first when it came to the recording of these respective playthroughs. So after having collected all 6 of those Imaginite pieces, that will put the villains not even at a time deficit, because they are still beating the Senseis, but will mean that they have lost a little bit of time as they switch out for their undead representative Wolfgang, one of the few villain Senseis that has a speed buff, so he should be able to get through this cannonball section quite quickly. And since it's short and the cannonballs barely deal any damage, I think Wolfgang can just tank those hits. and be done with it, get out of there as fast as possible, because losing Wolfgang to cannonballs is one thing that is most likely not going to happen. He dashes very quickly, about as quickly as one could playing as Wolfgang. He gets to the chain and prepares to collect some snail Imaginite parts as Flarewolf opens some Imaginite chests of his own. He gets the gladiator arms as part of a set as he finally jettisons himself into the cannonball section, where unfortunately Pit Boss is going to have to take over. A Skada not nearly as fast as Flarewolf. Man, these Senseis really need to find some place to make up for all this lost time. If only they hadn't have lost the Creation Clash game, but who knows, maybe it will even out in the next episode should the villains also make a nasty mistake with their Creation Clash games. And speaking of villains, they're almost at the undead section already, or the dark section I should say already, where Hutsuckle can be switched out for. And here's what's so convenient on behalf of the villains. They switch out in the dark section for Hutsuckle, and the Sentinel Shrine is right before the Sea Monster, as we've alluded to previously, so the villains don't even need to switch. The villains can just go straight into the shrine, just like they did in the Cradle of Creation, where Graveclubber was able to go straight towards the shrine and not have to deal with a switch out. That lack of switching out animations is what is going to keep the villains' momentum moving forward. But there are also a lot of water elemental zones in this game, and every single time a zone like that pops up, the villains are losing time because of Graveclubber summoning in animations. Every little time skip counts at the end of the day. It's like Tesco's slogan, every little counts. So these characters are going to have to fight for every last second as Hutsuckle makes it to the end of the grinding section, where they have a chest added to the vault. It's very important for both of these teams to get every single part from the grind rail challenge, otherwise they'll wind up being at a Imaginite chest deficit, the last thing that they want. So now that Hutsuckle has been successful with that and has already accessed the Sentinel Shrine, all eyes are on Starcast to make sure he doesn't cock up the rail grind challenge, because that would be truly tragic for the Senseis. I think they've already taken a bit of a beating compared to the villain's success. The last thing they need is to be kicked whilst they're still down. Now, as for the award ceremony during the finale, I have all the categories planned out, and they will be announced in the 6th episode of the series. Makes sense, given that that will be halfway through the series, giving us the other half to vote upon said categories that will be announced. Now, Starcast is quickly making its way towards the Sentinel Shrine, where we'll switch out for Barbella, and since the dark element of the area is no longer active, it means that Barbella can fight the Sea Monster. We don't need to worry about switching back to Starcast for it. So, on both screens, you're going to bear witness to a Sentinel fighting the evil Sea Monster, where Hutsuckle is just going straight through. He's not dealing with the Sea Monster's ambushes, he's able to get past them very, very quickly and make his way up almost to the first stage already, whereas Barbella is only just accessing the Locke puzzle for the first time. Now, Hutsuckle does have a dash move, so I suppose that does make him one of the quicker villains, but the actual load up and then cool off this attack kind of nullifies any time you save by dashing. The only reason you would dash is so you can create those little dark sparks for additional damage along the way. But now he's just dodging waves of the evil sea creatures. They get flung at him, I suppose you go as far to say. Now, not even Graveclubber, it's Hutsuckle who's being played right now. This is one of the few levels in the game where we don't need to worry about water senseis. So Hutsuckle is doubling down on damage by creating vortexes and then slashing upon his enemies. Barbella is able to get past the evil sea monster ambush just as efficiently as Hutsuckle was, so she's making her way through, and just like Hutsuckle, she also managed to jump over the tail right there, not lose any time, because if you get hit by that, damage is one thing, but it also pushes you into the swamp and resets that platforming section. So if either of these characters wind up having that platforming section reset, I guarantee that it's going to be a huge time loss. Something that both these teams really want to aim to avoid. So now Barbella is going to be avoiding waves as Hutsuckle already finishes this first phase of a fight right here, and on this second platforming run he's going to do exactly like he did for the first time, ignore the creature as well as he can and just speed right past it. Got to be careful with that dash attack though, because dash attacks in this game have a tendency to hone in upon the enemy, so if the enemy is ambushing you and you try to attack it, you are likely to dash into the swamp and get reset. It's something I learned the hard way when trying to speedrun this game with the Fire Imaginators, when I used for dash and then locked in and honed in on the evil sea monster, only to find myself in the swamp and resetting the platform section. So now both of these characters are once again watching out as waves get flung at them. It seems as though both of these characters are about as efficient as one another when it comes to fighting this beast off and dealing damage, though Barbella looks like she's about ready to finish off this first phase. What do you know? An assumption for this was correct rather than an assumption making an ass out of me. So here goes Barbella. She actually jumped straight up to the stone in the middle there rather than Hoodsicle, who jumped twice and lost a few frames, and Barbella isn't actually quick enough to get past the ambush attack, so she instead takes the advantage to attack it a little bit and deal some damage. So that now going into the waves, she'll have hopefully a less of an attack pattern to take out the evil sea monster. She jumps over tail just fine and doesn't lose any time there, so at least Barbella has that going for her as Hoodsicle continues to attack the sea monster, doubling down on his primary attacks. His jumping attack even that deals 3 times as much damage as his primary attack. The only problem is that it's slower, so it's probably just about as efficient in the end there. But he's doubling down using his vortex and his primary attacks, and here is where the sea monster starts attacking you twice, so you have to deal with, after he's done flinging the waves at you, a chomping attack. Luckily, Hoodsicle can quite easily engage the sea monster from the side where he can deal damage to the sea monster without being dealt damage to himself. Barbella also has a mix of range and melee, so she's taking full advantage of that by, again, not getting too close to the chomps and still being able to deal the damage. She is actually catching up by the looks of it when it comes to the lack of the health bar the sea monster has. If she can continue getting through these phases quicker than what Hoodsicle is, she might be able to make up for all of the lost time the Senseis have gotten through. But even without messing up on Creation Clash, this entire second half of the level has been slower on the Sensei's behalf. I suppose this is because we had Golden Queen and Chompy Mage to compete with. That is one hell of a duo that the villains would struggle with any day of the week. Now, Hoodsicle takes the Chomp like an absolute champ. He almost got pushed back into the swamp, but luckily he was able to narrowly avoid it. So the damage taken was worth the time skip that Hoodsicle endured. Now here goes Barbella making even more efficient time skips because she's able to jump over the tail and make her way to the second platform all at once. Now Hoodsicle seems locked in the cutscenes, so there's not too much interesting to talk about there, and Barbella is able to pull off the same manoeuvre as Hoodsicle. She gets chomped and pushed back, but she manages to remain on the platform and she saves time, even though her health has now seen better days, so she has to be cautious not to get defeated here, because the last thing we need is a tragic death this early on in the Locke. These characters want to survive for as long as possible. Though it will be shocking if the villains don't take home the survival award, given how obliterative they are, and so far this series has proven that tenfold. Now Barbella seems to be stuck in the cutscene, whereas Hoodsicle is ready to fight this evil sea monster. So chaos has disappeared and finally Barbella can engage gameplay once again. Isn't that fantastic? I paid for this video game and now I get to actually play it. That's my favourite thing to do, actually play in the video game. So here we are with just the usual attack pattern. Hoodsicle is utilising all of his attacks all in combination with one another as the sea monster continues to make the same dumb decisions, like trying to chomp Hoodsicle and then facing the consequences as Hoodsicle attacks him side on. Though he did take a chomp to the face in the end, and his jump attack did even hit the evil sea monsters. That's really efficient damage he's dealing right now. But still, for evil sea monsters doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result every time. Is this going to be it? Yes, Hoodsicle is going to defeat it with no problem whatsoever. He took a few points of damage along the way, but he wasn't defeated in the end. That's what matters. If we were playing Nightmare Mode, I'm pretty sure both of these characters would have been defeated by now. But luckily for these characters, they're not in Nightmare Mode now, are they? Barbella is actually dealing with the evil sea monster as well. It seems as though she defeated it a lot more quickly than Starcast, and she's actually brought it back for the Senseis a little bit. Either both of them have collected Imaginite chests now. In fact, they get even more Imaginite chests sent to the vault because they each have earned 1 star this time around. For Senseis were actually closer to completing the speed run, but yet still neither of them were successful there in the end. Like I say, the main time deficit for Senseis was the Creation Clash. Had they won that first time around, they probably would be ahead of the villains right now, but instead they're skipping that cutscene and heading back to the vault. It's got to be, you got to be very careful not to press the triangle button too many times, otherwise you're going to initiate that tertiary attack and accidentally initiate the surprise attack. One thing kind of leads to another with this game, which is what makes its gameplay so refined and fluent, you could go as far to say, though it can be inconvenient at times. And here, now we're just waiting for these characters to spam through the Imaginite Vault. We're actually ending off this episode pretty close, it would seem. So for villains, lead isn't going to be by much at the end, just a few more seconds as they exit for villain vault, and for the exact moment they do, we're going to freeze for frame right there as they end the timer on 51:41. Obviously for Sensei's, for the sake of fairness, will have their counters frozen, or frozen I should say, because that's how grammar works. They'll have everything frozen at the exact same point in time, the exact same frame as for villains, that being the exact frame they exit from the Imaginite Vault. So now, with this episode having come to an end, let's roll the outro without further ado. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. As always, the timer is starting from the moment the Skylander is placed onto the portal, but here we're actually starting at the academy because in the previous episode where the villains continued to increase their lead on the speedrun timer purely based on the Sensei's failure at the creation clash match, but regardless of all of that, it left off the last episode with the characters on the respective teams needing to acquire pieces for Jetvax's device in Shelmont Shores, which is why we're starting things off in the academy here. Plus, last episode ended so close to the academy, I figured it would be easier on the timing to start at the academy, and then that cuts out stuff like the loading screens and traversing for MAP. It's just more convenient of a watch that way. Now with Tidepool and Graveclobber kicking things off here, the Senseis are immediately going to catch up some time because Graveclobber is that much more slower than Tidepool. Not only on his summoning in animation, which lost him a couple of seconds, but also just in his slow walking speed altogether. Now we've actually started with water characters because Shelmont Shores, the very first elemental area, is that of the water element, so it only makes sense because that means that when we get into Shelmont Shores initially, there's going to be no need for switch outs. And man, Graveclobber is messing up the platforming right now. His slow speed isn't the only thing losing time in this here library section, but luckily both these characters know the utmost efficient manner in which to approach this section. Obviously they want to keep the bookshelves at diagonals, and now Tidepool is messing up for with the platforming even. But you keep things at diagonals there, and it means that you get to push for bookshelves less along the way, and that takes away more animations of the characters actually pushing them. And same with the bookshelves there, you don't actually need to worry about the closest most bookshelf because you can just jump along to the furthest most one. And you need the furthest most one rather than the closest most one because you need to jump from the second bookcase to the elevated kind of platform thingy above hand. Obviously you can't do that with the closest most bookshelf. So now, obviously, Tidepool is midway through the claw game, whereas Graveclobber is only just beginning it. So already we're seeing the deficit that the villains are facing. But Graveclobber seems to be quite efficient in taking things out and dealing with this section. It's the Senseis that played through this level first, as it was their turn to do so, and the villains, meaning that they get to take advantage going through it the second time with a little bit more of a fresher sense of mind, rather than the Senseis who went into it a little less prepared, though that's not really shown so far because Tidepool is absolutely obliterating it, besides for the platform mistakes she made earlier. But it seems as though both of these Senseis made the same mistake by missing one of those Imaginite chunks earlier, but they went back, collected it just fine. The last thing they want to do is be at an Imaginite chest deficit, especially if one of them afterwards, at the end of this episode, I should go as far to say, there will be a shift up in who has the advantage for the speedrun timer. So the villains, in any case, want to keep that Imaginite chest advantage, and they can't be losing snail parts. And luckily, since they were both successful in the snail challenge, they both get the Imaginite chest, and they both get that second chest as well. Graveclobber is just opening it now, whereas Tidepool is grabbing the key, and she's just about ready with Jetvax's device over here. She is several seconds ahead of Graveclobber right now, and it doesn't help when Graveclobber doesn't seem to want to push the bookshelf into place. These animations have really annoying hitboxes sometimes for the push blocks. In fact, it brings the whole pacing of the game to a crawl. It does so in every Skylanders game, unfortunately, so I have no idea why they kept the push block mechanic, especially now that a lot of these sections can't be played the way they're designed because of the jumper mechanic. So I would personally have chosen a different manner in which to approach puzzle design if I were developing these games. But then again, I'm not a game developer, so what do I know? Now, Jetvax seems to be speaking on both of these perspectives, which is rather unfortunate. Graveclobber gets to the exit far quicker than Tidepool, because when I was playing with the Senseis, I had a slight second where I forgot that I needed to head out of the academy as fast as possible. Grave Clubber didn't make that mistake, and so he has gained a couple of frames at best, but as they say, every frame counts, given how close this competition has been so far, to my surprise when it comes to the speedrun timer, mind you. Literally, it's going to come down to the final frame, no doubt, and that's actually one thing to address. The timers are actually, they're going through obviously at the same speed, so a second is a second regardless, but you'll notice that the Sensei timer strikes the next second just before the villain one does, and that's purely because of the nanoseconds. Obviously, the nanoseconds aren't displayed on this timer, but it just means that the seconds change ever so slightly on both of the timers, even though the timers are going through at the exact same speed. And that's purely because when I freeze the timers at the end of the episode, obviously the nanoseconds are going to be different for each timer every time. So because of the difference in nanoseconds for timers, change times at slightly different times. Not that that really matters, because again, the timers will move at the same speed regardless. Grave Clubber managing to get caught between the two platforms there. Quite a hilarious glitch that, but after eventually falling, he wound up spawning back at one of the little spinning platforms, so I suppose in the end that kind of nullified the damage of him taking forever to fall. It's like Loki all over again, where he has been falling for 30 minutes. That being said, Grave Clubber is now punching these fools to death, but Tidepool even has already gone through and destroyed everything in sight. It's been ink on ink for Tidepool as she fights those ink creatures with ink of her own. Quick Shot definitely suits her playstyle, to say the least. And what's great so far is that already we've acquired 2 treasure chests for collectibles. Unlike Scholarville, the collectibles are going to be acquired throughout this level, because it means that these teams can each earn themselves an extra Imaginite chest for the star completions of the level. Now, Legendary Tri-Tip has been initiated with Sensei, given that the light element is stronger here. So finally, the villains can start mounting a little bit of a comeback with the might of Blastatron, who is much quicker than that of Legendary Tri-Tip, but they do need to get out of here with the Soldier intact, otherwise they'll miss that collectibles objective, not what they want to do. So Tri-Tip is already heading back, but he's got to be wary of a tornado, because jumping into that tornado too soon is going to be a time waste, whereas if they jump into it after they've collected the soul gem, they can save time by getting back to the start much quicker. Obviously, they don't want to be previewing Mr. Cat, and Tri-Tip used the exact strategy I was alluding to earlier. Now Blastatron is speeding through. So, but surely he didn't do the puzzle as efficiently as Tri-Tip, so despite having a quicker movement speed, he's about as far behind as he was beforehand. But he's going to make some time here at the Night Shrine, where obviously the Senseis have to switch out for ambush, but Blastatron is going to be able to get straight into it, given that he himself is a knight. It's rather convenient how the elements and the battle classes have landed for the villains this time around, a bit like the last 3 times in a row, it feels like. So now Blastatron is acquiring his Sky Chi, and obviously since both of these knights access their shrines, they both get chests added to the vault for the Imaginite chest collections. Now there goes Ambush with a much cooler grinding animation, if you were to ask me. But the question is, are either of these teams going to complete the grind challenge? Because if one gets it and the other doesn't, that's going to be a huge advantage to the victor for the sake of the Imaginite chest collected. And Blastatron seems to have collected one of the harder Imaginite chunks to grab, the 4th one there. He's already at 6, which means that he has outdone Ambush. Ambush has already missed an Imaginite chunk, so he cannot be successful with his grind section. But Blastatron can still screw up at the end here. Let's find out shortly if he will or will not. It's really as simple as that. It's either 50-50. He either will or will not. There is no try in between. It's Yoda all over again. This is the episode of quotes, apparently. But Blastatron was successful, I repeat, Blastatron was successful. So now that means the villains are going to have a 2 Imaginite chest advantage, because they've garnered the extra Imaginite chest from the grind challenge. Now obviously it's time for the earth element to pop up, so Barbella is representing the Senseis as she obliterates everything in sight. And by everything, I mean everything. Things that you didn't even think could get obliterated, Barbella just summons in and starts obliterating them. So there goes Golden Queen as well, again very underleveled, but she has all her upgrades still, so she is the beast that Golden Queen is known to be, as always. Now, Golden Queen has 2 turrets, which means that she has stuff dealing damage in her behalf already, whereas Barbella continues to melee attack everything. Projectile attacks are a huge advantage, because obviously you don't need to move toward a enemy to actually defeat them here. Golden Queen, for some reason, is going back towards the cave section without the explosive. You think the villains would have the hindsight of doing that, given that they went second this time around, but apparently not. Barbella has been a lot more efficient with her routing, because she unlocked the Imaginite chest already, blew up the wall, and now both of them are acquiring the Swashbuckler Imaginator Soul Gem, but Barbella has the Imaginite chest in tow already. Golden Queen is yet to have opened it, so she's lost a lot of time there, though she did level up. That was rather convenient of her indeed. I was probably talking about something, about this episode being the quote of episodes, I suppose, but clearly what I was talking about isn't nearly as important as commentating this right now, which is exactly what I'm doing. Yay me. Now, Barbella is obviously heading towards the switch to lower the platform there, where they can switch out for the bowslingers. Now, when I was playing through this the first time, I accidentally didn't realise that the element of the area remained Earth here for a very, very long time. So since I remained as the bowslinger for one team, I decided to remain as the same bowslinger for the other. It would only be fair, minimalise the switching animations for either team, which is why Bookshot is finally going to get his debut, and Wolfgang is going to be able to absolutely tear up this bowslinger section with his dash ability. So once again, the villains are going to be able to gain some time along the way. So there's Bookshot with his debut. The Magic villain hasn't even made his debut yet, because Magic appears so rarely in this game for some reason. I have no idea what this game had going against Magic, but here we are with Bookshot having unlocked that Sky Chi and garnering yet another Imaginite chest. The Senseis need every Imaginite chest they can get as well, now that they are at the deficit when compared to the villains. Man, Bookshot really did not want to stand on that switch right there, but Wolfgang has been summoned in, he's dashing through, and already he's completed the Sky Chi. He's being far more efficient in terms of exploring everything here, because already he's made his way to the Creation Clash, whereas Bookshot fell off so many times that Wolfgang managed to catch him up, and they are both playing Creation Clash at the same time. I called it Sky Zones earlier by mistake. That's what happens when you try and speak at 50 miles per hour. So here we go, now that these players are effectively neck and neck, that has made this part of the challenge that much more exciting. The villains off to not the greatest strategy here. The Senseis, on the other hand, they have some great defense with Chopscotch in the bottom left-hand corner, but Flarewolf is going to take Graveclaw on the villain side, and for some reason, the villain's going to make the terrible decision to put Crankcase down there. The 4 blades can't be used to take anything now, and it's going to lock them out entirely from having the potential to capture Starcaster at a later date. In fact, that piss-poor strategy just lost them the game! Kind of makes up for the fact that the Senseis lost the game in the previous episode, all that goes around, comes around and all that. So hopefully the villains can have a better shot the second time around, whereas Bookshot makes up for all of his terrible platforming skills with some actual Creation Clash skills. And you can't forget to traverse all the way to the far left here for the sake of the legendary selfie frame. You want that again for the collectible level star at the end of the level, that is. Now, Crankcase is being used to actually take a stone this time for the villain side, so it seems as though now with Wolfgang taking Flarewolf, the villains have effectively solidified their victory with a 5-4 lead. My apologies for sniffles, it would appear my cold from the previous episode is carrying over. But now Bookshot has finally made his way to the live section, whereas Wolfgang still needs to make his way around these spinning plates and grab the legendary selfie frame, and he doesn't even want to step on the button along the way. This is Bookshot all over again. Why are these hitboxes so janked? They're the pushing hitboxes all over again. Luckily though, Wolfgang is absolutely speeding through, and he's got that legendary selfie frame very, very quickly. Once again, he is making up for his lack of creation skills with his platforming and speed-based skills. He's basically the opposite skill palette compared to Bookshot over here. Now, Ambush, the problem with his moveset is that it's about being patient. You can't be patient in a speedrun, so Ambush is being patient. He's powering up his sword, but that means that when Choppy Mage is switched out for, he's likely going to gain some time on the Senseis just for the fact that he can defeat enemies a lot more quickly than Ambush. Ambush is arguably more powerful, but the way how Chompy stacks up damage and how quickly he does it is just so efficient for defeating things quickly and also not getting hit himself. So in other words, the chances of losing Chompy Mage here, they are very slim. You can say the same for Ambush. Both of these characters are very good, which is why it's so interesting to see them pitted together. I think the only unfair matchup between villains and senseis here would be Chompy Mage against Cash Banuka, because we all know how terrible Crash Bandicoot is in this game. For some reason, the developers woke up and decided to bully that poor Bandicoot with his terrible moveset. Now here we go, we have more ink creatures to deal with. I suppose it would have been a lot more quicker if they decided to fight ink with ink again, but unfortunately this is a life zone, not a water zone, so Tide Pool is locked out for the moment being. Now Ambush has already defeated this next section. He has gotten the Imaginite chest and he's heading for Dr. Crankcase's soul gem. So luckily, by saying Crankcase, I said the right name. I almost said Krankenstein then. But that being said, Ambush needs to hit all the switches, and he seems to be a much better switch hitter than his bookshot compadre. Now, Chompy Mage has finally made it to the big bad of level, I suppose you could go as far to say, the big enemy that gets the cutscene introduction. How special! Unlocks the Imaginite chest and makes his way, well, he will be doing so once this set decides to complete itself. But now he's made his way into that same section where Ambush is already sneaking through, not getting hit by the lightning because he's too fast for that lightning crap. And now Air is stronger here, where Ambush is going to absolutely annihilate everything in sight because he's not only a powerful brawler, he's a speedy brawler. The perfect combination for this sort of challenge. So whilst Chompy Mage slowly but surely makes his way across all 4 of these buttons, and then he's going to slowly but surely make his way up that corridor, whilst he is busy faffing about with that, Airstrike is on the egg rescue game already. Now that is some speed right there if I ever have seen it. He's collected 1 egg, and now he's going to collect the other egg before he continues to shoot everything else in sight. You've got to prioritise the eggs, because the last thing you want to do in this challenge is have the eggs destroyed by the miniaturized rats, and then that cost you a lot of time. Luckily, Chompy Mage is getting through the lightning section without being struck. It doesn't really matter if you're struck in this section though, like Chompy Mage just did. He took the damage, and the slight knockback still made things quicker. But him taking that damage didn't even matter because Air is stronger here now, so Bad Juju is left to clutch out the rest of the level. And with her renewed health bar, that's why it wouldn't have mattered if Chompy Mage took damage. So long as he wasn't defeated, none of it would have mattered because he doesn't get to play in this level again. Bad Juju, on the other hand, she has to clutch out for the rest of the level because the air section is stronger here, which means that she has to defeat Battle Gong and defeat the Swashbuckler at the very end of the level. Now, we did this in the Nightmare run I did for this game, where I did the Nightmare Villain Challenge, trying to beat the game on Nightmare mode with just the 12 villains. That included Chaos and Dr. Neo Cortex. I almost said Donctor then, I don't know what a Donctor is exactly. But Bad Juju was able to solo it on Nightmare mode, so I'm hoping here that she can manage the same on hard difficulty. But you've got to be careful with that Swashbuckler Doomlander, given that its hitboxes can be rather jank at times. It's your typical Imaginators. And speaking of typical Imaginators, Airstrike was very successful at that grind section. He was able to get the chest where Ambush was not in the previous portion of the level, mind you. So Ambush already, or Airstrike already, really proven himself as an MVP for the senseis thus far. But obviously those awards that I'm alluding to already, those we will worry about in the 6th episode of the series. For now, Bad Juju is also grinding things out, so we gotta hope that she's able to collect all of the Imaginite along the way, so that then she can continue to have the Imaginite chest's advantage over the senseis. Now, Bad Juju also needs to take as little damage as possible, because during the Doomlander fight, there is no healing, at least for her, so she needs to go into the Doomlander with as much health as possible, whereas the senseis, yes, they get to switch out for Chain Reaction, which does waste time in terms of the switch animation. However, that means the health bar is reset, so Chain Reaction is going to have that one advantage going for him, though Chain Reaction is not nearly as good as Bad Juju when it comes to dealing damage quickly. Chain Reaction, just like Ambush, is a very patient type character. You stack damage over time rather than dealing huge chunks very quickly all at once. in the first place, I suppose you could go as far to say. Bad Juju is now collecting some snail Imaginite, whilst Airstrike has already dealt with the Battle Gong, mind you, taking very little damage along the way. His health bar is looking rather stacked right now. Bad Juju wants to try to get through the Battle Gong with as much success as Ambush did, mind you. Not even Ambush, it's Airstrike. These A's, the fact that Airstrike and Ambush both begin in A, is turning my brain to absolute mashed potatoes right now. But luckily, Bad Juju has a really good winning strategy where she can launch out her Juju Jr. and then whilst that's trapped near the big guy there, she can use the lightning towards this position while she defeats enemies at a completely different region of the map, mind you. And then she can, obviously, while she's swashbuckling them, Juju Jr., which is a bit of a mouthful to say, might I say. Yeah, you can see it there. The positioning of Juju Jr. is perfect because it's dealing damage to enemies, whilst Bad Juju continues to traverse the rest of the stage. It's really efficient for getting damage dealt to those enemies very quickly, no matter your positioning on the stage. Very important for getting things done quickly there. But Bad Juju not as quick on the Battle Gong, and she took a lot more damage to the Battle Gong as well. Not what we wanted from that, because we wanted a success similar to that of Airstrike. And speaking of Airstrike's success, or more specifically the lack thereof, he seems to be falling off this twirling thing a lot, purely because this spiral, it really has it out for Airstrike today for some reason. Like, apparently Airstrike looked at this spiral funny, and now the spiral just really wants to screw over Airstrike and give him a bad day. Man, Airstrike really does not deserve this. Finally, he makes it to the end. I have no idea why I'm struggling to get over those platforms, especially given how good his platforming has been as of late. Every single time I made for jumping that playthrough, it just seemed as though Airstrike wasn't getting the distance he needed for some reason. Or just chalked it up to poor RNG. It definitely has nothing to do with my poor platforming skills whilst playing through this game. Now, Bad Juju is she is obliterating the enemies. My apologies for that stutter right there. It would appear that saying the word obliterating enemies costs a lot of my processing power, my speak power, if you will, or my power of speech, because that makes more grammatical sense. There you go. But it's all of these A's that get my tongues tied. There's too many words, too many big words beginning with A specifically this episode to worry about. But Bad Juju going into the final fight with only 300 health. This is one of those times where Bad Juju being on the brink of level 19 would have been so useful because of that big experience orb that you garner before the start of the fight. Now, Chain Reaction has already took a ton of damage. He continues to take damage, and that's not good. You want to take less damage than that, the Chain Reaction. Luckily, though, he can position his fans exactly where the Swashbuckler attacks finish on behalf of Doomlander. And as soon as Doomlander finishes their attacks, he's taking advantage and going in for the triple melee hit. Now, Bad Juju, luckily, her hitboxes are about as jank as the Swashbuckler Doomlanders, so it's time for the villain to take a revenge on the enemies for that. Never mind, I guess not. The Doomlander's attack had finished already. The animation had finished already. Yet the damage was still dealt to Bad Juju. That is what we call a load of bullshit. But moving on from the swears, as always, these are not family-friendly videos. I'm going to cough now. That's better. Now that I've coughed, I can continue to commentate. Man, this is what happens when you just go crazy without a script. But I am reacting to this in real time. Obviously, I played these games already. I did the playthrough already. But having to commentate two of these simultaneously, I'm watching the playback of them simultaneously here for the first time after having initially done both of the playthroughs. It is quite the experience trying to keep up with everything on screen and not taking breaks in between as well, because I'm doing all of this commentary in one take, as it's naturally so much more easier to edit this way. Especially since then I can continue to keep my audio sync up with gameplay, because I don't sync gameplay halfway through these playthroughs. It's very hard if I were to record this commentary in multiple takes to sync the audio back up with each individual snippet or segment of the gameplay. But snippet, segment, I suppose either word works. They are the S words coming in clutch. Earlier I was struggling with the A's. It appears I'm having a much better go of the S's. Bad Juju is going to need to pull off Clutch of a Century right here, because her health bar, let's just say, it has seen better days. when it came to her Nightmare run of this level, she didn't get hit by the Doomlander, not even once on Nightmare difficulty. Already she has failed that challenge against the Doomlander. I am speechless! I couldn't even finish my sentence before the swashbuckler needlessly, brutally cut Bad Juju down. That is our first death of the series. That is so wrong on every conceivable level, I would dare go as far to say. Luckily, this is what we have Blastatron for. I just picked the first villain I saw on my desk because I needed to switch out quickly so I didn't waste any more time. But losing Bad Juju there is devastating for the villains, especially since they haven't accessed the Swashbuckler Shrine yet. Chain Reaction survives, so he can access the Swashbuckler Shrine where Bad Juju cannot. This means that the Senseis moving forward can make up for the Imaginite chest deficit that they're currently at when compared to the villains, mind you. We gotta hope that the villains don't have such a rough episode on the next go around. Blastatron defeated what remained of the Swashbuckler's health bar, though, very, very quickly. That was what I call Obliteration Incarnate. You look up Obliteration in the dictionary, and that, my friends, is what you'll see. So the villains complete yet another set, losing even more time compared to the Senseis, who are already going through the Imaginite Vault. Man, here's this cutscene, which we are going to skip as fast as possible. And now, luckily, the villains, just like the Sensei, still get that collection star, so they get 2 additional Imaginite chests from those level stars. And even if they were successful in the speedrun timer, it wouldn't have mattered for that final star, given that they lost a life along the way. Rather depressing that. But now the Senseis have concluded already, whereas the villains still need to get through the villain vault. So all of the time that they gained in the previous episodes is now gone. They lost at Creation Clash, they lost a villain. Yeah, needless to say that this episode was pretty rough for the villains. Where else do you think the episode got its name from? You could go as far to say, and once again, the second time I said that was much more better grammatically. My grammar, good. But moving alongside my jokes, or moving away from my jokes, you could go as far to say we have more Imaginite chests, a lot more Imaginite chests. In fact, the villains are going to lose some time here because they have more Imaginite chests to open up when compared to Senseis, because they were successful on that initial grind challenge, or should I say Blastatron was. Blastatron has really proven his mettle this episode, taking down the Swashbuckler very, very quickly, more so than Bad Juju or Chain Reaction could ever dream of. I suppose that's what makes Blastatron the better Sensei, surprising that, but now he's finally opened up this final chest, so he's going to exit out of the villain vault, or the chest vault I should say, and the episode just like that is alas gonna come to an end. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm gonna use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series here on the channel. As always, the timer is going to start from the very moment the Skylanders are summoned, and in this case it's both of the tech characters for their representative teams, but it would appear as though Chain Reaction has a slightly longer summoning in animation, so Dr. Crankcase is already kicking off the villains to a couple of frames lead, and they need as much lead as they can possibly get because they lost to the Senseis quite hard in the previous episode that was full to the brim with stuttering. I couldn't help myself but stutter every other sentence, it seemed like. But when it comes to the villains, they are currently 50 seconds behind, so that's why they're going to be glad to be an entire second ahead of the Senseis already, it seems. Now, when it came to the villain losses in the previous episode, it wasn't just the 50 seconds that they are behind. They also lost a compadre, that being Bad Juju specifically, a really tragic loss for the villains, meaning that they really need to hope that they can catch up on time or acquire more Imaginite chests along the way, because they are currently not looking great in terms of their cast. They are down 9 to 10. But this episode right here isn't quite going to be filled, I should say, with as much failure as the previous episode. There is the stuttering already taking its place in the video, I suppose you could go as far to say. But the stuttering wasn't the only problems with the previous episode. There was the lack of audio synchronization, because I was trying to watch the playback through Premiere Pro itself, and it would appear as though my laptop couldn't quite handle that, so the gameplay was constantly lagging on my playback perspective. So what I did instead this time around is that I exported a video with the dual screens available as well as the timer, and I'm just watching back that playback through YouTube, so that now it is completely lag free whilst I have the playback before me as I post-commentate. And speaking of post-commentating here, Dr. Crankcase is so far obliterating the competition. He has made his way onto the swinging platforms as Chain Reaction has only just wrapped up with the combat back here, so it's time for Crankcase to jump down into the Earth scenario where obviously Golden Queen is going to be taking precedence. Now that, my friends, is some fancy vocabulary. Chain Reaction finally catching up and getting to that Earth section where he's immediately going to walk over to the treasure chest, and before he opens that, we're going to switch over to Barbella here. Despite Legendary Tri-Tip technically being off the Earth element, he's representing the Light element here, so that is why we're going with Barbella rather than Legendary Tri-Tip. Now that chest is being opened up, and it would seem as though Golden Queen is at a disadvantage here. The villains are playing first, and I have totally forgotten to get that treasure chest, so I'm going to have to be sure to go back and get that in the future, because the last thing the villains want to do is miss that collectibles objective. In fact, they almost missed the treasure chest. I was getting a bit too hasty for my own good with Golden Queen there, but luckily we got the chest in the end. And we're going to make our way all the way over to the left, and rather than switching out for the fire characters wasting time, we're going to go straight into the little hatch right there, and then once we're in that area, we're going to swap out for our dark representatives of each team, as that's what the element of the area shall be within this here wrecking room. I like how that really rolls off the tongue right now. That being said, Barbella has only just entered the room as Hudsicle begins solving the puzzle, as you see before you. Man, this episode was so much fun to record because this is a really fast-paced level within the game, and more importantly is the combat here. It's a lot of tight quarters spaces, so it gets really intense and really fast-paced. This episode was a ton of fun. In fact, it was the most fun to record for this series to date, which is where this episode gets its name from, unless I choose something different. But this is what I would refer to as the fun episode, especially since you're going to see this coming up later in the episode. But these characters are an absolute badass from start to end here. Hudsicle has no combat to deal with, but he's still dealing with the puzzle relatively quickly right here. He's going to acquire all of that money. One other thing you should know about the villains is that halfway through the recording of Sky Fortress, the initial time round, footage wound up getting corrupted, or at least the recording for it did. So what I had to do is I had to open up a third profile, play up to the Sky Fortress, and then the villain senseis kind of got their second shot at the level. It is very unfortunate even that the footage corrupted, but there's not much I can do about it now besides, like I said earlier, play back up to that point in the game and then go through it with the villains a second time. And speaking of doing things a second time, that means that now Tycoon Crow gets to finally be placed upon the portal for the second time in this series, I believe, where he is going to be a badass. Look at that. All of these enemies have been absolutely obliterated. In sections like these where villains really do have the advantage because they defeat enemies so damn quickly, more so than the senseis. So in combat, villains can make up for lost time, despite the fact that senseis generally have quicker traversal. So levels like this, where the traversal is minimal and it's more combat orientated, the villains can really, as you're seeing already, gain some time, because Tycoon Crow has already completed the combat section. The only problem here is that he needs to make all of his way back. We're not going to bother switching back to the Earth element here, because that would be completely unfair to the villains, as they have already lost enough time going back for the treasure chest all that way. Yeah, that's a problem with me being so hasty and me having to do this with the villains the first time around. If they were the second time around, then no doubt I'd be more prepared going into it. But now we're back to fire, where we're going to enter into this hatch, and the senseis actually have to switch out for airstrike, which seems to be taking a while because I forgot to have him in my direct side whilst recording for the sensei. So I suppose the senseis are also losing time, much like how the villains have already lost time. But regardless, the section here is off the air element, so we have to switch out for airstrike. And as for the villains, since Bad Juju was defeated in the previous episode, she is classed as dead and cannot be used again. So the villains are making up for all of that lost time by not having to switch out. So I suppose everything is evening out. It's the way of life. Sometimes life just kind of works itself out, and that's exactly how things are becoming balanced in this particular episode, where the villains are doing a double take for the Skystones, and it seems as though the strategy for the Skystones match is the exact same on the Sensei's perspective, so they are following the exact same strategy as the villains, which is why they are only a couple of moves behind. But there's much more to this section than just the creation clash. We also have obviously the troll radio that the villains need to complete, so they've got through the first round. There's the second round, and the third and final round was not failed. Now that is a miracle, because that would be a huge waste of time. Airstrike is choosing to go for the snail challenge next, but as for the villains, we're back to stage 1 of the egg rescue, because this is a fresh profile, like I was alluding to earlier. There are all of the eggs rescued, not the most efficient utilization of stage 1, but we got there in the end, and now it's Tycoon Crow's turn to collect all of the snail pieces whilst Airstrike completes the troll radio. This is seriously a neck and neck competition type moment. It's very rarely this close between these two teams, so now time for Tycoon Crow to open up that Imaginite chest and obviously add to their Imaginite chest collections, as Airstrike struggles a little bit more with the egg challenge, because obviously it was a harder challenge at that. We're going to see if all of these frames matter in the end, because my prediction is that one team is going to be several minutes ahead of the other, so in the end these kind of like frame losses probably aren't going to impact the outcome, and if they are, that is going to be something really fun to analyze in the finale, where we will do stuff like frame by frame breakdowns. There's plenty to look forward to, and we're almost halfway through the series. The next episode is going to obviously be airing next week. We're going to have a double bill next week for these episodes, because I missed a week in between, and so next week not only are we going to have the 6th episode where we talk about the award show that's going to be taking place at the very end of the show, but we're going to have the 7th episode as well as a double bill, like I said earlier, makeup for the episode that was lost in between weeks. Now we are currently proceeding to smash up these vultures, and that is a ton of fun. The villains are ever so slightly ahead still, so let's see if they can continue with this momentum. The senseis are going to have fewer switch outs to worry about coming up, because there is the quick shot shrine, something which both teams definitely want to take advantage of in order to increase their Imaginite chests count. The villains want as many opportunities for these shrines as possible, now that they've lost out on a chance for a Swashbuckler shrine, because Bad Juju was defeated in the 4th episode. Rather tragic that. The point is, Tide Pool is the water quick shot, and water is the first element to have to deal with after the quick shot shrine in the battleship thingy-mac-bob, which I think is descriptive enough as is, so we're going to stick with that. Here I am, stuttering once more. I kind of promised a little bit less of that after it was in abundance in the previous episode. I think I stuttered enough in the previous episode to last the entire series. Well, if you thought that, apparently you thought wrong, because here I am stuttering again, and in the words of the mighty Tough Luck, you're going to have to deal with it. So there goes Tycoon Crow. Though the senseis with the switch outs, having one less in the battleship sequence, kind of just equalises the fact that they had to go back to Flarewolf after that air section again. So once again, like I said earlier, it's a way of balancing this series out. Goes around, comes around, and all that. Tycoon Crow has already defeated all of these enemies. In fact, he's made his way to a quick shot shrine, whereas Flarewolf, in this traversal section, he's making up for all of his lost time. But in combat, he's not as quick at defeating enemies as Tycoon Crow is, but he's just as fun in combat. Like, seriously, he's so fast-paced and wild. His personality is really what carries this character for me. But now, there goes Dr. Crankcase with his shrine, and he can actually increase his momentum for traversal by utilising that secondary attack button, that spin, so he's going to make his way to the hatch, whereas Tidepool has only just begun with her quick shot shrine. So there goes Dr. Crankcase, but he seems as though he's been a little bit hasty here in the main hangar. I'm pretty sure there might be an Imaginite chest to the left, but he missed it entirely, so to make things a little bit more fair and even, Tidepool is going to make that same mistake as soon as she enters the hatch. But speaking of mistakes, Dr. Crankcase fell down and has made his way all the way to the right of the battleship. You'll notice though, that is a massive mistake in the fact that Blastertron's soul gem has been completely blazed over, and the villains aren't even going to notice their critical mistake until the very end of the level. I was literally fighting with Doomlander, and then I realised during this recording that I forgot the Blastertron Soul Gem. So with these senseis going through the second time with a more experienced run, if they are going to be more successful at acquiring this collectible, because this time around I'm going to make sure I don't repeat the mistake. Tidepool is going for Blastatron's Soul Gem as we speak. Meanwhile, Dr. Crankcase is getting ahead of the competition. So really the only benefit these senseis are going to get, or for villains should say, from this mistake, is that they are going to be able to speedrun the level a lot more successfully. They are already making up for that 50 seconds they lost in the previous episode. But that being said, because I didn't realise about Blastatron's fatal mistake and the fact that we missed his Soul Gem, I didn't realise that until the end of the level, so the villains are still going to go out of their way to gather collectibles that they don't need to, because they've already missed out on that star for the sake of that Imaginite chest collection. Suppose that now they can focus solely on that final objective, where they need no lives lost, all areas found, and the speedrun objective. So I suppose that when we go to get the legendary treasure, for one benefit to that would be the fact that it would unlock the area required for that star's completion in order to acquire an Imaginite chest. But actually acquiring the legendary selfie frame itself is completely unnecessary, because of the fact that we're not getting the collectible star with the villains no matter what, now that Blastatron's Soul Gem has been missed. But here comes one of the harder sections of the entire level, the platforming section. You've got to time this perfectly, because the physics here can be very jank. For a moment, I thought not even Blastatron, we're not playing as Blastatron, at least not yet, but Dr. Crankcase, it looked as though he wasn't going to make it. Fortunately, he did make it first try, which is really good for the timer of the villains. Got to make sure if they keep on top of it and keep ahead of these senseis. Now that they have garnered that 50 seconds back, they need to maintain their lead. It's like the opening of Cars 3 all over again, getting the lead and just having to hold it. But hopefully this won't result in crashing and burning, unlike Lightning McQueen at the start of that movie, because the last thing the villains need to do is crash and burn. They've done enough of that already with the loss of bad juju, and now they have to deal with their slowest most character. Graveclobber might be very good in combat, but boy is his traversal slow compared to Tidepool. Tidepool must be about at least double as quick as him, twice as quick, double the speed. I don't know how grammar works, okay? You'd think I should, given that I got A's in English, but we're getting a bit off topic. Graveclobber and his combinations right now, he is looping with these enemies, he is toying with them. Chain Reaction has got on the Imaginite chest, and his platforming was successful for first time around, which is a miracle for him, because he's not the easiest platformer given how jank his hitboxes and his physics can be. But now we've headed into the light section for the villains already. Blastatron gets to now obliterate absolutely everything in sight, and the villains could have continued to save more time by avoiding the treasure chest collectible there. They don't need the collectibles, they just need to find all of the areas, and that treasure chest was not an additional area. Like I say, if I noticed that I missed Blastatron's Soul Gem in my haste recording for the villains, then I would have ensured to go through this level as fast as possible, whilst also getting all of the objectives required for that third and final star. But unfortunately, I don't notice these things. We've already established my failures through this series, not only through the gameplay you see before you, but my lack of grammatical skills from earlier. Here we go, Blastatron gets to push these shells whilst Tidepool obliterates enemies. She is toying with them much in the same manner as Graveclobber, but here is a problem for Tidepool. She has been reduced to under half her health, yet she has a large combat section to deal with on the hull of the ship, I believe it's called. Hopefully I'm correct in having said that. But she has that massive combat section to deal with, followed by the Battle Gong. That's going to make things really tough for Tidepool to come through completely unscathed. Could this be the first loss for Sensei? Well, first things first, Legendary Tri-Tip needs to deal with all of these enemies, and losing him here, that cannot happen. First of all, no one bothered to deal with the Smasher Shrine this time around, it would seem, so Paynyada is still yet to have gotten his debut from the villain's perspective. But that means that Legendary Tri-Tip needs to make it to that Smasher Doomlander, so that then we don't wind up wasting another Sensei on that Smasher Doomlander. Let's be honest here, Tri-Tip is likely not going to survive the Smasher Doomlander, which is where Tidepool comes in. We might switch out for her for the Doomlander fight, we might not, once Tri-Tip is defeated. I'm not sure yet, I haven't recorded that far ahead in this series. No wonder why this episode had to be delayed, and I gave myself a break in between weeks. But we're making up for that, as Graveclobber is making up for any sort of lost time in the past by obliterating these enemies with so much speed that Tidepool doesn't stand a chance in this combat section in terms of getting through it as quickly as Graveclobber is right now. These hits are landing hard, and Graveclobber is able to summon those geysers with ease, which is dealing increased additional damage whilst he continues to toy with his enemies one-on-one with these combinations that are just really being racked up like an actual Lucha Libre. It sure is a good thing that is where Graveclobber's inspiration comes from behind his design. Now, Tidepool is slowly but surely getting through the cutscenes for Senseis here. And by Tidepool, I mean Tri-Tip. I didn't realise that Tidepool hadn't had her summoning in animation yet. I forget that the summoning in animation happened after the cutscenes. The same happened for the villains. And now Tidepool is finally making her way to that large battle that Graveclobber has just defeated right now. But Graveclobber has not been very efficient in this platform and traversal right now. He got it correct the second time though, and that burger is healing him up. Very important for the Battle Gong that's coming up. That burger could be the difference between victory and defeat. So I suppose going through this section, switching out for Wolfgang, first of all, is going to give the villains a better leg up on the Senseis in terms of the speed they're going through this section, because Wolfgang is a quick traversal type character because of his dashing abilities, makes him quicker than Pit Boss, the undead representative for the Senseis respectively. So in other words, Wolfgang evens things out for the villains despite how much time Graveclub would have lost being very inefficient with the platform and puzzle. Tidepool is obliterating everything on the Sensei's perspective, I'm noticing. She's been very efficient and she's actually playing this a lot more safely than she was previously. Realising now that she's at a health deficit, she's playing safe rather than quick. That's more important for the Senseis at this point because they cannot afford to lose Tidepool, especially when they currently have the advantage of the higher cast number. They want to maintain that advantage for as long as possible, but here they switch out for Pit Boss, whereas Wolfgang has already completed the legendary self-frame section. So again, everything has really balanced out. Despite Graveclobber's mistakes, despite his lower traversal speed, he has gotten some food for Battle Gong. And if they have found that area which is necessary for the third star, if they're going to miss out on the collectible star, then they need to make sure that they acquire that additional third star in order to keep up with how many Imaginite chests the Senseis are going to be collecting in the future of this series. After all, the Senseis are going to be getting the Swashbuckler Shrine, whereas the villains are not. We know that for certain because Chain Reaction's appearance in this episode has come to an end. He has completed his final tech section without being defeated, so he will be able to access that Swashbuckler Shrine, no problem. But here we have the villains with the Battle Gong, and as you can tell, it gets really crowded, but Graveclobber has been an absolute beast. He's playing things safe. He's not necessarily going out of his way to defeat enemies or attack them, engage them in combat particularly quickly. Instead, at the moment, he's avoiding them. He's focusing on dodging and outmaneuvering them. He's down to almost half health, but now he has the space to bring back the geysers, even though by punching he did hone in to that Mega Vulture's attack. He has to be way more cautious of that in future, but now he has his geysers. He can attack enemies as soon as he gets through his geysers, which are going to actually trap that Vulture temporarily. You got to be careful though, because even though he's trapped, during his charged animation, he can still deal the damage. Graveclobber avoids the Vulture, which is important because I believe that would have been a death-defining blow. But luckily, Graveclobber gets through the combat section, not completely unscathed. He definitely was wounded from it all, but luckily for Graveclobber, wounds heal. Scars do not. We know that from Lord Shen in Climax of Kung Fu Panda 2. And this right here isn't even the climax of this episode, and it's already more exciting than Kung Fu Panda 2, which is saying a lot because Kung Fu Panda 2 is pretty exciting in and of itself. That's just how good this episode is. That's how much fun this episode was to record. As the villains switch out for Blasatron, once again he makes a second appearance in this episode, as he has the honour of taking down the Knight Doomlander, as he is a knight himself. Now Tidepool absolutely obliterating everything because she's playing things so safe, so efficiently, so well. She has barely even taken any damage from this Battle Gong whatsoever. I believe she's only taken a couple of hits from the smaller enemies. The larger ones, in fact, because she's staying still, the Vulture, who is blind, cannot hear her and cannot charge for her. That was beastly. Tidepool annihilated that and kind of deserves the set after all that, even though it is wasting time on the Sensei's behalf. But the villains also had to deal with a set being complete, so the time is even on both of their countdown timers, or I suppose it's a count-up timer. I don't know if the specific names for timers are clearly weird and confusing as they turn my brain to absolute mashed potatoes, which now, that makes me hungry. We're almost 2 hours into the run for both these characters, or both of these teams I should say, and they're not even halfway done with the game yet. So the timer at the end of this is going to be rather interesting. This whole series has been interesting, seeing these characters pitted against one another. If you told me at the start of the series that the villains would be going into the 5th episode with a cast deficit, that the villains would be in trouble of losing this series at any point, I would be shocked. I am still shocked at this instant that the Senseis currently have the advantage in every single category besides the Imaginite chests having been collected, and that's since the villains were able to get the speedrun objective in Mushroom River successfully, granting them 1 extra Imaginite chest from the level star, and they also completed the grind challenge successfully in Shelmont Shores. That is where their 2 Imaginite chest advantage comes from. But if the Senseis are able to complete the speedrun objective here for the 3rd star, then the Senseis are going to gain back one of those stars because they have completed the collectible star where the villains were unsuccessful in this level. Things would be absolutely neck and neck right now if the Senseis didn't have to go out of their way to get Blastotron's Soul Gem and lose about 50 seconds, which means that come the end of this episode, the villains will be with the shorter timer. And speaking of when this episode comes to an end, we are actually going to leave the Guacamole Monster for the next episode, because whilst the Guacamole Monster fight takes place, I can explain what's going to be happening with the award show at the end of the series, and better yet, I can announce what the awards are actually going to be. So the episode is actually going to wrap up, and the timers are going to stop on the very first frame of the final cutscene. It's going to be very easy to tell that the timer was stopped at the exact same frame for both of these teams via the cutscene, which is why we're doing it that way. Now, Ambush has to be careful of both the Night Attacks and the Wrecking Ball here, or better yet, he can use the Wrecking Ball to his advantage to deal massive damage to the Doomlander, but as you could tell, Blastotron was just way more efficient at defeating this Night Doomlander, because here Ambush is, he's not struggling, he has plenty of health to go around, but he hasn't yet defeated the Doomlander. It's taken him much longer than it did for Blastotron, but Ambush is slowly but surely getting there with his excellent animations. Finally, he brings an end, and you can see what the first frame of that cutscene looks like. It's rather blurry. Obviously, the motion blur from the ship animation would have created such a thing, but that exact same frame is going to be what the Sensei's timer stops at once they reach that point. But as you can tell, the seconds are counting up whilst the villain's timer have stopped, and those 50 seconds that the Sensei's did have over the villains, well, let's just say that lead is dwindling. Again, like the beginning of Cars 3, the Sensei's are fading fast. What is it with this episode and Cars 3 references in particular? Cars 3, very underrated Pixar movie. But the Senseis have finally finished this. Let's see if they are successful with the triple stars. There is their middle star, but were they successful for speedrun objective? They were by 20 seconds. That is close, but with an additional star, that means the Senseis are going to have a 1 Imaginite chest bonus compared to what the villains are at. So slowly but surely, the Senseis are closing that gap, but after one hell of a comeback, the villains are now ahead on the timer once again, so the Senseis need to maintain their momentum when it comes to their larger cast. But we will see how things shake out in the next episode. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. Today's episode is going to be kicked off right in the cutscene where the previous episode obviously came to an end. This is as opposed to the summoning in animations for each of these characters. Makes things kicked off to a very fair start here. You can tell that already the villains and the Senseis are neck and neck. The Senseis repping legendary tri-tip whilst the villains have Blastotron, because the first elemental area of this land would be the light element, it turns out. Regardless, whilst both of these teams are going through and defeating the Guacamole Monster, it gives me the opportunity to reveal these awards that are going to be given out at the end of the series. So the first 2 awards are ones which are statistical, so you can't actually vote for them because they're based on the accomplishments of each team in the series. The first of which is going to be called the Comeback King, which is about the character that managed to save the most time for their respective teams. So whenever one team was behind, if a particular character managed to come in and effectively nullify that loss for their respective team, then they are most likely going to be the winners of the comeback award. So it's literally just whichever member of the respective team was able to come back when compared to the losses they were at going against the other team. Comeback King, very simple and self-explanatory, which brings us on to the next statistical based award, known as the Collectionist. This award is going to be given to whichever character collects the most chests. Now this isn't an award that's given out to which Sensei collected the most or which villain collected the most. It is given to which character collected the most, period. It doesn't matter which team they're on, there is only one of each of these awards to be won, and you will go to whichever character deserves them. It could be 2 Senseis that earn these awards, or it could be 2 villains. We'll find out later in the series when we actually have all of these statistics to analyse and give out achievements for. Now that's basically it for the statistical awards, and speaking of that being just about it, already the villains are down to the head of the guacamole monster. You could even say that they are ahead of the competition. Yeah, I'm definitely not apologising for that pun right there. But regardless, we're going to move on to the award ceremonies that are going to be voted on by you, the viewers. We have 5 of them. First of all, it's going to be for MVP for either team. So there's going to be a Sensei MVP and a Villain MVP. Obviously, this means that you guys, at the end of the 11th episode, is when these votes are going to be opened for you all, and you get to vote on which Sensei you think was for MVP for their respective team, and which villain do you think was for MVP of their respective team. Then the final 3 awards, again, these are going to be voted upon, and the votes are going to open up for the 11th episode, where we're going to take a 1-week break between the 11th episode and the finale in order to give enough time for these awards to be voted upon. So naturally, the last of these 3 awards is the best moment, so you get to vote on which was the best moment of the entirety of this series. So if there's a particular moment you enjoy throughout the runtime of this series, maybe it's even from this episode, be sure to keep note of it so that then you can vote for it in the future of this series and ensure that the true best moment of the series is the one winning this award. But that being said, the next 2 awards, one is for the best designed character, so it doesn't matter which team they're from. It could be a Sensei that wins this or a villain that wins this, but the votes are for the best designed character. This is purely so I can gauge a more audience-based opinion on which of these 20 designs is the best ones. And that leads us on to the next category, the best level. Now this does exclude adventure pack levels and realms, and speaking of realms, both of these teams are actually discovering the dark realm because that's going to be beneficial for their timers later on when we go to collect all of the cake pieces. With that being said, they're both making their way to Fizzland slowly but surely, where we're going to have more loan screens and more cutscenes to skip, aka obviously the best part behind this series. So that being said, when it comes to the best level, obviously viewers are left to vote for which is the best level of the main game, the best level which has effectively been played in this Versus series. I want to see from an audience perspective what the best level in this game is, and since you guys will be voting on that award, I will be able to get first-hand data for what all of you think is the best Imaginators level from the main game, and the same can be said for the best designed character, which again only goes to one character from one team or the other. And the villains are in and straight back out again because it will turn out in this light section, which is why we incorporated the light characters into the beginning of this episode in the first place. But this light section is only good for one thing, which is treasure and a selfie spot. Obviously you don't need that, so the quickest way is just to get into the area and get straight back out of it, something the villains did, but the Senseis didn't do, purely because they were inexperienced going through this level. The Senseis had to go through it the first time around, it was their turn, and so because of that lack of experience and foresight, the Senseis, whilst they're going through and completing this puzzle in full, the villains have just popped in, got the area counter and popped back out again. Because with Fizzland, in this level, to get the final star, all you need to do is find every area and make sure none of your characters are defeated, because obviously the only way of losing that objective is to have a life having been lost. There is no speedrun objective in this level, for a lack of a better way of putting it. So in other words, as long as these characters find all of the areas, they can get that final star. And the villains just went in, they initiated the area having been found for that final objective and got straight back out again. And with that, they're already much further ahead than the senseis, who are only just switching out for their Earth companion or compadre, however you want to put it. All of the C words all combined together. Here we have Barbella, obviously traversing for a real world, which is even more bizarre than this world somehow. And they have a puzzle to complete, of which the villains have already popped in for the troll radio in the dark area. So yes, for Sensei's lack of experience and having to go through this for the first time is really what is causing them a huge time deficit. So let's just say Legendary Tri-Tip is so far getting the opposite of the Comeback King award, and they are at least pretty quick on the combination in order to earn the chest for the vault. And speaking of that vault, come the end of this episode, the Imaginite chest collected by either team is going to be evened out, because the senseis are going to be able to access the Swashbuckler Shrine to get that Imaginite chest. And in the previous level, they were also able to complete the Collectionist Star, where the villains were not, because the villains missed out on Blastatron's Soul Gem. They went through first, and so naturally I didn't have that on my mind when I was playing through the villain run-through of the level. That was a mistake I corrected for the senseis. Just like here, where the senseis are making mistakes that I'm corrected upon for the villains. That's just for benefit of going second as opposed to going first, which is why I alternate each time which team goes first and which team goes second. But yeah, that basically means that the 2 Imaginite chest deficit that the senseis had have now been nullified by both that Collectionist Star in Sky Fortress, as well as the Swashbuckler Shrine they will be accessing in this particular episode. Now they finally made it to the dark section, where Starcast can, first of all, make his way up to the treasure chest in the top right hand corner. Then he's going to complete the troll radio, and then he's going to head back out to where Chomper Mage is already a decent chunk of the way through the life section. And unlike most of the other villains, Chomper Mage does have a speeded up ability, so he can dash forward and gain a couple of seconds here and there. But even when we swap out for the undead villain, there's still going to be a massive speed advantage for the villains, given that Wolfgang has his own dashing ability. So we're back to Ambush for the senseis here, and after Ambush is said and done with all of this, he still needs to worry about collecting Flarewolf Soul Gem, because otherwise they will fail the Collectionist Star, and that's the last thing they need, because then they're going to lose that Imaginite chest, and they're going to effectively lose their advantage over the villains when it comes to the Imaginite chest being collected. And obviously all of these characters want to collect as many chests as possible now that the award for the Collectionist has been revealed. We have 7 awards to look forward to for the finale of this series, 5 of which are being voted upon, and it was my pleasure today to announce those awards. But like I said earlier, we're not going to be voted on those awards just yet, because the votes are going to open up on the 11th episode, where we're going to take a 1-week break and then return to the finale 2 weeks later to find out who has won those prestigious awards. Now, obviously, the villains have completed their egg rescue mission thing with Bob. It's all one big mouthful for me at the moment. And you'll also notice that they are back to the standard they were at before, because we've gone back to their main profile after having had to record Sky Fortress in a different profile due to recording issues on their behalf. But here go the villains once again, with Wolfgang absolutely obliterating those enemies, no one's surprise. Ambush has switched back to the correct world, so then he can push things into place, whilst Popfizz speaks. Obviously, the senseis are going to switch out the pit boss. And then they're going to have the Egg Rescue arcade minigame, which is going to be the exact same level this time around, so there's going to be no disadvantage in terms of which Egg Rescue minigame is easier or whatnot. But given the fact that the villains now have a 5-second lead, that huge difference in the timers is going to prove that all of these few frame losses, all of these few frame saves, in the end, is probably not going to amount to anything. The team that wins the speedrunning challenge probably was a team that was going to win it regardless. And that's not to say the senseis are entirely out of it, because it could be just about anybody's game still. And the villains are still at a deficit when it comes to their cast, because they lost Bad Juju. And speaking of losing things, apparently Pit Boss lost all sense of platforming skill right now. But the villains lost Bad Juju, whereas the senseis even, they still have a full cast. They are looking alright for themselves. Pit Boss not being nearly as effective on the Egg Rescue minigame as Wolfgang was, though. Again, this is a disadvantage of them having to go first. So it would appear that Pit Boss is both a platform failure and an Egg Rescue arcade game failure. Luckily for us, Pit Boss is a failure in no other categories, given how broken he gets. He's going to explore this area quickly, not even realising that the chest was only there right hand corner, something that Wolfgang went straight towards, because again, he had that hindsight, having watched the Senseis play out for level before him. Only just now as Pit Boss entering the area, as Wolfgang sends away the globules. It's so annoying having to deal with those. It's a filler part to the mission which really does drag the pacing of the level down, but this isn't a critique on Fizzland, no, this is the 6th episode of the Skylanders Versus series, something which I have no idea what to call it as of just now. So who knows, the title might come from my critiques of this level, and worst of all, its biggest offence is the lack of creativity when it comes to the gameplay mechanic, because we have the world switching gimmick, which has been done in Skylanders before, and it doesn't add anything new to that gimmick. It just kind of explores it in the same simple nature as Dark Light Crypt and Willikin Village did, but this one is a lot more slow paced, so it basically suffers for its lack of creativity. When compared to other levels preceding it that did a much better job with its mechanic in the first place. So it's a knockoff level with no creativity and slow pacing. Luckily for us, Wolfgang isn't quite so slow paced, so already he has destroyed some trees and is heading towards some enemies where there's a swashbuckler shrine, which is not even worth switching out for because, well, we can't have that choice granted to us given that Bad Juju was defeated in battle and is now classed as dead and cannot be used again throughout the remainder of the series. The Senseis have to hope that the villains fail for Creation Clash game at this point because they are so far behind. Only just now is Pit Boss picking up the globules, and he has a very different approach to Wolfgang, whereas he's trying to pick up specific globules and then switch between worlds as he's doing so. Wolfgang instead just picked up all of the ones of one certain colour and then switched to the other colour along the way. All of this world shifting is potentially losing precious time for the villains, but again it goes back to the fact that all of these minimal time stays, all of these minimal time losses, it's probably not going to amount to much in the end, but if it does, we're going to have something fun to analyse in the finale, so either way it's a win-win situation. Now the villains are obviously done with the Creation Clash game, the Skystones game. Wait, no, got it right the first time, it is in fact the Creation Clash game. Wolfgang has to be so careful here though, because those projectiles hone in on you. You saw from that bottle enemy there, no matter how much Wolfgang maneuvered in this tiny ass arena, there was no chance of him escaping that projectile. But luckily he escaped with his life, very important, because the villains really do not need another defeat. We need to get Wolfgang through as much of the game as possible so that then he can obliterate that Bowslinger Doomlander in the Dragon Temple level. He's going to collect that experience because that's going to level him up, and he's going to have his health fully restored as a result. That was some good strategy on behalf of the villains. But now Pit Boss is going to have to push these blocks into place, and he's choosing to take things a lot more slowly than the villains, obviously, for since he's going through this for the first time, so they aren't as well equipped to deal with the level. It's not as familiar in my head for them as it was playing through for the villains. And speaking of the villains, they've already completed the Locke puzzle, so Wolfgang is obviously going to have that gremlin placed into the place where it needs to be. Pit Boss is, whilst he's in the correct world, going to push that bottle up to the trees, and then he's going to make his way up for the treasure. When I was playing through this as the villains, I thought, or as the Senseis even, I thought there was a treasure chest here, or at the bottom left, so I checked them both. There was no treasure chest in either, which is why Wolfgang, in advance, knew already to not go out of the way and lose any of the time. Unlike Pit Boss did, he's lost the time already, not knowing that there was nothing to gain from his little expedition. So Pit Boss is quickly going to take down his enemies, and then he's going to actually deal with a Creation Clash before switching out for Chain Reaction. I'm pretty sure this is because when I was playing as the Senseis, Chain Reaction was not on my desk, so I needed to pick them up from my shelf, and I knew for a fact that during the downtime in the Creation Clash game that I would be able to quickly leg it over to my shelf and grab the figurine that I needed, so that's why we did the Creation Clash game first. And here is Paynyada being very efficient with this puzzle, because it would appear that the only block you need is the closest most block to the second platform in order to actually be able to jump onto it. It's a bit like the bookshelves in the academy level before Shelmont Shores, where all you need to do is push the closest most block in order to gain access to the higher up level. The senseis are going to be successful at the creation clash game, not quite as much of a win as the villains that beat the enemy known as Flynn. They beat him 6-3 rather than 5-4. But now that Pit Boss is done with that, he's actually going to complete this section very, very carefully. Watch out for those projectiles. And Pinata for the villains, it's time to acknowledge this. He finally has had his debut, and he is going to get to be a beast here, because rather than switching out for water, that would be a waste of everyone's time, we decided to stick it out, and now the element of the area is actually the Sensei element, so we remain as the character we was playing as at the moment, and that was Pinata due to the magic element being stronger in the extra zone, which you had to go through in full, based on the collectibles that were found there, and obviously we need those collectibles for those level stars. Pit Boss is going to get that treasure for no good reason whatsoever, but now he's going to complete the puzzle and then head back for the Swashbuckler Shrine. But there goes Pinata, absolutely unleashing hell upon these enemies. It's a shame he has taken so long to debut, because his gameplay is so much fun. You can see that from the absolute chaos going on the screen right now, but the Senseis have already completed the puzzle. Now they just need to actually make it out of here, and as you can tell, they are struggling much more so than the villains did, not having that hindsight, not knowing the quickest route immediately, unlike the villains did, because the villains had the benefit of going directly after the Senseis when I was more familiar with level 4 the second time around. But this all means that Pinata will get to do the Battle Gong for the villains, whilst Buckshot gets to do the Battle Gong for Senseis, as magic will obviously pop up for them as well when they go for the collectible. But they aren't nearly close to that same level as Pinata is, because only just now do they have the honour of switching out of a chain reaction to access that Swashbuckler Shrine. In fact, he's going to be so hasty in mashing the skip button that he's going to even initiate his tertiary attack, and trying to take that route around the little bottle right there really did not work out in chain reaction's favour. In fact, switching out of a type ball probably would be quicker than walking over to the area with chain reaction, because his walking speed is so darn slow. But, wow, we've hit that 2 hour mark for the Senseis and the villains alike. Man, time does go fast when you're having fun, though I must admit this level wasn't nearly as fun as Sky Fortress. But here goes Pinata, slowly but surely taking down that enemy, and also mashing the primary attack button so heavily that he immediately enters into the Battle Gong. It's time to obliterate everything in sight. That's what he has his little pinatas for, to create explosions, to daze and confuse enemies. That is the name of a good film right there. Either way, Buckshot, let's see if he's going to be wise enough to use the same tactic as Pinata. So he is going to move 2 of the blocks into the correct path, but the final block he is going to keep where it is, because it's going to be very hilarious to see that final block suspended in midair, because no matter in which order you push these blocks, that final block is always suspended in midair. I suppose the developers assumed that you would push the bottom block into the correct place the first time around, and even if you didn't, they needed that block to be there, otherwise you'd be soft lock and be unable to get the Ninja Imaginator Soul Gem, because you wouldn't have that second block available to you. But Imaginators was so soft when it came to soft locking you out of collectibles, because in other games, in previous Skylanders games, you would have been soft locked out of that collectible and you would have to come back for it. The example there being Giants, because obviously you needed in the Molken Mountain level to take a block from the higher level. Oh man, Buckshot's failing this platforming again. Buckshot is not a particularly skilled platformer. In fact, what you're about to see from his gameplay is going to prove that he's not a particularly skilled bowslinger either. Buckshot just kind of sucks, with the exception of his design. His design is phenomenal, but that's the only thing Buckshot has going for him. Because seriously, look at that gameplay. It's slow and not very powerful. When you compare Buckshot to Pinata, who is now already at the globule sorting section, it's clear that Pinata was the superior character through and through. So even if the Senseis were ahead, even if the Senseis didn't botch at the beginning of this level by going through that entire unnecessary section for the sake of nothing but treasure, even without that disadvantage, the Senseis would be losing any sort of time advantage they had before now. Given how much of a failure Buckshot is at defeating these enemies quickly, he has to take his time and take things slow, because the Senseis don't want him being defeated, because they don't want to lose their cast advantage at the moment. Meanwhile, Pinata is almost done with sorting out the globules, and Buckshot isn't even at the Battle Gong yet. Pretty sure he was talking about something before. I went on this mad tangent about how bad Buckshot was, but since I've completely forgot about the topic I was talking about, it clearly wasn't that important a topic in the first place. But now, obviously, Paint Yada has finally finished with the globules. It's about damn time. Man, does this level get slow-paced. I cannot seem to stop belly aching about Fizzland in the Fizzland level, in the Fizzland episode, I should say. Funny how I bellyache about Fizzland in the same episode where I've announced that there's going to be an award given to the best level in this game. I wonder what the last level would be that I would personally give that award. But you know what? My opinion doesn't matter because that is going to be a viewer-based vote for which level is the best level in Imaginators. Now, Buckshot does have one ability that can pull enemies away from him, very useful when he does want to get hit, and it's even more useful that that enemy gone on ahead and committed Sudoku in the middle of the stage there. Very useful, that indeed. There's also one thing useful about Bad Juju's death is that this air section is about to come up for the villains after Dr. Crankcase needlessly fights those enemies, mind you. Here, the air element pops up, but the villains have no one to switch to because Bad Juju is dead. So that lack of swapping animation is giving them a slight advantage there. In fact, because they didn't have to switch out for Swashbuckler Shrine either, that means that there are far less switch outs for the villains to have to have worried about in this episode, which seems to be a common occurrence for the villains. No wonder why they're several minutes ahead. They've had far less summons than the Senseis to deal with. Now, Buckshot is once again really taking his time with this enemy, because he sucks at fighting them, no other reason. But finally he's down and Buckshot can tackle the Battle Gong. But Tycoon Crow in the meanwhile is going to have the night, not even the night, the Ninja Doomlander to deal with. Luckily though, that's what we have the Big Bird for. Tycoon Crow's soldier really coming in clutch here, but he did take some damage, and we've got to be very careful with Tycoon Crow because one hit is pretty much death with his health bar, or shall I say, the lack thereof when it comes to his health bar. 600 health for a Sensei at level 20 is minimal at best, and so that's the only bad thing about Tycoon Crow, for lack of a health bar he possesses. Buckshot doesn't have a particularly good health bar either, so the fact that they made him weaker and gave him less health is not a good offset balance whatsoever. And already Buckshot is down at 62, so we're going to have to see if he can clutch out this section, because if he would, that would be legendary, and it would be a good, it would be a step in the right direction for his MVP honours that you could potentially vote him for. But here he goes, defeating his enemies slowly but surely, the key word here being on slow. Meanwhile, Tycoon Crow is already at the final phase of the Ninja Doomlander boss fight. Boy, is he absolutely obliterating this guy. Though he's at 287 health, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but that is literally more than half of Tycoon Crow's health bar. So here he goes with more of his Fire Ninja Stars. And Buckshot is almost making way to the end of Battle Gong here, whilst Tycoon Crow already has defeated Doomlander. Yeah, the Sensei's taking this one from the back. That is an understatement. They are all the way in the back. They have the entire field to get through in 3 laps. And that, my friends, is my Cars 3 reference of the day. I have no idea why I reference Cars so much in this series, but here we are. This might as well be known as a Cars subsidiary, or however the word goes. Point is, the subgenre of this series is Cars. Who even knew Cars could be its own subgenre? But here we are with me rambling on, and I'm not the only one. Pop Fizz is also rambling on, and Tycoon Crow, he doesn't really seem to be all that fussed by it. It's party time for the villains as they get to relish in their victory over the Senseis this episode, because boy, did they absolutely obliterate them. They got through the level way quicker, and they haven't even came close to death yet. Buckshot at 62 health, but the main thing is that it doesn't matter if Buckshot had 1000 health or 1 piece of health. Having health still means that your Skylander is not defeated whatsoever, and it means Buckshot gets to live on for another day, and the Sensei cast gets to remain at 10 players. Wow, that was one hell of a clutch from Buckshot. When I was playing through it, I honestly thought that this was going to be the end of Buckshot, and after having wasted time that I knew the villains were going to make up for, I felt as though this was going to be a massive failure on the Sensei's behalf. But it would appear as though the Senseis could have had it worse. They could have lost Buckshot, but he clutched it out in the end. So I suppose that does pay Buckshot well in anticipation for the MVP award of the Senseis. Now the villains are just absolutely blazing it through with their respective villain vault. Their chests collected at the end of this is going to be enormous, nearing that of the 100 marker actually. So it's going to be interesting to see how many chests each team have collected at the very end of this. And I'm going to be extremely disappointed if it's the exact same number for one. Buckshot is going back to make sure he didn't accidentally miss any of the Imaginite chests, but he seems to have been successful on his job, whereas now we get to switch back to Chain Reaction, who only got merely but a cameo previously, because the tech element is stronger here. Boy, do I wish the tech element was stronger down there in the little combat section, so then we could have switched from Buckshot back to Chain Reaction again, because Chain Reaction, whilst not being the greatest gameplay-wise, he is still better than Buckshot's gameplay, but saying that a character has better gameplay than Buckshot isn't really saying much. It's a very low bar to surpass. And the Senseis are making the same mistake as the villains here. The villains, whom have already finished, by the way, 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds is where their timer is concluding in this episode. Meanwhile, the Senseis now have to switch out for Airstrike after Chain Reaction needlessly defeated those enemies. He didn't need to do that, yet he gone out of his way to do it anyway. That was one of those mistakes that I made that I didn't correct upon when I did the villains playthrough second. So the fact that I didn't learn from that mistake was the biggest mistake of it all. There goes Airstrike bouncing on the drums. I have no idea why they use drums as bounce pads in this part of the level, but you know what? Developers going to be developers, right? They're going to do what they're going to do. It's as they say, a developer's going to do what a developer's going to do. So here comes Starcast to finish off the level for the Senseis, as he is the Ninja Sensei, and this is the Ninja Doomlander. Ninja Senseis fight Ninja Doomlander. It's as simple as that. And luckily for Starcast, he has a very particularly helpful move with his tertiary, where he can turn invisible, create a shadow clone, and then that shadow clone deals damage of its own. And it helps these projectiles are dealing a lot of very quick damage. The projectiles also hone back into the enemy, where already Starcast is on the second phase. I give Starcast a lot of slack, but it would appear that he's more effective at fighting this Doomlander than what Tycoon Crow is. That is a statement that I never thought I would say, and yet here we are. If Starcast gets through this unscathed, then he is going to be in this series for the long haul, because the Dark Element doesn't really appear very much in the game after this point. I believe it does have a pretty big prevalence in Chaos's lair, but outside of that, I don't think it appears in any of the levels, and if it does, it's minimal at best, especially since Golden Arcade, the level we're doing next episode, has very little switch outs to worry about, period. There is the tech element, there is the light element, and then there is the Smash Doomlander, and that is it. So if the Senseis are successful, it means that they get to switch out for Legendary Tri-Tip, also the Smasher for the Sensei class, during the light segment. So Senseis are only going to have 2 representatives next episode if they play their cards right. You have to wait and see how that turns out, but for now, Starcast is already on this final phase of Ninja Doomlander. The fact that he turns invisible makes it so this Doomlander fool isn't even attacking him half of the time, and that's very efficient in terms of dealing damage to the Doomlander without being damaged himself. And just like that, Starcast has finished the fight. So we got to sit through all these cutscenes all over again and get to the villain vault so that these Senseis can finally stop their timer. They're already 3 minutes behind, and they have another 2 minutes to worry about with cutscenes and loading screens. You know, the best part of the game, because everyone knows that when you buy a video game, who actually wants to play the video game, right? You'd way rather just sit around watching loading screens and watching cutscenes all day. It's not like that's what you have films and television shows for. Nah, why would you watch stuff in a game instead when you can... Well, why would you play stuff when you can watch stuff instead? I have a video game. I don't even want to play my video game. I want to instead watch my video game. I say that whilst being a huge fan of Telltale games, and those games are known for their television-like structure. At the end of the day, they release in episodes, and they have very little interaction. You make choices as the cinematics play out before you. So as a fan of Telltale games, I really cannot bellyache too much about not being able to play the video game. But still though, Imaginators on PlayStation 4 is an expensive video game. I would like to play my video game now. And luckily, all of these cutscenes are finally over. I can finally get back to actually playing the video game. So Starcast here, he's got to kind of carefully sift through these Imaginite chests to make sure he doesn't accidentally open up any of the villains' chests, because unfortunately chests carry over between profiles, and given that the villains were recorded second, I needed those chests left behind for when the villains came through and opened them up from their respective villain vault. Here, for Senseis are completing the set, the last thing they need, because that's going to be a bigger waste of time. But after we carefully sifted through them, that first treasure chest obviously came from the Creation Clash game, and these are treasure chests coming from Sky Fortress as well as the level they just beat, which is why the Creation Clash was the kicking off chest in this vault, because the Creation Clash game was the first thing the Senseis completed during their run through of the Sky Fortress level. Now, we're slowly but surely making our way to the end. We just got to continue mashing that X button until we get to the end, where we have the Queen Torso. Here comes another one. Now, in the next episode, we get to beat Baron von Shellshock at Creation Clash. In fact, we get to beat a bunch of people at Creation Clash. A bunch of people who are not very good at Creation Clash, mind you, including one called a Loose Cannon, the same name as a Transformers Prime episode, funny enough. But we're preparing to wind things down now. There's only 2 more chests left for the Senseis, which means that their timer is going to stop 5 minutes after the villains. They have a lot of work to do to catch up on all that lost time. But that being said and done, this episode has finally come to an end. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. We're going to be kicking off this episode back to the traditional stance where the timer begins the immediate moment of the Skylanders summoning, so naturally that gives Chain Reaction an immediate disadvantage given how much longer his animations are compared to that of Dr. Crankcase. And we're starting off this episode with the 2 tech characters because we're tackling the Golden Arcade after a massive critique of Fizzland occurred in the previous episode. So naturally, with us heading out for the Golden Arcade, the tech characters are going to be placed with Portal first because their element pops up first for that very same corresponding level. Now already Dr. Crankcase is speaking with Baron von Shellshock, so the villains are off to an immediate advantage when it comes to the speedrun objectives. Very important for them to maintain the speed and momentum they have over the Senseis at the moment, because in the previous episode not only did we critique Fizzland, but the Senseis also went out of their way to complete unnecessary tasks for the level's completion, and so naturally they lost a bunch of time compared to the villains through that foolish endeavour of theirs. But you know, for the villains this time around, continuing with the smarts as Airstrike does a double take on these stones right now. But now the villains have left themselves in a rather precarious situation because Pit Boss can take their final stone no matter what, leading to a loss, which means that all of that momentum and all of that time the villains have gained has now been thrown away at the start of a very easy Creation Clash game. The Senseis have proven that with a victory 6-3. So this is not a good start for the villains, and this is exactly what the Senseis were hoping for, as they try to recuperate all of that lost time based on their failures at Fizzland, mind you. They're exiting the card track now, and whilst we wait for not only for Creation Clash to be victorious on behalf of the villains, but we also need to wait on loading screens and cutscenes. So I want to obviously acknowledge the fact that this is coming out on a Saturday rather than a Tuesday. Life has really gotten in the way this past week, but we are here uploading this episode right after my live stream for the previous episode of Telltale's Walking Dead, mind you, a stream which was delayed, much like how this video coming out was delayed. But the second thing I wanted to talk about was how I would make an improvement upon this series. Going back, there is one thing I would change, and that would be the villain cast. I would also make the UI a little bit less clustered, perhaps, but as it stands at the moment, I do think this has been a fine series, one that's been really fun to record, even if it does mean tackling the same level twice in a row. That it was the same case here with the Golden Temple, or the Golden Arcade even. I don't know where I got the words temple from. That's the level for the next episode, so we'll be worrying about that in a future episode. But enough of absolutely peeking the mic. I also wanted to talk about villain cast in the fact that the Senseis are a rather peculiar bunch, because I wanted a varied lot that I don't usually utilise, because I've done Sensei locks on my channel before, but this is a very different cast compared to what I've used before. I've also done villain locks on the channel before, and so I think what would have made this particular villain cast a lot more unique, just like the Sensei cast, is if we had Chaos in place of Hoodsicle, so Chaos representing the dark elements. And then, now the Senseis aren't the only one with a mismatch, disadvantage, you could go as far to say. I was almost about to say misadvantage then, which I'm not certain is a word. Now already Chain Reaction has beaten up Bad Bouncer. This is what Bouncer looks like as a villain rather than a heroic giant, mind you. Very interesting design for a enemy, not a particularly creative, well, it's creative, but it's also lazy as it feels familiar. But getting back on task here, if Chaos was represent the dark element, it would mean that he wouldn't get the elemental buff, similar to how Tritube doesn't get the light elemental buff. So now at least there'll be one representative of either cast that both don't get the elemental buff. That would have really even things out a little bit on the playing field. And then not to mention the final Chaos boss fight is where the Sentinel Doomlanders are brought out. You know, you fight for Sentinel Doomlander for the first time alongside Chaos as he brings out a plethora of all of his different Doomlanders. So naturally, tackling that fight will be Barbella on behalf of the Sensei, so long as she makes it that far. She has done in the past when I've done Sensei locks in the past, as I was alluding to earlier. Chain reaction is already shooting down balloons, whereas the villains, as you can tell, have that 2-second deficit. They've only just defeated the Bad Bouncer. But as I continue with my ramblings on about these casts, when it comes to Chaos, he would be fighting himself, because he would be the Sentinel representative, replacing Hoodsicle, so he'd be the Dark Element as well as the person fighting himself for the Sentinel Doomlander, because as we already know, we must fight a Doomlander with the Skanda of the corresponding battle class. So in the Sensei's case, that will be Barbella. In the villain's case even, that's going to be Hoodsicle, again, so long as he survives that far. I have no doubt he shall, though, given how overpowered that character is. But even then, Chaos replacing Hoodsicle on the cast would have meant that Chaos would have been fighting himself. He would have been a Sentinel representative as well as a Dark representative, so sure, he wouldn't have got any of those buffs. But then, the villain cast would know a bit like what it feels like to be Legendary Tri-Tip and not get the Light buff when he's in Light Elemental zones, and that's going to be particularly tough for the Abandoned Amusement Park, because we all know the light section that takes place in that level, it is going to be a literal nightmare. We're just looking at with one difficulty down, because that section on Nightmare really does define Skylanders Imaginators Nightmare mode. It's arguably the hardest fight in the game. I would personally make the case that it is the hardest part of the game, besides for the Quickshot Doomlander, which concludes that their level, but I think I'm getting ahead of myself. It's quite clear at this point that I'm hyping up for the rest of the series, because the gameplay has been finished. I've just taken a while to get around to the post-commentary of this particular episode, which is why it's coming out here on Saturday after the Telltale Walking Dead stream, rather than it coming out on the originally proposed Tuesday release date. But that being said, for Creation Clasher, I wonder how many brain cells it took to come up with that name, but he has been defeated by none other than a chain reaction, whilst the villains are barely on their second stone placement. But Crash Bandicoot at the bottom middle right there is the best possible position for him, given that he has the best defense there with 2 blades on all of his sides. Tycoon Crow, that was a very foolish placement, because now no matter what stone we play, we will take it. So the villains have won 6-3, the same ratio that the Senseis had upon Baron von Shell Shock, but the Senseis are just doing better with these Creation Clash games, because they defeated Creation Clasher with a better ratio as well. And they even completed the Snail Challenge already, so Dr. Crankcase just needs to take his time completing that Snail Challenge. We've got to make sure that even though we aren't going for collectibles in this level, it's useless going for collectibles or even all areas found, because there's an area locked behind a glider wing, which obviously you don't unlock until the end of Dragon Temple, a level I almost name-dropped earlier by accident. Apparently we've got the Golden Temple, which I think might be a Supercharger track actually. I can't remember the name of it specifically. That came with a Sea Racing trophy. But we're going to be completing Snail Challenges, and we're still going to be completing Troll Radios, not for the sake of the collectibles bonus, but because it adds a chest to the vault. You can see that on the villain's perspective now, the chest having been added to the vault. It's the same reason why we do the egg rescue mini-games here in the noob testing, where Dr. Crankcase, all of that time spent heading toward the egg rescue machine, has been wasted, because Sal just really had to interject right there, and now already Chain Reaction is shooting targets to lower platforms, whilst the egg rescue game is being tackled, and it's being purely tackled for the sake of the Imaginite chest. There is literally no reason to tackle it. It's not for a collectibles bonus, it doesn't add any of the areas found. The point is, in this level, it's long enough, and I guarantee that Skylanders are going to die, and all areas cannot be found anyway, so going for all 3-star objectives would just be an absolute waste of time. Both of these casts are better off just trying to blaze through this level as quickly as possible in order to minimize their time, as I shall say. The villains have already lost enough time, so the last thing they need to do is going out of their way for the sake of collectibles. And the villains are playing through this the first time. You can tell that Chain Reaction's lines are a little bit more refined, and he's even using his combo ability, which I completely forgot about until recording their portion of this episode. I forgot that you could dash forward and gain that sudden burst of speed. That would have been particularly useful in Chain Reaction's previous appearances, mind you. Chain Reaction almost messed up that grind challenge there, and that's one thing he cannot do, because for Senseis, they really need all of these Imaginite chests they can get, especially now that they've caught back up to villains with the utilization of the additional level star completion in Sky Fortress, as well as the Swashbuckler Shrine in Chapter 6, Fizzland. So, literally, the only disadvantage for Senseis right at the moment is the timer. If they can blaze through the next few levels and maintain the strong cast that they currently have, then the Senseis might even be in league to win this thing, which was not something I was suspecting going into this series. I thought the villains were going to absolutely run away with it, with the Sensei's only advantage being the speedrun objective, but so far that's not turned out to be true, but that's because in Fizzland they have a disadvantage going first, and me, whilst recording their section, not knowing that you didn't need to do stuff that I did, and then the villains went through and didn't do all that stuff and garnered the time advantage as a result. This time the villains are going through it first, they're taking less efficient lines and they're losing creation clash games. That's just the lack of preparedness on the villains' behalf. But now the Senseis get to switch out for Legendary Tri-Tip, and if Legendary Tri-Tip by some miracle gets through this section completely unscathed, then he gets to play through the rest of the level from here on out, because he is also the Smash representative of Senseis, as well as the Light representative, so that means he will be fighting the Smasher Doomlander. But unfortunately, Smasher Doomlanders and Fire Spellpunks in 2D are not a good mix for our characters here. But speaking of light characters, we get to switch out for Blastatron on behalf of the villain cast right after Sal's cutscene, and Boom Bloom is getting buffed up by the ninja spot in the middle there. We're not going to bother with the Sensei Shrine here, the Bazooka Shrine, especially since these characters literally only just switched out, so switching back again would feel like such a waste, and again, these characters really want to keep that timer to a minimum, and doing switch outs is a good 10-second time waste. Why do you think in speedruns people very irregularly swap Skylanders, if they even swap Skylanders at all? So here goes the villains. So far it doesn't seem so their game is being as efficient as the Senseis, but it doesn't matter how efficient your game is. What matters is that you win in the end. It doesn't matter if you win by one stone or by several, winning is still winning. So there we go, we're going to put Painyard in the bottom right hand corner. Let's see if he can survive a Smasher Doomlander, because he's definitely potentially on the chopping block for this episode if he fails the Smasher Doomlander, which is a task almost always guaranteed, it feels like. The Smasher Doomlander is a really tough fight, I cannot emphasize this enough. A 2D plane with fire spellpunks is not a good mix. Luckily, this Doomlander isn't as hard as the Quickshot, so I suppose how well our characters do here will be an indication of what's to come. But at least with the Quickshot Doomlander fight, I can fight against them as Quickshot Skylanders, those representatives being Tidepool and Dr. Crankcase, and those characters have range. Tri-Tip and Painyard have to get up close and personal. Plus, they have really big and bulky hitboxes. They are designed to be easily hit, which is why they have larger health bars. Now, Blastatron is finally completing the puzzle on the bottom level here, whilst Tri-Tip is already grabbing the TNT crate. He is absolutely blazing through this level despite his lack of speed. Blastatron is slowly but surely catching up with a much quicker movement speed, I shall say, even with this along the way. I have no idea where that came from. I suppose I was just impersonating Pit Boss for no good reason whatsoever. But here goes Tri-Tip with over 1,100 health. When I said earlier that he is a tank that is designed to take hits, this is what I meant. And he baseball swings and knocks the enemy out of the park. And by out of the park, I mean out of existence entirely, because that enemy is dead. But enough of emphasizing the whole dead part of that dead enemy here. Tri-Tip is almost at the next combat section already, grabbing that experience orb that he doesn't even need. He's at level 20, that's just kind of a flex right now. Meanwhile, Blastatron is now only just picking up the TNT for himself. He has a lot of catching up to do, even though, like I said earlier, this is actually a massive catch-up on behalf of the villains. Blastatron is getting through this a lot more quickly than what Tri-Tip was earlier. But now here comes Tri-Tip charging into combat, quite literally too, but luckily he hits hard. These enemies are being defeated very, very quickly. At the end of the day, Blastatron certainly is more efficient in combat. He avoids attacks a whole lot more easily, but he doesn't stack damage as quickly as Tri-Tip does, it seems. Tri-Tip is very good at defeating enemies quickly, but it does usually come at the expense of his own health, because he has to kind of tank those hits in order to continue with a damage in momentum. So Tri-Tip is clearly doing very well defeating these enemies very, very quickly, but Blastatron will play things probably more strategically and therefore lose all of the time he has been gaining on Tri-Tip. But now let's continue smashing and bashing. I love the animation that Legendary Tri-Tip goes through with his front flip. You can imagine how brutal that mace would be taken to the face if you're being smashed by a front flipping Triceratops. That's definitely not something that I would want to be on the receiving end of. There goes Blastatron, and exactly as suspected, Blastatron is defeating these enemies with ease. He's not getting hit whatsoever besides that bad bouncer. But you know what? That was an intentional hit. That was all part of a plan. If he didn't get hit right there, then the villains would be doomed. They'd be screwed. They'd lose all of their remaining survivors to the Smash Doomlander. Trust me, that hit was necessary. That being said, he's eventually gotten rid of that bad bounce and picked up some food, and now we have even more enemies for him to defeat. I suppose I might have to take back what I said earlier. Blastatron is getting through these enemies very, very quickly, stacking damage very, very quickly. It's almost, if not the exact same as Tri-Tip's time defeating all those enemies, but Blastatron cannot be the same exact time. He needs to be quicker, given that they have a disadvantage from losing that Creation Clash game at the start of the level. So now the Senseis are several seconds ahead. Not the 6 seconds they have to catch up though, so they still have work to do in future episodes if they want that timer objective. But here comes Tri-Tip. Let's see if he can get through the Smash fight unscathed. Luckily for Smash Doomlander on the first few phases is very incredibly easy to dodge so long as you jump over his attack, so his attack is directioned away from you. Because luckily, unlike stupid rat hitboxes, the Smash Doomlander does not hit you before the hit lands, and jumping over top of him, where the hitbox is nowhere near you, also results in you not being hit. It's not like the rats, where they hit you from the other side of a stage, and then before their attack and animation even finishes, you've been dealt damage to. Luckily for Tri-Tip, that is not the situation. And Tri-Tip stacking damage, like I said earlier, he is an absolute unit when it comes to dealing damage very, very quickly, because he has his geysers in the ground, spewing rocks, and then they're dealing damage whilst he continues with either his melee combo or his baseball swing, which deals 3 times as much damage as his regular swings does. But then with his front flip, he's also dealing 300 damage. As you can tell, it stacks up very, very quickly, and already the Smash Doomlander, what's the Smoosher Doomlander? But the Smash Doomlander on behalf of the Senseis is already at half health. Tri-Tip went into this with such a huge disadvantage though. Painada, as you can tell, is clearly at full health because he's just been spawned in for the first time, but he's not actually doing this as quickly as Tri-Tip, it feels like. But he does have a powerful slot charged up, so now he's going to destroy all of that and apparently deal no damage whatsoever. The hitboxes for Painada are really drank, which is why it's no wonder that he's not even on the next phase yet. Meanwhile, Tri-Tip now has to deal with fire spell punks in 2D. Best of luck to Tri-Tip, for he is going to need it. Luckily though, if he plays this safe, even with only 600 health remaining, he could be dealing some good bulk of damage here. The more damage that's dealt to the Doomlander, the better, because then obviously whatever Sensei I switch out for next, they can deal with less health and get the Smash Doomlander off screen sooner, and then they can go into the Battle Gong, hopefully with more health, because you must remember that even if Tri-Tip does make it through to Smash Doomlander fight, he's not going to be out of the woods after that, because he still has a Battle Gong to have to deal with, and that is something, a task, shall you say, easier said than done. He's going to charge straight for him. We're going to class that as a miss-input, but what does it matter, because I was not expecting that. I even peeped the microphone of my reaction, because Tri-Tip, against all odds, whilst Painada is only now entering the second phase of the Smash Doomlander fight, Tri-Tip has single-handedly took down the Smash Doomlander and those pesky fire spellpunks. That is revenge for every single time I've been defeated by a fire spellpunk in any sort of series, whether it's an Imaginators Soul Seeker series or a Locke series. It doesn't matter. That is my revenge, and it is sweet and glorious. Legendary Tri-Tip. Now he just needs to get through Battle Gong, and after having single-handedly got through a Smash Doomlander with almost as much health as he went into it, I have faith in his character, especially since there's a nice chunk of popcorn at the end there, but he's going to charge away from it. Bit too eager to get into combat there. Let's hope that doesn't cost him, but he's grabbed the popcorn. He's at 530 health, but Painada has been defeated. that is rough. Pinata went into this fight with so much more of an advantage than Tri-Tip, but he wasn't able to stick it out. So we're going to switch to Tycoon Crow instead, because if there's any way of defeating fire spellpunks in 2D, it's with a fire ninja of your own. Fight fire with fire and all that. So already, Tycoon Crow has taken down the Smash Doomlander far more efficiently than what Pinata could ever dream of. And plus, Tycoon Crow really did prove himself in the previous episode, so it's only right to use him again here. But Tri-Tip has to be very careful of that bad bouncer. If he takes a hit from his charge, then he will be defeated, which is probably why he aborted his own charge right there. He wants to make sure he has the space and momentum in order to move out of the way of that bad bouncer where it's necessary. And his baseball swing isn't quite the final defeated move I bet Tri-Tip hoped it would be, but now he's just got to be very cautious, especially since the bad bouncer was temporarily off screen for a moment there, but that combo did him in, and just like that, legendary Tri-Tip has clutched out the entirety of the second half of this level. The villains have had 2 losses already, whereas the Senseis stacked up have not had a single loss as of just yet. They have an advantage in every area except for the speedrun objective. So we're going to see how Dragon Temple in the next episode really riles it up. But for now, we need to wait things out. Tycoon Crow has to finish defeating this Doomlander. Then he still needs to get through the Battle Gong, and he's already down to 300 health. There's a problem Tycoon Crow for you. The character is really overpowered, but only 600 health to boot is not nearly enough for the high difficulties where some enemies are going to deal that much damage in a single hit. But none of that matters because Tycoon Crow has defeated the Doomlander, just as Tri-Tip is taking out all of the locks on the vault over here. He's not missed a single lock, it seems like. That would be a true statement right there. So he has maximized his time in opening up that vault. He hasn't wasted any time. He has been a tried and true MVP throughout this series. I would even say that his single-handed clutch of the Smash Doomlander is one of the greatest moments of this series thus far, right in line with Airstrike's legendary platforming skills in level 1. You never know, those couple of seconds Airstrike saved could be the difference between the Sensei's winning or losing that speedrun objective. But speaking of winning and losing, we got to hope that Tycoon Crow does not lose this Battle Gong, because the last thing the villains need is another loss. They're already down 8 to 10. So in the next episode, they have to work really hard to even it out. And Dragon Temple is a pain because there's a magic elemental zone. So Pinata would usually have a large portion of the level to tackle. Or Bad Juju, because the air and magic elements pop up before the Doomlander. The Doomlander is the boasting of Doomlander. But you know what pops up before air or magic? Undead. That basically means that when that undead section pops up, Wolfgang needs to single-handedly clutch out the entire level from that point forward. Wolfgang has one hell of a difficult odyssey ahead of him, so we'll see how that shapes out. But for now, Tycoon Crow is finally bested for Battle Gong, I should go as far to saying. He's acquiring his Imaginite chest, very useful, because we got to make sure that those counters are kept on top of. So now, here goes the Senseis opening up from the villain vault, whereas Tycoon Crow still needs to go through and break all those locks just yet. Again, it's not a 6-second deficit, but it's definitely a victory the Sensei shall cherish. They really needed this victory over the villains, and might I say that the villains, they very rarely fail, but when they do fail, they fail spectacularly. So far, the only bad episodes they've had are episode 4 and episode 7. They're the only ones where they've been at a deficit compared to Senseis, as well as episode 1, because so much of that was Graveclobber slowly trekking through the level, and Graveclobber compared to the speed of Airstrike is no comparison. So apart from the very first episode, episode 4 and episode 7, where the only cases of the villains failing spectacularly, boy, they did not just fail, they did so in spectacular fashion. So let's just hope the villains don't fail again, and if they do fail, let's hope they don't fail to this kind of scale. But the Senseis have already paused their timer at 2 hours and 36 minutes? Yes, that would be right. 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 37 seconds. So luckily the villains, like I say, by the time they're done with this cutscene and opening up for Imaginite Vault, all of that good stuff, yada yada yada, by the time all that's said and done with, I guarantee it won't be a 6-second loss but they still bring themselves ever so closer to that Sensei timer, and that's the last thing they want to do. They don't want to lose Creation Clash games in the future. They don't want to lose more fighters in the future. So as you can see, the villains would have got no lives lost, and they failed all areas found. If the Senseis could have accessed that area from the glider, then they would have got another objective, and then they would have been an Imaginite chest ahead of ability to kill, as far to say. Now, the objective is to travel on Sharkfin's boat, but Tycoon Quo isn't going to be doing that just yet now, is he? So let's pop open the Imaginite vault, because these villains have these Imaginite chests to get through, and then, and only then, will they be ready to stop their timer and conclude the episode where it stands. On even playing field, except for the villains having a smaller cast, but also a lower timer. So this truly is anybody's game. This Versus is shaping up to be rather interesting, and might I say rather exciting. Legendary Tri-Tip single-handedly clutching out for Smash and Doomlander. That was one thing I was not expecting. That is tough, and yet Tri-Tip got on ahead and did it anyway. He didn't care about what we thought was possible. But that being said, the villain's timer is coming to an end now that the villain thought was said and done with, so that means this episode is also coming to an end. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. Today, we're obviously going to be tackling Dragon Temple for the 8th episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus, an episode that is coming right hot off the tail of an absolute failure of cosmic proportions, because we're talking even about the villains having both lost Pinata, lost time, as well from their failure at Creation Clash. The villains very rarely fail, but when they do it spectacularly. So let's see if they can approach some sort of comeback going into Dragon Temple, where Wolfgang is going to have to deal with a grand majority of what the level throws at you, because there is an elemental switch before the magic and air elemental areas of the level, that being for the undead element, and Wolfgang is also a bowslinger, having to face the bowslinger Doomlander. So all the way from that undead section, Wolfgang from there is going to have to play through the entire level from that point. But that being said, already it seems as though the villains are catching up on all that time they lost over in the Golden Arcade, even with Ambush being able to dash. Chompy Mage entered the level slightly sooner than what Ambush did, so he's maintaining his forward momentum moving forward, as if he can actually push the block with any sort of success. And Ambush has now pushed the final block into place, so it seems as though combat is approaching both of these characters, and Ambush is getting rid of these enemies very, very quickly, but he has to be very cautious given how close ranged he is, and enemies, like the sheep, love to hit you not once, but 60 times, so long as they are close by, and having to gauge enemies up close and personal means that the sheep are very likely to hit Ambush. But luckily for him, he has his sword swings to deal with them quite quickly, so even as they get close to him, they are being defeated before they have any chance at hitting him. Whereas Chompy Mage is doing a much better job keeping his distance. When he needs to go in and deal damage, he has this dash attack, and then for his other attacks, he can stack damage up using his bazooka abilities. And his second ability has no cooldown and a huge amount of knockback. It is absolutely busted. He even has a charge ability, which I literally only just remembered about in that their second of the gameplay. So he's going to be using that to create like little pellets at the middle of the enemy crowds and push them all back all at once. Chompy Mage is efficient in combat, and the fact that he just simply does not get hit. You can see this right now. As soon as enemies get close by, he uses his secondary attack or his charge attack, and either way, it ensures that enemies are knocked back, and it keeps things neck and neck between the villains and the senseis here, because now the barbarians have spawned in, but Ambush's health is looking critical. One more hit by these barbarians, and he is as good as finished. Not that he deserved that first hit from a barbarian, because he was behind him, so you wouldn't expect that hitbox to connect, but, you know, these are the sheep enemies. What more do you expect from them? But already, Chompy Mage has grabbed the chest, and he's making his way towards the first split decision path of the Dragon Temple, right as Ambush has only just collected the chest, mind you, so now the senseis have a lot of catch up to do, but Ambush is able to dash very quickly onto those bounce pads right there. Now Spyro has himself a major long-ass monologue, which is definitely not my favourite part to a level. There are very few favourite parts I have of this level, because this level just doesn't represent a lot of my favourite stuff from Imaginators. Now, the villains are going to go with the water pathway, because why not? It's not exactly like Graveclobber is any quicker than Tiger Crow. Both of the villains are particularly slow, whereas the Senseis are better off going with the fire, as Ambush dashes straight into it, because Flarewolf is a very efficient and speedy character, as he can dash straight through the stage. Graveclobber seems to be struggling with pushing these blocks. I don't know what it is with this level and the push block animations failing. I suppose it's all just a glitchy mess, but that's no surprise coming from one of the latter Skylanders games. This final trilogy seems to be a lot more glitchy than the original trilogy they made for Spyro's Adventure, Giants, and Swap Force trilogy, that is. Now, Flarewolf is already almost done with the water segment, whereas Graveclobber seems as though he's miles behind. In fact, now Flarewolf has already approached the bridge sequence, whereas Graveclobber continues pushing blocks into place. So now the villains are losing a lot of time, purely because they chose to experiment with taking the alternate path. This decision is really coming back to bite him thus far. But hey, at least Graveclobber can do himself a favour and push back that bounce pad. But it's very difficult to actually see the arrows for where to push these blocks when the bounce pads are also the same colour as the directions in which you can push the block. The constant blues are rather irritating all around. But already Pit Boss is approaching the undead section of Dragon Temple, where the bounce pads don't seem to be working in his favour, and he has lost a lot of time to that. And due to the fact that Wolfgang is a much quicker villain, and he won't need to switch out when magic pops up because Painada was defeated in the previous episode, that means that the villains have the opportunity to make up for some lost time with the reliance on Wolfgang's dash attack and the fact that Pit Boss just wasted time with a platforming segment. So if Wolfgang can come through things much more successfully, hopefully from the experience, because the Sensei has played through this level for the first time this time around, so with that knowledge in the back of his mind, perhaps Wolfgang cannot make the same platform mistakes. But Pit Boss has already collected all of the Imaginite chunks from the Imaginite chest. But speaking of not making that same mistake, Wolfgang is now making his way slowly but surely to the top. Unfortunately, you've got to be patient with these floating islands in the sky that apparently floating islands can be weighed down by blocks that apparently weigh much less than the Skylanders themselves. I mean, that makes sense. Massive blocks in real life weigh more than humans, generally speaking. But what doesn't make sense is the fact that a massive floating island in the sky can be weighed down in the first place. Then again, Skylanders does do one thing during development, and that is take all physics and realism and immediately throw it out the window. What we're not throwing out the window, however, is that their Imaginite chest, because the villains are going to need that. They got to keep up their lead with the Imaginite chest collected, because what I didn't realise in the previous episode is that the villains actually have the advantage. They are one Imaginite chest up at the moment. They're just down in terms of their cast, so they really need to get through this level relatively unscathed. It's almost a guarantee that Buckshot isn't going to be getting through this level alive, because even if he gets past this Battle Gong sequence, he still needs to defeat the Bowslinger Doomlander, which is a task easier said than done, especially for a character more on the weaker side like Buckshot himself. He doesn't quite have penetrating lasers that go through the pedestals unlike Robo. I really wish I could have had both Chain Reaction and Robo in this series. That would have been really cool, but obviously that was clearly asking for too much. I think it's already pushing it, turning Legendary Tri-Tip into a smasher, a light smasher of all things. But yeah, Wolfgang is absolutely stacking up this damage right now. You can clearly see who the more efficient Bowslinger is, because already Wolfgang, having been several seconds behind, has caught up to where Buckshot was in combat, because he's able to target these enemies and deal massive chunks of damage to literally everything in front of him all at once. His speakers can deal damage to one enemy whilst he uses his arrows for another. He got very lucky not to get hit by the swing of that Barbarian right now. But as you can tell, those speakers, even when the enemies are behind them, they're still taking damage to them. I suppose the hitbox for Wolfgang's speakers are as janky as the hitboxes for those Barbarians, but getting revenge on these freaking sheep hitboxes that I hate them. I hate them so much! But enough of peeking for Mike. It looks, well, it doesn't look like anything. It would seem as though Wolfgang has made it to the gong battle. So let's be setting up some speakers. And once again, because there's two enemies and all of those directions are being hit all at once. And whenever an enemy gets close to Wolfgang, well, that was the enemy's first mistake, getting close to Wolfgang, because it means that he can use his charged up bow and strike down everything around him, knocking it back. But speaking of getting knocked back, the Sensei cast has been knocked down a peg because Buckshot, to no one's surprise, has been taken out by none other than a bullshit hitbox. The attack that defeated him certainly shouldn't have landed. It wasn't even in the same universe, that hitbox, as Buckshot, and yet the game classified it as a hit anyway. Luckily, this is what we have Airstrike for, who is not 4 times better than Buckshot. He is 4 times better than being 4 times better than Buckshot. He's at least 16 times more powerful. He's definitely 16 times quicker. And you're going to see that the proof shall be incarnate, as for visuals are representing just how beastly Airstrike truly is. Just look at these combinations right now. He is toying with these enemies. They do not stand a chance, and he is making that clear. He's launched them in the air, and then he's obviously continuing with brawling combos and special combos to draw in enemies into those combos so that now they cannot escape his grip. He's just constantly attacking them back and forth. But now, that being said, the villains, Wolfgang, representing them, is getting through this bridge puzzle very, very quickly, because once again, the Senseis went for it first, and when Airstrike eventually gets around to that bridge puzzle, hopefully he won't have the same platforming issues as Wolfgang, but he's got to make sure he gets that pack of grapes, because he wants to go into this air section with as much health as possible. Which is also why the Senseis bothered switching out for Airstrike, because that means that when they get to the air section, they won't need to switch to Airstrike once again. And it's not exactly like how much health Airstrike has left is going to be a hindrance. He's one food item away from being fully healed up again, because he just absolutely obliterated that Battle Gong, taking almost no hits in the process. Now, Wolfgang is defeating everything in sight, because he can, as we've already established, he can fire off arrows in one direction and have his speakers dealing damage in another, or he can triple up on the damage by having his speakers and arrows fired all in the exact same direction as one another. But Airstrike we're going to see with this bridge puzzle here, because the Senseis went for it first. I completely forgot which bridge it was I needed to grab, and I wound up grabbing the wrong bridge, which means that Airstrike has to jump up, realise he has a wrong bridge, and then jump all the way back down again, put the wrong bridge back into place to pick up the correct bridge, and then hit the bounce pad once more. That is a time waste if I ever have seen it. But Wolfgang is doing nothing of the sort. He is absolutely obliterating enemies, to no one's surprise. I mean, much like Airstrike, when compared to Buckshot, he is 4 times better than being 4 times better than Buckshot. 16 times better, that's a lot of walls. 4th wall break inside 4th wall break, as Deadpool would put it. Because what do you know? This is a YouTube video. I'm doing post commentary for a YouTube video right now. Just had to go and break the 4th wall, didn't I? But now, Wolfgang is done with the air section, so he has a Battle Gong to reassemble, because they really had to reutilize the Supercharger's assets. In fact, this isn't just reutilizing the Supercharger's assets, this is reutilizing the exact same puzzle. They literally copy and pasted, but I couldn't blame them. You know, Superchargers, expensive game, a lot of money, resources went into that. Why the hell not reuse some of them? You know, save a little bit of cheddar. You never know where you might need that cheddar somewhere else in the development. But Airstrike is once again just absolutely toying with his enemies. He is outmaneuvering them, whilst also drawing them into a world of pain, whereas combinations don't give them any chance at hitting him. Any time the enemies think they have a chance at hitting him, Airstrike just kind of breaks their spirits by defeating them before they have the opportunity to do so, or being able to move out of the way because he's that quick. But speaking of being quick, Wolfgang is now tackling the Bowslinger Doomlander, and already he has reduced it by 1/8 of its health. Now, Wolfgang does have speakers which can be placed from behind a pedestal, so Wolfgang has the advantage of being able to hit the Doomlander whilst taking shelter behind those pedestals, and he is already on that second phase, whereas Airstrike still isn't done with these barbarians just yet, but he's got to take this slow and steady because he wants to go into that Bowslinger Doomlander with as much health as possible. Now that Buckshot was defeated midway through the level, it means that Airstrike now has to tackle the rest of the level in his place, because there is no longer a Bowslinger Sensei to take on the Bowslinger Doomlander. This challenge keeps on getting tougher and tougher for Senseis, especially now that the villains, if should Wolfgang get through this unscathed, have the potential of evening out the cast on each team, and Wolfgang has already got down to the final phase of a Bowslinger Doomlander, which is actually a major problem, because now it means that he has sheep to deal with, and we all know the awfulness of the sheep. These projectiles have absolutely rubbish hitboxes, and they slow you down, so you're vulnerable to all of the other attacks in the process. So now Wolfgang is going to have to be much more of an intense dodger. Like, dodging earlier was child's play compared to this. It was so incredibly easy to do it earlier, or at least easier than this. And now Wolfgang is down to 28 health with still an eighth of the Doomlander's health bar to deal with. This is going to be a tough conflict for Wolfgang, especially since these sheep are going to spawn in anytime now. And speaking of spawning in, Airstrike now has the Bowslinger Doomlander to have to deal with. Now, his secondary ability does actually reflect certain projectiles, so he might be able to use that to his advantage in this fight, but he's going into it with only 606 health. And given that he's a brawler, dealing melee damage to a projectile boss is a task easier said than done. So here goes Wolfgang having to take down all these sheep again. He's playing it slow and steady because he really needs to get through this unscathed in order to really hold all of the villains on his shoulders. Carry all the villains on his shoulders, I should say. But now, with all the sheep defeated, he can focus solely on the Bowslinger and watch out for all of these attacks. Never mind! He obviously needs to race to the corner of the stage as fast as possible, because those honing in arrows can still defeat him even after the Doomlander's defeat. But he avoids them and defeats the Doomlander with 28 health left. That means that the villains have got through this level without any lives having been lost. And since they have gained time on the Senseis also, it means that the villains are looking real fine, and the episode hasn't even come to an end yet. We do not know of Airstrike's fate, only that he's made it so far to the second phase of the Bowslinger Doomlander, and this is where I figured out in the gameplay that Airstrike can reflect these projectiles. So what I should be doing is not worrying about reflecting projectiles, but just avoiding the projectiles altogether, because it doesn't always work. Like there, for example! Airstrike is a very temperamental character. He does what he pleases, when he pleases it, and that can involve reflecting projectiles, apparently. So yeah, now Airstrike not doing what I was expecting him to do and being fiercely inconsistent has led to the need for Tide Pool. There have been 2 Sensei defeats in the exact same level, so in a single level, Wolfgang has managed to bring the villains back to the same state as the Senseis, but with a timer and Imaginite chest advantage. Yeah, the villains are looking good with 4 more episodes remaining after this one, because this is going to be a series with a dozen episodes. That's just a nice, well-rounded number. So the villains are dealing with this long-ass cutscene, and unfortunately, for those of you who hate this cutscene, which is basically anyone with eyes and ears because it's such a terrible cutscene, we're going to have to watch it twice. Luckily, you get my voice instead of listening to it, and, you know, I'm not exactly going to toot my own horn here. My voice isn't exactly nothing glorious. But it's better than this cutscene. Not that it is difficult to be better than this cutscene, and it's not particularly high praise. But so long as Wolfgang doesn't take damage here, he will get through this level unscathed. And I am extra certain that there is no way of taking damage in this section. But then again, if there ever was a Skylanders player bad enough to take damage in a section where it is impossible to take damage, it is me. I'm sure I would possibly be so bad to find a way to take damage in this completely damageless area. You know, you could kill yourself with Ghost Roaster, for example. That's one way to take damage in a unique manner, to where Ghost Roaster is the only character capable of doing that. Not even High Five can do it to himself, because even though he takes damage from his slam attack, whenever you get to low enough health, he no longer does the slam attack to deal any damage to himself. Obviously, the developers learnt from Ghost Roaster, where his self-inflicting damage had to have a cap, so he could no longer do the ability when his health was too low to lose. But now Wolfgang has finished the level, whereas Tidepool is in the exact same situation as Wolfgang was on the final phase with only 103 health to spare. And the sad part is that Typal is the second Sensei here. Airstrike has already opened, well, he's loosened the jar. Now he's just waiting for Typal to open it. And the last thing we need is a third Sensei defeat, being one to finally open up that pickle jar. I understand it's a very difficult pickle jar, especially when sheep enemies are involved. But still, this is excess right now. Losing Typal as well is not an option. So Typal is going to have to waste time on behalf of the Sensei's timer in order to, in other words, guarantee her safety. But here she goes. She's getting there slowly but surely, inking up the Doomlander. But the villain's timer is almost going to be coming to an end because, well, actually, it has come to an end as there is only one Imaginite chest to deal with in this level. All of the mini-games and stuff where you usually find yourself getting Imaginite chests, they're all down the brain path rather than the brawn path. But unfortunately, in Dragon Temple, both teams had to take the brawn path in order to defeat the Battle Gong. And defeating the Battle Gong as we're playing as Senseis for either of the teams is a necessity in order to get through the level at hand. It would be cheating otherwise, and we don't want no dirty, rotty, stinking cheaters up in here, because it's as they say, cheaters never truly win, do they? So Typal, now at 11 health, right when you thought she couldn't take any more damage, she went on ahead, took some more damage anyway, and apparently she's still fine. She's barely hanging in there. But she really needs to hurry up and defeat this Doomlander, because even after this, she has the longest cutscene to deal with, and on top of that, she'll have the Imaginite chest to also open up from the vault, but it will only be the one chest, the same as Wolfgang, because the only chest to open is the one level star objective you get from this level. You can't complete the egg rescue minigame, you can't complete the troll radio, you can't complete the creation clash, because again, all of that is down the brain pathway, and we chose Brawn, which did result in Buckshot's death, unfortunately, but that's just because Buckshot is actually useless. So now that he's been taken out of the Sensei cast, I feel as though the Sensei cast has actually improved. I'm pretty sure Buckshot is the equivalent of -1 member. So now that we've taken care of that -1, you know, we have a -1 in the cast. It's basically a plus. So yeah, no longer dealing with Buckshot. It's not a heavy tragedy to me, but losing Airstrike on the other hand is awful, so much so that I'm going to peak my mic again. My apologies to headphone users right now, but you know what, I think headphone users deserve to suffer just as Airstrike has suffered. He is such a good character. He absolutely devastated all of the enemies at the Battle Gong. After that, if I were one of those enemies in a Battle Gong, I would feel sorry for myself, losing on that kind of scale to that absolute raw overpoweredness. There are few Skylanders with this much untamed power, but here we are with Airstrike having died to the stinking bow-slinger Doomlander after some of the best gameplay we've seen throughout the entirety of the series. Airstrike dealing with regular enemies, it was not even remotely close to a problemo for him, but dealing with the bow-slinger Doomlander on the other hand, that was tough. If the Brawler Doomlander was in this fight instead, then Airstrike, I guarantee, would have been just fine, because the Brawler Doomlander is very melee orientated, and Airstrike can very easily run away from melee moves, its projectile moves that he tends to struggle with. Now, locally, in my rambling about Airstrike, the cutscene has finally came to an end, so Typal can glide slowly but surely over to the other side, because that's exactly what the Senseis need, a slow and relaxing glide. Said no one ever. So Typal in aerial descent, where air is stronger here. If only Airstrike was still alive, then he could get the air buff. Not that it matters here, because as we've already established with Wolfgang, there are no enemies here, and therefore no way to take any extra damage. So luckily, Typal can remain with her 11 health. Man, what a massive chunk of health to be ending off a level with, I suppose. But it's very important that Typal survived, because this way she can tackle the quick shot Doomlander in the, well, it's technically the next level, the abandoned amusement park, but we do have some sort of intermission in between the two episodes where we have to collect some cake parts. If you guys think that collecting cake parts is suffering enough, just remember that in order to make this series, I had to play through the cake section twice in a row. Man, the things I do out of the goodness of my heart. So that being said, because we weren't going for all the collectibles, all of the areas, all of that would have been impossible to go for anyway, because Dragon Temple is a level that you have to play it twice, no matter what. in order to get triple stars, which is why we didn't bother going out of our way for any of the collectibles. We just wanted to get through this level as fast as possible, which for the Senseis, at first, it seemed relatively easy. You know, Ambush did lose a bit of time to the combat because Chompy just got through it a little bit more quickly, being more efficient in combat, but they gained time again when Graveclobber took his time with the water section, only to lose the time again when Bookshot took forever to not only defeat enemies, but also die. If he was going to die, I think he could have done it much more quickly. But that being said, Typal is going to open up the one Imaginite chest from the vault, and then we are going to stop their timer. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. As always, the timer is being kicked off the moment these respective Skylanders are being placed on the portal. It would appear as though Tycoon Crow did have a slightly shorter catchphrase right there, but it doesn't matter because he managed to clip the bridge and lose a couple of frames there, but it doesn't really matter when they have an 8-minute lead brought about by the advantage that Wolfgang single-handedly brought the villains to. As you can see, both teams have the exact same number within their respective cast, but the villains are ahead on both Imaginite chests and on the timer. This is because in the previous episode, Wolfgang was absolutely annihilative incarnate because he managed to get through a grand majority of Dragon Temple single-handedly, mind you. So he single-handedly managed to bring the villain cast back to the same status as the Senseis lost two of their respective members. Unfortunate for Bookshot and Airstrike, even though Airstrike, just like Wolfgang, really did try his hardest, but in the end it would appear that not even Airstrike's hardest was enough to clutch out that Bowslinger Doomlander fight. Regardless, this episode is dedicated to, unfortunately, the cake collecting segment, aka the filler segment of Imaginators. They just couldn't let you go straight into abandoned amusement park. They had to make you wait to play the best damn level in the game. Frankly, I couldn't blame them, but unfortunately this means that I had to collect these cake parts twice in a row. Now, both of these teams are going to tackle a different area because I want to find out definitively which actual task is longer, though my hypothesis is that the arena is going to be longer because I completely forgot this when recording for the villains, which was recorded first this time around because it was their turn to go first, and Sal has his entire monologue followed by his singing number, so that alone will make the arena much longer than the dungeon where we get to remain as Flarewolf here because the magic element has popped up where unfortunately Bookshot, as we previously mentioned, was defeated in the previous episode, so we can't exactly switch out for him on behalf of the Sensei. But luckily, Flarewolf is better than Bookshot in basically every conceivable way, so this is definitely a blessing for Senseis here. Even in tight quarters, the enemies are no chance for Flarewolf's explosive capabilities, and they really match his personality very well. They really hone into his wild side, though that ambush was not much appreciated by the enemy right now. And Sal is just about finally done with his musical number. I'm not sure how developers could possibly call that music, because, you know, what I heard right now was many things, but music was not one of them. Enough of dissing on Sal, though. He's a great NPC. Tycoon Crow now has this opportunity to fight in the arena, and we started off with both the fire Skylanders here because I felt like it would only be appropriate kicking this off with fire characters because this is Ignite the Fire we're talking about here. The channel gets its name from my love of this element. So it's only right to honour the channel as well as honour my favourite element of Skylanders, as well as my favourite element of Senseis in this game, because the Fire Elemental cast is actual perfection. But we're not going to be remaining as the fire representative for the Senseis for much longer, because now the light element has popped up, so it's time for Legendary Tri-Tip to come in and be absolutely obliterative. If only he had to fight the Battle Gong rather than Bookshot on the previous episode, I'm sure the Senseis would be much better off right now, because Tycoon Crow is already, well, Tycoon Crow and Tri-Tip both have already proven themselves as absolute badasses, though that might change for Tycoon Crow, because he has already taken a ton of damage on this first stage, so now he's going to have to play things particularly safe. And the problem is that I say he took a ton of damage. He took practically no damage whatsoever, but Tycoon Crow's health bar is so low that 2 hits and he's basically dead. It's Kaboom 2.0 when it comes to the lack of health that Tycoon Crow possesses. At level 20, he has less health than most characters at level 1. It is quite the disgrace, but speaking of the actual opposite of that, Tri-Tip, to no one's surprise, has absolutely obliterated everything on sight. He has managed to rescue Blobbers, and now they get to move on with one cake piece to call their own. Once Blobbers is done with his monologue, mind you, that's the most painful part of having to go through this cake segment twice, watching all of these unskippable cutscenes over and over again. I truly suffered to bring you this episode. Don't say I never do anything for you guys, because this just proves the goodness that I do this purely out of the goodness of my heart. So that being said, all stuttering aside, Tycoon Crow definitely has a reliance on buzzer beaks right now, but could you blame him? Buzzer beaks are pretty awesome, especially when, you know, if they are humongous and take up half of the screen size. You just gotta be careful that the big mama doesn't block any enemies' visibility, so you can make sure to dodge their attacks just fine. Well, speaking of dodging, the enemies really need to get better at dodging Tri-Tip's attacks, because they are failing miserably and taking so much damage in the process. Like, seriously, this is what obliteration looks like. And Tri-Tip doesn't even have his soul gem ability yet. That is one thing I have realised playing Tri-Tip constantly, that the meteor was never summoned in. So even without the soul gem ability, this just goes to show how overpowered Tri-Tip gets as he batters up. That's a home run right there. And yes, the peak in the audio was totally worth it. So here we go with Tri-Tip having collected the second cake piece, while Sal continues to monologue on behalf of the villains. So I think we can now definitively say that the dungeon is certainly quicker, and it's not even that my routing was that efficient. Flarewolf there made several mistakes in terms of how efficient his route was, but bearing in mind that because the senseis were going through the dungeon for the first time, they didn't have prior knowledge because they took up a different path compared to villains which did go through the first unexperienced run, for less prepared run, so to say. So naturally that meant that for the senseis, I had practically no clue, because the dungeon segment is so forgettable that no matter how many times I play it, it just seems to kind of banish from my mind instantly when I go back to replay it. That's basically been the cake section in its entirety when you have to collect all these cake parts. But what I do love about this Vulture Ambush, as Tycoon Crow just runs around the stage, is that you get the increased speed much like you do in the MAP, so having that just makes the segment very particularly fast-paced. But now the Sensei is going to be collecting some Imaginite chests, something that they desperately need because they're behind on Imaginite chests, like they're behind on literally every other category besides the cast. But the cast doesn't give them any advantages, given that when compared to villains, they are dead even. And dead even is not winning. That is not what winning looks like. But now with Legendary Tri-Tip having gathered all of the cake parts from the little sky section there, that was very important as to why we discovered the dark realm in one of the previous episodes. Having discovered the dark realm meant that that section went by a lot more quickly for either of these teams, so it's a damn good thing they were sure to do such a task. And now Tycoon Crow is launching off again! I couldn't help myself, the reference was just kind of lying in wait for me right there. But now, let's see as Tycoon Crow blows shit up, because I love watching Tycoon Crow blow shit up. Then again, I love watching Tycoon Crow do just about anything because he has so much charisma. And now the senseis have discovered a life around. That's a small tad bit of a waste, but it does mean that they have plenty more cake pieces to be collecting whilst traversing that particular area, because there's two. There's the first cake piece from underneath for the life realm, and then once we blow up this wall with Tri-Tip over here, we can pop on inside and grab ourselves the fourth cake piece. So already, well, it's the fifth cake piece, so the senseis are more than halfway through, whereas Tycoon Crow still needs to speak with Pop Fizz for the second time, right after he chases that rat, because by going into the cave here, he can collect himself a fourth cake part. So now let's speak with Pop Fizz, and then Tri-Tip's got to be very cautious not to accidentally trigger that ambush, because whilst it would give him an Imaginite chest to add to their respective collection, it would, however, waste time, meaning that Tri-Tip would obviously have to defeat all those enemies along the way. But speaking of things to defeat, Tri-Tip's going to have plenty of combat to have to worry about in the upcoming dungeon level, where we got to defuse some bombs, though we got to wait in order to press the best button in video game, the skip button, get Mag's Deep Stew out of here. Mag's is really well known for her Deep Stew as well, so that's why it's so glorious to press the best button in video game whenever she's around. What appears though, Tycoon Crow is accidentally discovering the magic realm, so between firing off to the wrong platform there, as well as discovering the Magic Realm, and now he'll be discovering the Life Realm as well. So Tycoon Crow is losing a lot of time based on this inefficient routing, and I was criticising the Flare Wolf earlier for this exact same problem. This 8-minute lead the villains have. Are they about to lose it all in over the course of one entire episode? Is this going to be the epic Sensei comeback, a bit like in the previous episode where Wolfgang single-handedly brought it back for villains and gave them an advantage in pretty much every single category, increasing their lead over Senseis for the timer, and also evening out the cast? That was a bit of an odd freeze frame on behalf of Legendary Tri-Tip's perspective. When I was initially playing through the game right there, I thought I managed to crash the video game. I was worried that Tri-Tip was just too overpowered and the game couldn't handle it, but fortunately the game kind of corrected itself. So after that huge frame drop, we got straight back into the action. And speaking of getting straight back into the action, Tycoon Crow is going to be tackling, I can't remember what this is called, Battlefield or something like that. Calamity City. I wasn't even close. I was thinking of a level from Spyro's Adventure, but I believe it does have the Battlefield music. Or I could be completely wrong on that altogether as well. Both gameplay audios have been muted, because having both of these gameplay audios on top of one another would be so incredibly annoying and difficult to follow. Air has popped up for the villains, which means we get to remain as Tycoon Crow even longer. Apparently we haven't played as Tycoon Crow enough as of just yet, because the air representative for the villains was defeated in combat and therefore cannot be used again throughout the remainder of this series. That's very unfortunate for Bad Juju. In fact, the villains and the senseis have both had the exact same losses for the air and the magic elements respectively. It would just appear that there's a combination of the magic characters being useless and the air characters apparently just having harder parts of the game to have to deal with. But it's mostly for due to the magic characters being useless, except for Painiata. He just had a tough go with the Smash Doomlander fight, because Painiata's hitbox combined with 2D fire spell punks is not a mix for success, I will tell you that much. But now Legendary Tri-Tip has yet another little puzzle sequence to have to deal with, but luckily this means he has the opportunity to reunite gems as well as disconnect from the Imaginators servers, apparently. Who even knew that the Imaginators servers were still live to be disconnected from in the first place. But now this puzzle's going to take a while, but it'll all be worth it in the end should all of these gems get reunited, because the senseis are going to get an Imaginite chest whilst the villains do not. So that's going to help them take back that advantage in terms of collecting Imaginite chests. And now it's time for the villains to finally make a switch over to Dr. Crankcase as the tech element pops up against the Mayor King Super King, aka the greatest name of a villain in Skylanders history. Dr. Crankcase has to be very particularly careful of this tank though, because those cannonballs have the jankiest hitbox in Imaginators history, and that is really saying a lot given how notoriously janky these hitboxes can get. But now we have the massive goo cannon! Yep, without a doubt, Crankcase is absolutely obliterating this section. It's Wolfgang all over again. I feel sorry for these enemies having to face just such annihilation right now. But luckily Tri-Tip has not only managed to connect back to the Imaginator servers, but find a cake part along the way. Legendary Tri-Tip is just really making this game act in mysterious ways, because he's just so overpowered that the game can't possibly comprehend what it's meant to do in the face of such raw awesomeness. I gotta say, things are looking good for Legendary Tri-Tip's potential MVP award, but since that's voted on by you, the viewers, in a couple of episodes from now, I can't wait to see who you all shall pick for that titular award. It's going to be an exciting one. With that being said, the senseis only have one more cake piece to collect, so they can go down into this tunnel, much like the villains did, only to find nothing but a treasure chest. Well, it's not even a treasure chest, it's an Imaginite chest. So at the bare minimum, they do get to add more Imaginite chests to their collection. But that's not much of an advantage when they're losing time, because now they have to go through another cake level altogether, whereas the villains only have one fell cake walk to collect, which is right by Scholarville, one of the ones that the senseis collected what feels like eons ago. Yes, I had to say that because of the haha funny Skylanders reference. I couldn't help myself, and the villains accidentally activated a surprise attack on the way, so it looks like Crankcase has more combat to deal with. They're going to be wasting time here, but given how much time they have over the senseis right now. I think losing a little time is more beneficial for them, because now if they get to earn an additional treasure chest or Imaginite chest on top of it. I don't know where I keep getting treasure chests from this episode. I keep saying the wrong form of chest right here. Kind of makes me wish that they called it like an Imaginite vault or just something different to set it apart from treasure chests, at least in terms of its name's sake. Now, Dr. Crankcase, unfortunately, given that he's level 20, these surprise attacks have difficulty based on what level your Skylander is at, so being that Dr. Crankcase is maxed out on his level 20, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to take him longer, but he's going to get through it unscathed. At least he wasn't defeated. Him being defeated was basically the worst case scenario. Tritop has the key already. He is absolutely obliterating enemies to no one's surprise, so let's pop on through. And now he has a horn thingamabob to be dealing with as the villains finish up. They earn that Imaginite chest as well as the final cake piece. Now they got to make their way to Pop Fizz and mysteriously teleport along the way. That wasn't janky whatsoever. But the timer here is going to end as soon as this cutscene is said and done with. So that's fortunate for villains, given that now they are going to be at an even greater timed advantage, because as you can see, they are much farther ahead than the senseis. But this is definitely going to be a shorter episode. Once you've played through the cake segments enough times, you learn how to do it quickly. It doesn't make it any less tedious, but at least if it's going to be tedious, it can be over and done with quickly. It's like Cars 2. It might be a bad film, but it's a fast-paced film, so at least the film is over quickly. That being said, we now have the tank once again to have to deal with, and it seems as though the tech element activated much sooner for the Sensei for some reason. But that's okay, because I have no doubt in my mind that chain reaction here can deal with this section just fine. I wanted to say Dr. Crankcase for a moment now. I'm getting names mixed up today. Much like I am Imaginite chests and treasure chests, I'm getting names of these respective teammates mixed up too. But chain reaction is going to very, very wisely duck and cover behind the cannonball, as well as take that food to ensure that his chances of being defeated remain within the single digits. You know, we definitely want more than a 10% chance of death here. That would be far from ideal, but luckily Chain Reaction's chances of survival have to be at 95% here. Like, look at this absolute obliteration. He is stacking damage, quite literally, because that's the whole idea behind Chain Reaction's moveset. He deals small damage, but he deals it in quick increments, so he stacks damage rather than dealing it all at once. Unless, of course, you do the jump attack like he just did. But against a grenade, which is killed in a single hit, I think a jumping attack was very much overkill. But luckily, from here on out, as this will be the last cake piece for the senseis, it will mean that they will be finally able to stop that timer. And my gosh, they'd only be 10 minutes behind. Only. At this point, 10 minutes for the senseis, given how slower they have been compared to the villains. I think only 10 minutes behind is a tad bit of a miracle. But here we go, back to the MAP. I wonder if they'll get the teleport, same as what the villains did. Like, here's the thing. The game wants to slow itself down. It wants to pad out its runtime by giving us this cake section, by giving us more content through it. And yet, when it's done, it teleports us back, which could have been used as additional time for playing the game, unless you're the Sensei. So Senseis just had really bad luck here, because for some reason they didn't get the cake part from the rat hole, and then they didn't get the teleportation thing with Bob. I feel as though the cake parts you collect from going into the rat holes is probably at random. Either that, or when the rat dug it for the first time when Flarewolf was speaking with Pop Fizz, it spawned in the cake part, but because he didn't actually go down the hole and physically collect it, it was lost. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but either way, it gave the senseis a very unfair disadvantage. But you know what? Half of this series has been down to luck in the first place, let's be honest here, especially when it comes to armor, because armor has been an absolute saviour for half these characters. But speaking of a saviour, I am now finally done with the cake section after having played it twice in a row. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here in the channel. Today we're going to be looking at Abandoned Amusement Park, which is going to be one really long ass level, and as you can see already, the villains have a slight lead, given that Golden Queen's summoning animation was a couple of frames shorter than that of Barbella. But for once we get to debut with the Earth character characters of each representative cast, because the Earth element is the first one to pop up within a Battle Amusement Park, mind you. So we're going to mash that best button video game, the skip button, get that out of here as we check out the Haunted Overlook of all places. Now this level is all about getting a cake made in order to infiltrate Chaos's lair in a Trojan horse style operation, but first things first, it's going to be hard to actually make the cake in the abandoned amusement park without a key to gain access to said amusement park, and it would appear as though jumping and moving has granted Barbella a slight frame lead over Golden Queen, because she seems to be slightly quicker at doing such things. That is one thing that I was not expecting to occur, because Barbella is generally a pretty slow character, but you could say the same for Golden Queen as well. It's a shame that the starter pack characters in this game are very slow paced. They are certainly good and very powerful, but that doesn't make them fast paced, I'm afraid. Now Barbella has absolutely obliterated everything in sight, but Golden Queen is doing it far more efficiently and quickly, but she is going to take her time to go down and collect an experience orb, because that level up could be the difference between her being defeated or her staying alive. That health is crucial, especially in these later levels, so she's immediately gonna bounce up and move the octopus out of the way. The villains currently have the timer advantage, so throughout this entire episode you're going to see them take full advantage and continue to gain upon their lead, whereas for Senseis, the only hope they have is not in gaining time upon the villains, but instead on collecting treasure chests, or Imaginite chests I should say to be specific. So whilst for Senseis are going to be going out of their way to collect as many Imaginite chests as possible, the villains are instead going to be increasing their speedrun timer lead. That is definitely the best play for both of these teams. So in the end, it's going to come down to which team has the most survivors, which is by far the most exciting tiebreaker type category. So I'm glad that both of these teams are playing out with their respective strategies. Now Graveclobber is representing the villains already, because whilst the Sensei seems to be stuck on this Locke imp, the villains are already powering ahead. If they are ready to power up that frost cannon. And even with Graveclobber's lack of speed, he is making mincemeat of these enemies right now. I almost feel sorry for the enemies, only that they're bugs, so I don't actually feel sorry for them. So we're going to give them the old one too, whilst Barbella, on the other hand, tries to take out all of these stinking rat enemies. You have to be very careful with the rats, because they will actually attack you before the end of their attacking animation, so you basically got to stay clear of the startup of their animation, not just the attack itself. But it's not like these rats are much of a problem for Barbella. As you can tell, she once again made mincemeat out of them, engaging them in a stun loop, which meant that they never even had an opportunity to get anywhere near Barbella, as she was too busy stunning them whenever they had the chance to try to get up close and personal with her. As for the villains, they're already one section ahead, because they're switching out for the life section with Chompy Mage, whereas the Senseis are still behind on the Earth section with Barbella. Now she's slowly going to make her way towards the enemies, and here, rather than doing what Golden Queen did, she's not going to bypass the enemies, because by defeating them, she's going to garner an Imaginite chest, which is much needed for the Senseis. Again, that is the only hope they have in winning this series, by collecting all of the Imaginite chests they possibly can to win in that category, and then by winning in the survival category, which seems easier said than done, given that the teams are still tied up after the legendary event that Wolfgang went through in the Dragon Temple, as he almost single-handedly clutched out that entire level. That was an insane clutch, which single-handedly evened out the odds in both of these teams' favours. So Wolfgang did well for himself. And speaking of doing well for themselves, Barbella has now collected that Imaginite chest. Meanwhile, Chompy Mage continues to frost the cake. Not the most fun section of Imaginators, I must admit. The cake really does slow down the pace and flow of the level. It feels very inorganic and forced. It's filler content, so pretty much anything to do with cakes and Imaginators sucks, which is a shame, because I love cakes. In fact, if anything at all, Imaginators has given me a disliking for cakes, and I do not like that at all, because cakes are meant to be delicious. They are meant to be a taste you take a liking to, and yet Imaginators leaves that sour taste in your mouth. That's the last thing you want. Ugh, a sour cake? Whoever invented a sour cake, there is much problem with that. So much problem, in fact, that I can't even speak grammatically correct sentences, because that's asking too much when talking about the nightmarish fuel that this game presented cakes as. What did cakes do to deserve this kind of tarnished treatment? But yet Imaginators just really wanted to go out of its way to ruin anything and everything it could about the beauty of cakes. Enough cake rambling though, it seems as though Typewall is about to power up for Frost Cannon. Meanwhile, Chompy Mage is engaging in one of the hardest combat sections in the game as we get a cutscene on the villain's perspective for the beginning of this massive rat combat section where Light has already popped up for the villains, so they're going to be switching out for none other than their Light representative, Blastatron. And then after this, the Senseis are still going to have to frost up the cannon, so that is very far behind in terms of the speedrun timer, but the Senseis were already far behind to begin with. There was very little chance of them catching up in these final 2 episodes, so I couldn't blame them with the strategy of collecting Imaginite chests, and since the Senseis are busy doing that, the villains might as well take advantage and increase their timer lead. Now Blastatron is absolutely obliterating everything in sight. He doesn't even need the shockwave. That shockwave is just overkill right now. He has his combinations that puts enemies into a stun loop. Then he can also slow them down with a little orby thingy, or little domey thingy to be more precise, I guess. But either way, that slows down enemies and it draws them in too, so nothing can escape his wrath. He has projectiles, combos, stun loops. What doesn't Blastatron have that absolutely obliterates enemies is what I have to question the game with. Now, finally, the Senseis are frosting up that cake, so unfortunately it means that we're going to have to watch this frosting section played out twice. It's just as tedious to watch back as it was to play through. And just remember, I had to do this twice. The things I do out of the goodness of my heart. So Blastatron is going to yet again continue to obliterate enemies with an absolute onslaught of projectiles and lasers. Is there any part of Blastatron that doesn't have lasers coming out of it? Is once again the question that needs to be answered. These are the world's most important questions. Forget about answering questions about our own oceans. What I want to know is how many parts of Blastatron is lasers coming out of. So there are even more lasers right now, destroying just about every single rat in existence. I'm pretty sure even rats that weren't inside of the game right now have been murdered by this onslaught of lasers that Blastatron is just throwing out there. He's that obliterative, mind you, in every meaning of the word. You look up the dictionary definition of obliterative, this is what you'll see, this snippet of gameplay right here. Blastatron is barely taking any damage whatsoever because he's too busy defeating enemies before they deal damage to him. And here I am, speaking way too soon because Blastatron just took a nasty hit, leaving him at 347 health to tackle the Battle Gong with as well. I have no idea why Blastatron went out of his way to collect that Imaginite chest. He could have risked getting an Imaginite set, which would have wasted time on behalf of the villains. Then again, given how much of a lead they have, I don't think they need to prioritize making that even further just by going out of, just by avoiding going out of their way for collectibles. They are already gaining time on the Senseis by default, so getting through this level as fast as possible isn't even necessary. Yet Blastatron is here obliterating everything in sight anyway, because he feels like it, no other reason. So as you can tell, this might be tight quarters combat, but for Blastatron that's actually an advantage. He can pull enemies into his dome where they are slowed down, or he can spin lasers all around him and hit literally everything in existence. Every square pixel of this screen right now is being covered by Blastatron's pure rampage and overpoweredness. So there was a rat stuck in the bottom, in the top right hand corner on Blastatron's perspective right there, but he dealt with it, and now just like that, Battle Gong is done for. And as for the Senseis, we have Legendary Tri-Tip to have to worry about in this huge combat section. A combat section which, even the might of Blastatron struggled with, he has projectiles. So my hopes for Tri-Tip, his Legendary version specifically, they are in the single digits. I have very little faith in him surviving this combat encounter just because it is so incredibly tough. And Tri-Tip is a character designed to get hit. So once he gets bombarded by enemies, inevitably those hits will probably result in his defeat. But you never do know. Tri-Tip has surprises in the past, especially with that baseball swing, which is one hell of a clobbering. You thought that the Thing had hell of a catchphrase? No, that catchphrase belongs to Tri-Tip, because when it comes to playing as Tri-Tip, it's clobbering time. and I was checking his upgrades there to realise that halfway through that Legendary Tri-Tip's Soul Gem isn't available to us because I didn't collect it back in Scholarville, at least not for the profile the Senseis are currently playing through, so that is a shame. It means that Legendary Tri-Tip has to go through this combat section without his Soul Gem. A little unfair given how Tri-Tip is the only character in this entire series without his Soul Gem ability, but so far he has proven me wrong. He might not even need that Soul Gem because he is obliterating everything in sight and he is stacking damage with ease, whilst he's not necessarily being successful with the stunning shockwave. What he is doing, however, is creating these huge earth geysers in the ground and dealing damage to enemies over time, whilst he's not even going out of his way to attack them directly. And then, not to mention, he has the 300 damage from his combination, which will finish off any enemies that are currently having damage stacked up against them. And speaking of stacking up damage, Dr. Crankcase has taken full advantage of that Soul Gem ability because of its raw overpoweredness. I mean, it takes very little time to charge it whatsoever and deals massive chunks of damage, and even leaves Goop behind on the ground in order for Dr. Crankcase to chain it with his other attacks and increase the damage of just about anything and everything. Boy, is that overpowered. I'm pretty sure I just explained away the exact definition of overpoweredness. So Dr. Crankcase is going to push all those blocks into the correct positions. And those of you who don't know already, this episode is going live one day after my birthday. I am now a 22-year-old man who uploads Skylanders videos on the internet for a living. I have promoted myself from a 21-year-old man who does that to a 22-year-old man. That is insane. You know, I have 2 decades of life behind me, which is 1 extra decade compared to Skylanders. You thought Skylanders was an old franchise? Apparently Ignite has been established ever since, even earlier than that. I was established 2001, so to say. But now we're back to Graveclobber on behalf of Villains as he makes his way through the Winter Wonderland. It definitely lives up to the Winter part, but the Wonderland, not so much. I wouldn't call it a Wonderland. But Legendary Tri-Tip coming out with yet again another clutch of the freaking century. That's right, Legendary Tri-Tip single-handedly got through the light combat section in a abandoned amusement park. That is no easy feat, let alone for a melee character. Legendary Tri-Tip is just so obliterative that not even I knew about the full scope of his power. That's insane. And speaking of insanity, we now get to switch back to Wolfgang, the Dragon Temple hero for the undead section of Winter Wonderland. Because if there's anything that really speaks Winter and Wonderland, it is the undead element. So Wolfgang's going to come through, and any enemies who try to attack him, not only are they going to have to deal with that onslaught of projectiles, but they also have his powered up projectile, which knocks them back and once again throws them into a stun loop that they have no hope of escaping. These enemies might as well just give up now. In fact, what they effectively did was give up because Wolfgang was so effective in combat that he destroyed them very, very quickly. And speaking of destroying stuff very, very quickly, Legendary Tri-Tip isn't quite out of deep waters yet. He still has to defeat all of the enemies in this Gong challenge, but so far he has been very successful, to say the least. The gameplay kind of speaks for itself. 300 health remaining, and there's one final enemy in the top left-hand corner. You've just got to be very careful that that rat isn't the enemy that does him in the end, because that would be a truly tragic way to lose Legendary Tri-Tip. Once again, he garners another Imaginite chest on behalf of the Senseis. Meanwhile, the villains switch out for their final representative in the level, Dr. Crankcase. He just needs to complete the rest of the level and then beat the Doomlander at the very end, the Quickshot Doomlander. But beating the Quickshot Doomlander, as we all know, is a feat easier said than done. Meanwhile, Legendary Tri-Tip makes his way across the Ferris wheel because, you know, it's an amusement park. You gotta have amusements. Even though, in my personal opinion, the Ferris wheel is one of, if not the utmost boring ride you can find in an amusement park. Now we're going to be switching out for Chain Reaction, who luckily, for the sake of this video, is the opposite of boring. He's going to be engaging enemies here at the Cosmic Crane, because once again, if there's anything that screams amusements, it's cranes, apparently. There is some food back there, not that Chain Reaction needs it. He's too busy stacking up damage against enemies, and whilst they're busy being defeated by his absolute raw overpoweredness, they cannot deal damage to him. So yeah, needless to say, Chain Reaction certainly is being efficient in combat right now. Not quite as efficient as Dr. Crankcase, because as you can tell, Dr. Crankcase is getting through this section very, very quickly. A lot more so than the Senseis. But by the time this episode is over for villains are going to have garnered another 10 minutes at the bare minimum over for senseis. That's exactly what the senseis needed, in an even bigger speedrun deficit. Exactly what they needed indeed. Now there is a Locke imp puzzle up there nearby Dr. Crankcase, but that's something that not even the senseis are going to tackle, because that area doesn't even count towards all areas found. Chain reaction with the utmost worst platform I've ever seen, and I thought Bookshot's platforming back in episode 4 was terrible. That brings a whole new meaning to the word terrible, that kind of platforming prowess, or should I say lack thereof. But going back to that Locke imp puzzle, like I said, it just has nothing of interest. It has no collectibles, it has no area found objectives. All what it's good for is treasure, as well as obviously if you unite all of the gems, you get an Imaginite chest. But given how much of a lead the senseis have on behalf of Imaginite chests, they aren't going to need that one extra one. If they lose by one in the Imaginite chest category, then I suppose that one Locke imp puzzle would have been important. But I highly doubt that situation would dare arise, as Chain Reaction pushes that block into place. But unlike Dr. Crankcase, he's not going to rush into the Winter Wonderland, because he has an Imaginite chest to collect from the Snail Challenge to once again further the Sensei's lead on the Imaginite chests collected. Meanwhile, Dr. Crankcase isn't doing particularly hot with the Doomlander. This is because Dr. Crankcase needs to combine attacks, and combining attacks is very efficient against crowds of enemies, but against single boss fights, Dr. Crankcase isn't the most efficient Doomlander killer, shall we go as far to say, and it's really showing in his gameplay, even though he has made it to the second phase already, so there certainly is hope. It's just unfortunate that Dr. Crankcase had to go into this battle already pre-wounded from the combat beforehand. It's not like Tidepool, where he gets to go into it relatively unscathed, because Tidepool hasn't been played with throughout majority of her screen time on the Sensei's representative side. Actually, speaking of which, never mind, I suppose Tidepool is about to get that screenplay, or that screen time on the Sensei's perspective, because the water element has popped up for Winter Wonderland. Now, water is an element that makes sense for Winter Wonderland, given that winter and water kind of go together. This here section with the snowballs. Snowballs are nothing but frozen water, hence why water really makes sense for the element of the area. But now, unlike the villains, the Senseis are not going to be bypassing the Creation Clash, because by inevitably beating Tessa, they are going to earn themselves yet another Imaginite chest. They desperately needed Imaginite chest, so hopefully Tidepool will be successful here. And speaking of success, Dr. Crankcase seems to be lacking it. He's down to 4 health. That is brutal. And that attack of the Doomlander, it literally honed in on Dr. Crankcase. That is so incredibly unfair. It seems as though Dr. Crankcase had a magnet attached to him, because that projectile could not stay away for the life of it. That is truly tragic, and so the villains are going to have to fall upon their backup plan, aka, when in doubt, switch out for Chompy Mage. And Chompy Mage already is starting to be obliterative in nature. He can focus on dodging the Doomlander attacks, whilst his Chompies deals damage automatically on his behalf. It is very overpowered indeed, because already we are at the final phase of this quickshot Doomlander. Man, is that a tough boss fight. But Tidepool was actually successful for Creation Clash game, luckily for them, so for Sensei don't need to worry about even more wasted time. And they are slowly but surely, keyword here is slowly, but also surely, I suppose, they are slowly but surely making their way towards the Quickshot Doomlander, as they have finally found the undead section in the Winter Wonderland where Pit Boss can take precedence. Now there goes Chompy Mage, by some miracle, avoiding every single one of the Quickshot Doomlander's attacks. Not a common phrase, I must admit. Usually the Doomlander is busy obliterating my senseis by now, but Chompy Mage is handling this like an absolute champ, because that's exactly what Chompy Mage is. Him being a champ sums up his character perfectly. He is so incredibly overpowered. That was until he got hit twice, and now has lost, well, thrice I should say, because he's lost half his health bar already. That is rough. Let's hope that we don't lose Chompy Mage, because we really need him for the last 2 episodes of the series. And luckily that's exactly what's going to occur, because Chompy Mage has successfully defeated the Quickshot Doomlander. Thank goodness for that. The villains are already almost coming to an end for this particular level, whereas the Sensei still have a good chunk of level to beat. Pit Boss is slowly but surely making his way through it, and in a second he is going to have to deal with the puzzle that grants access to that treasure chest we saw locked up earlier. something which the villains bypass entirely, but the senseis are going to want to grab it, because if they collect all of the collectibles, obviously as a reward they get a level star, which means more Imaginite chests for their vaults, exactly what they need. So let's go ahead and collect that treasure chest with Pit Boss, whilst the objectives play themselves out for the villains. And as you can see, if they failed pretty much every single objective, they are only getting the single level star for their Imaginite vault, but they're so far behind on Imaginite chests that I don't think a couple of extra level stars would have changed that. But really, who needs to collect more Imaginite chests when they are being very successful with clearly the more skill-based category, the speedrun timer, but they are evenly weighted as the Sensei switch out for their tech representative Chain Reaction. Once again, we get to see his raw awesomeness incarnate. He deals such a broad damage right now. Like, seriously, that hitbox is so jank, and I fucking love it. But enough of the swearing, the villain timer has already come to an end, because Chompy Mage didn't exactly have many Imaginite chests to have to deal with. He only had the level objective as well as one other from Abandoned Amusement Park, apparently. So Chain Reaction is going to jump straight down to this section where he can tackle the Locke Imp puzzle thingy McBob. The question is, does he waste time and try to get those gems reunited? Given that he had the opportunity to complete the puzzle quickly, he chose that over wasting time with a few puzzle objectives. And now fire has popped up, so it's Flarewolf's turn to shine. But this is really tight quarters combat. We have enemies with ridiculous hitboxes and animations that play out before the attack actually lands. It's gonna be tough for Flarewolf to have to deal with such absolute rubbish, especially when there is a hazard in the middle of the stage. So he can't even go to the middle of the stage either to dodge the attacks of his enemies. Speaking of attacks of his enemies, he is in... Never mind, he is no longer in trouble. He is straight up dead. This stinks. The senseis are now down to 7 survivors, which is what the villains have already, and they've already beat the level. So now Tidepool has to get through the quickshot Doomlander completely unfazed if the senseis are to even the cast of the villains. Something easier said than done, but I will admit the sensei switching out for Chain Reaction is a wise call, because it means that when they go back to the outside world, they won't need to switch again, because they'll already have the tech representative of their cast on the portal already. And you mean to tell me that that entire section was for treasure? Wow, my lack of experience with 100% in this level really came to cost me, because that was important for all areas found. But all areas found isn't even going to matter, because we aren't getting that level star regardless, due to the fact that lives have been lost along the way. Chain Reaction. What was that? Like, seriously, I thought the crane platforming was bad, and now he has gone and brought a whole new definition to the word bad. Like that was bad. Chain Reaction knows exactly what the word bad means, because he seems to be being exactly just that for his platforming 100% of the time. He is very good at showcasing what not to do when platforming through these sections. But say, it's a shame that even though all areas found is very much an objective for senseis can complete, it doesn't even matter, because they can't get no lives lost. And Tidepool getting through the quickshot Doomlander fight unscathed is certainly a feat which is easier said than done. So let's grab that cable Chain Reaction without further ado. We're going to add that chest to vault, and we're so but surely going to make our way to the end of this level. Already we're almost 15 minutes behind, and 15 minutes, to put things into perspective, is an entire quarter of an hour. The senseis are that far behind the villains that they have lost a quarter of a whole hour. What can we do with a quarter of an hour? A lot. You can do a lot with a quarter of an hour. You can watch an episode of a really, really short show. You can play a level of this game for the most part. The levels are pretty short. So why, if they only have 10 of them, I don't understand. Like, seriously, why not use the shorter level design to really refine the level design, make it tight, compact, and perfect? Instead, we have 10 short, lackluster levels. The developers with this game clearly weren't putting in the utmost effort now, were they? That's kind of what happens when you have the 4th Skylanders game in a row to develop for. Toys for Bob were clearly feeling that fatigue, unlike Vicarious Visions, which put a lot more care and passion into every aspect of their game, especially presentation, because Superchargers, despite being an older game compared to Imaginators, looks much better. But enough of the Imaginators slander. This is still a good game in terms of the raw gameplay it is, because it's so much mindless fun. Like, look at Chain Reaction chopping up these enemies right now. That is what fun looks like. Yes, I can admit that the game has its flaws, but who cares when it's this much fun to play through. Oh yeah, let's go, it's Doomlander time. Though I shouldn't be this excited because this Doomlander is terrifying and Tidepool is likely going to die. I'm not looking forward to this part because Tidepool is my second favourite Sensei of all time, so seeing her defeated, it just brings me such heartbreak. Pardon is such sweet sorrow, as they say. But luckily for me, Tidepool is British, so I suppose our Britishness in common can be a morale booster. We'll see if Tidepool's Britishness is enough to clutch this fight out. If there's anyone who could defeat a quick shot thug, it is clearly a British marine creature thingamabob. What it is about this marine creature which screamed British to developers, I don't know, but you know what? I'll take it. Any sort of British representation in Skylanders, I will take it. So let's continue to absolutely obliterate this sky with all of our marine creatures, because Tidepool has a very clever and well tight-knit design. I wish that levels were designed as well as the characters in this game. Because for Sensei, say what you will about Imaginators, the Sensei cast is incredible, and Tidepool here is no exception. I mean, the detail on her figurine, as well as just all of the aspects that make up her character design, all of the different marine aspects between the seaweed hair, the coral helmet, and everything, it's a very impressive design indeed. But enough of simping for Tidepool, let's focus on her second phase of the Quickshot Doomlander, where we now have this honing beacon. Let's hope that the magnet inside of Tidepool isn't quite as strong as the one that Dr. Crankcase possesses. So let's hope that the projectile isn't as unfair by honing in on her. But the actual attack hitbox is utter rubbish for that honing it in attack, since it seems to be able to attack you when you're on the opposite side of the arena. Despite that, it deals the damage regardless. I mean, granted, that damage was definitely deserved on behalf of Tidepool, but she had not much choice there. She was really stuck between a rock and a hard place, so that damage was effectively inevitable. And it's rough because Tidepool is now down to 300 health and only halfway through the Doomlander's health box, but that's being generous. It's not really accurately halfway. Never mind, I suppose it is. In the time it took for me to say that sentence, Tidepool stacked up so much damage that she is now halfway through the Doomlander's health bar. At the very least, we only have Lander left in terms of how much the gauge is filled for the Doomlander's health. And thank goodness for that chunk of armor right there. Armor is being Tidepool's absolute savior right now, and it's convenient because Tidepool has a ton of armor. In fact, speaking of which, she just shielded the second hit of that there attack of the Doomlanders. It basically means that now she has shielded 2 killing blows, which is what I'm trying to say, and yet somehow I'm getting tongue-tied in saying it. I get tongue-tied in the craziest, weirdest, most things, but now we have shockwaves as well as double honing projectiles to deal with. This is fantastic. I am not worried in the slightest for Tidepool's safety or my sanity for that matter, but she could clutch this out. We have seen legendary clutches from these Senseis before, obviously not on behalf of Flarewolf, who died tragically and died for no reason whatsoever. He died for the sake of treasure. I will not forgive myself for that. That is basically the true definition of tragedy. Much like how this video has showcased the definition of obliteration, it has also showcased the definition of tragedy. So you look up either of those words in the dictionary. This episode is what you'll find for those definitions. And now Tidepool is down to 1 health. Her soul gem is kicking in for her final chance to get to this boss. She is so close. Can she glitch this out? Oh my word. This is some very skillful dodging right now. Maybe, I was about to say, maybe the British factor, the secret hidden stat was going to be enough to clutch this out. But I was wrong, and we're going to switch out for Starcast whilst the Doomlander is within an inch of his health. This is so unfair because Tidepool was so close. She did that much better than Dr. Crankcase, but in the end it didn't even matter because she was defeated anyway. But at the bare minimum, Starcast was able to complete what Tidepool was not. Her Britishness alone was not enough to clutch this out. She needed to do better, unfortunately. If she didn't take damage prior to going into the Quickshot Doomlander, she certainly would have stood a much better chance. But luckily, Starcast was indeed successful at finishing her work. You know, this is one of those situations where Starcast might have opened the pickle jar, but it's only because Tidepool loosened it to begin with. But now we have some Imaginite parts to be collecting, and you can tell that the Sensei's had the least most experienced run because they also have all of the doomlander goodies from having beat the level for the very first time in this PlayStation 4 global save file. So they do get an additional Imaginite chest from the collectible star, but for the dares they failed, no lives lost, and the speedrun objective. But they did get all areas found, which is an impressive feat in and of itself, even though by finding one of the areas, Flare Wolf was lost along the way. I didn't even know that that section had a fire element strength behind it, a fire elemental buff, you could go as far as say. I didn't even know that that section was fire, so that goes to show my inexperience in my shop switching out for Flare Wolf. I didn't see it coming and I wasn't prepared. So those tight quarters really screwed me over there. But luckily, when it comes to the Imaginite chests being collected, the Senseis are not being screwed over, because that timer, that counter even, it continues to increase as they go through their Imaginite vault. But there's only 2 more chests to go before this episode comes to an end. So just like that, now that the final chest is being opened, this episode right here is going to be coming to an end. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for the penultimate episode of Skylanders Imaginators Versus here on the channel. Right off the bat, you'll notice not only am I placing undead characters onto the portals for their respective casts, but there's also question marks as opposed to our regular stats thrown about on the UI. And that's because I want to keep it a mystery as to what the winner of each of those stats are. Obviously, it's very easy to track for those of you who've been watching the entire series thus far. I want to thank the hundreds of you who do such a thing, but for those of you who haven't been keeping track of the entire series thus far, it's going to make that final episode all the more surprising when the winners of all of these categories are revealed to you for the first time. In fact, this series is coming up for a very exciting finale period, and this episode has its fair share of excitement. It's called Glitches Galore for good reason. But that being said, both of these team cast members have finally made their way to the start level, where we're only going to be tackling the Lair of Chaos in this particular episode, because we're saving the boss fight for the finale of this series, a finale which will also feature an award ceremony. Now, I've opened up the survey to the public, so you can use the link in the description below to vote on 5 different categories for the award ceremony taking place in the finale. That's right, you guys get to shape the future of this series, and it's all via the link below. It's very exciting type stuff, so let me also know in the comment section below after you finished voting on that award ceremony whether you like the idea of the finale having surprises in store through the question mark statistics, or do you think the question marks are a bit of a mess? The UI was a bit of a mess to begin with, so adding more of a mess to that is a-okay by me. And speaking of things that are a-okay, the villains get to switch out for the beast, the mighty Chompy Mage, who has so far proven himself as a very, very difficult adversary for all of the enemies on screen to be facing against, as Chompy Mage grabs himself a treasure chest. This is obviously going to be one of the levels where both of our teams are going to aim for 100% completion, at least when it comes to collectibles. When it comes to no lives lost, that's going to be a little bit more tough, because there is a incredibly tough gong battle coming up later in the stage. But first things first, Chompy Mage has to complete the puzzle involving Prison Break's disembodied hand, as Pit Boss has only just made his way to the start of the life area after having struggled with the opponents. Whilst Wolfgang was very easily able to triple up damage by having his speakers that dealt damage to enemies, and whilst they were dealing stack damage against enemies with that, he was also firing off his more powerful projectiles, and projectiles were being shot through his speakers all at the same time. So yes, he was indeed tripling down on damage and dashing through the stage, whereas Pit Boss was struggling. He's already down to just over 100 health. Luckily, Ambush has a dash move, so he was able to get through that section very quickly and avoid damage along the way. But the villains, unfortunately, went through this round first, so whilst Wolfgang did lose a little time by dashing to the wrong side of the platform first, due to just how quick that dash was in the first place, the time that Wolfgang lost is actually the bare minimum, whereas we switch back to Pit Boss on behalf of the Senseis as Undead has popped up again, and Pit Boss is only just beginning the snail challenge as Wolfgang opens up his respective Imaginite chest for the villains. Not that you can even see what counter they're at, mind you, because once again the entire UI is decked out in question marks. So based on what response I get from the comment section of this video, I will determine whether for next series of Versus I do, if I even do another episode, if I even do another season of this series, I should say, I'm not yet decided, but if I ever were to do another season of Versus, I would like to know if this question mark UI is better for the entire series, so that then it's something that you cannot track, make the finale and the final results that much more exciting, or whether it's just too much of a mess, because that is very much a possibility. But like I said earlier, the UI was a mess to begin with, so can you really make more of a mess just by adding more of a mess to it? If it was already messy in the first place, is that how mess works? I suppose it is, because I said so. That's how the rules go. I don't make up the rules, I just reinforce them. Anyway, Wolfgang has completed the disembodied prison break hand puzzle thingamabob, which is a bit of a mouthful. But he's going to defeat these enemies first, because it's definitely not worth keeping them around when he goes to tackle the Battle Gong. In fact, speaking of keeping stuff around, he wants to keep that food around, because that way he'll give whatever villain goes for the second round of a Battle Gong a better shot at actually beating it. But first things first, there's this final enemy to deal with, and if only the Pet Pack clones could help out with the Battle Gong challenge. Anyway, Pit Boss here needs some help. He's already down to 84 health. And never mind, he's down to 0 health, so whilst Wolfgang has only just begun with the Battle Gong challenge, the Senseis are switching out for Starcast, because Starcast is the Chompy Mage equivalent of the Senseis, in the fact that he is our go-to character when things become dire and desperate. When in doubt, swap out for Starcast. He proved his worth against the quick-shot Doomlander. Wolfgang, though, took so much damage and it got stacked against him. I suppose this is how the enemies feel facing against him, because he has been defeated. So now the villains are in doubt. They're going with Chompy Mage, because when in doubt you go with Chompy Mage. But the villains have a lot more ranged characters left than the Senseis do, because Starcast is actually the final ranged Sensei left. Which wonder! I mean, the others all have question marks in front of their faces, so who's to say, unless you've been keeping track of the series thus far. But it is a lot of fun to go from the first episode directly to the finale and react very directly to the evolution of the series. And I know a lot of people love doing that, especially for Locks, where you want to watch the first episode to see kind of how the Locke establishes itself, to see what the cast looks like, and then you want to watch the finale to see how far through the Locke certain characters have made it. I get that appeal. It saves a lot of time as well, especially if you've played these games and watched enough of these games. Even with a different Locke and different rules for the gameplay style, it can become tedious after a while. I would know, I played through these levels twice in a row, for Pete's sake, and this is one of the worst the game has to offer, so boy was I feeling that tedious nature by the end of the Sensei run. But what's not, well, it is tedious, at least for the enemies, having to deal with a slow and painful death, because these characters, they are playing very efficiently. Chompy Mage is using his Chompies and his Chompy Puppet to knock back enemies and keep them constantly at bay whilst damage is stacked up against him. And Starcast is using his Shadow Clone to draw enemies away from him and deal massive chunks of damage to everything all around him all at once. It is a very slow means of defeating all of the enemies around him, but it is effective in the fact that these guys are not being killed off so easily. They both have used the slice of pizza that their companions left behind for him. But you know what? Whoever needs it. Starcast is already halfway through the fight with 300 health to go. And Chompy Mage is looking even better than that, over 400 health, and he's also just about that halfway marker. Now, the biggest trouble is the big guy in the middle there with a shockwave. As soon as you get past him and all of the other projectile chaos clones, then the hand-to-hand guy, so long as you don't do anything stupid, which for a player such as myself is something easy said and done, but point is, as long as you don't do something stupid, you'll be fine. Now here goes Chompy Mage once again sticking with his age-old strategy of knock back an enemy, run away, knock back an enemy, run away. Whoever said that wasn't effective, right? Because clearly boring is working here. Who cares how boring you are so long as you are surviving, and that's exactly what Chompy Mage here is. He is a survivalist. Now, it seems as though Starcast is not actually struggling with defeating all these enemies all at once. He's struggling with actually having all these enemies surrounding him to deal damage to them quickly enough to defeat them as quickly as Chompy Mage is. As you can tell, the enemies are spread out and they're constantly being knocked back by the clone, Starcast clone. In fact, all of them are spawned in at this point, but you can only see 3 of them on the map, 2 of which Starcast is just absolutely obliterating with his knockback abilities. So there's 2 left on the screen, which begs the question where the final one might be. What we don't need to question anymore is whether Chompy Mage will be successful, because he has now defeated the final enemy and has granted himself an Imaginite chest. Meanwhile, Starcast seems to be wandering around aimlessly. You'd think that that final clone right there is one that you need to complete the Battle Gong challenge. You'd think that, right? Well, Let's find out who's been defeated, and yet still, there is one enemy that is nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Is he off stage? Is he underneath the map? If he got knocked off, then why wasn't he defeated? I was circling around the map like this as Starcast for 30 minutes. I even initiated the Spine Saucer, which is an attack I never do with Starcast. So after a very infuriating glitch occurred, since there was only one enemy remaining, and Starcast has already proven that he can definitely best this Battle Gong, what we've done here is we've reloaded through the level, and as I was replaying through the level, mind you, we got that treasure chest that Ambush missed earlier. I didn't realise earlier that I missed it. I just felt that it didn't save for whatever reason because of this glitch from the Battle Gong. I was wrong and I collected it from the second playthrough anyway. But yes, we got Starcast back up to the point of the Battle Gong. Since, like I say, with only one enemy remaining, I doubt highly that one enemy would have defeated Starcast with as much health as he had remaining. It's safe to say he would have defeated that Battle Gong regardless. So we just got him back up to the state he was in previously. And we don't mind him being at full health because at the end of the day he would have been maxed back up to full health from that healing circle anyway. And speaking of healing, Golden Queen doesn't need it because she's only just been spawned in from the Earth element. These enemies though, they're going to need some healing when Golden Queen is through with them. Never mind. This is the part where you realise that her turrets, the thing that made Golden Queen as busted as she is, those turrets are one-shot by the Chaos Clone Shockwaves. That is rough, but I'll tell you who doesn't get their most useful attacks one-shot so easily. That's Barbella, our Sensei representative, who is being switched out for just as Golden Queen is defeated by the onslaught of enemies right there. That is a truly tragic way to lose what has been one of the most beastly villains throughout the entirety of this run. But unfortunately, good things must come to an end. Not everything lasts, and so Golden Queen's life, that was a good thing that just had to come to an end, I'm afraid. But Barbara, on the other hand, absolutely obliterated everything. She knows already that all we need to do to get past this villain gate thing with Bob is defeat the big guy in the middle. She's got rid of him and she's healing herself back up after having taken some chunks of damage herself. But she's perfectly capable of buffing herself back up and getting back into the fight, relatively unhazed by the damage she took before us. Meanwhile, Hudsicle, because of the additional switch out and the fact that he's so close range, he took a lot longer to defeat the big dude than what Barbella did, so the villains have lost a ton of time and they continue to do so as they fail the troll radio, and the Senseis have yet another switch out with chain reaction right here, because the tech is the stronger element of the area, and despite Dr. Crankcase having a question mark in front of his face, he couldn't be used for this episode. Chain reaction is also failing for troll radio though. I don't get how feeling it is supposed to help, because clearly whatever he's doing is not working. He's failed it a second time, so let's find out if third time is for charm for the Senseis. That's a much better start for chain reaction. And just like that, boom, never mind. He failed it miserably for a third time. I guess third time's not the charm. Meanwhile, the villains are already midway through their Creation Clash game against the Might of Glumshanks himself, though they are currently losing 2-3, so they really need to step things up. They're going to incorporate Grave Clobber into their strategy, where they might be able to take Grave Clobber, but this is what they have Airstrike for in order to defend against Flarewolf and take Dr. Crankcase, which will result in a 5-4 victory. That is some fine strategy from the villains right now. But now they're playing as Hudsicle, one of the slower most characters, and on both sides of the spectrum we seem to have our Sentinel representatives. These two are going to go head to head for the first phase of the Chaos fight, as the Chaos fight is dealt with by the Sentinel representatives of each respective cast. Hudsicle is going to go back as he notices the treasure chest out of the corner of his eye, but he forgets the healing circle, the magical healing circle of raw untamed awesomeness. Now, speaking of more untamed awesomeness, we got to utilize this here frying pan to fling Hudsicle over to the opposite end of the platform in order to reach a soul gem. But here I am, as a villain, not even realizing that the flying pan I'm using is the wrong one to get launched to the island, and instead I wind up getting launched straight into our second glitch of the episode. It would appear as though the dark element in this game is just incredibly jank and literally broken, because Hoodsuckle, he can still jump, but he can't do much of anything else besides spaz out. That is one of the most bizarre glitches I've ever seen. So, like I did with StarCast, I had to restart the level, play back up to that point, and then place Hoodsuckle back onto the portal, and again, we're back here at full health, because all what he would have done is restore his health on the health pod anyway. Plus, it was only fair, given that that was the same treatment that StarCast received. And man, Hoodsuckle, he is too heavy. He is too intimidating to this flying saucepan thing with Bob to be flung to the other platform correctly. This is where the senseis have made up for all of their lost time from the glitches and the constant switch outs. Barbella is now at the final prison break puzzle, but Hoodsuckle has a dash which is quicker than that of Barbella. And the senseis also need to switch back to their dark element representative, so pretty much all of the time that the senseis have gained is being lost instantly as they complete this final puzzle neck and neck. This is the closest ending we're going to have for the entirety of the Versus series to date. And just like that, the final cutscene isn't going to be where we conclude this episode. This episode is going to be concluded at the black screen right after the objective screen is showcased, mind you. But as you can see, this is about as close as you can get in the Versus series, and yet still, even with a nail-biting episode such as this one, a glitchy episode such as this one, the senseis are still coming out on the bottom, but not in terms of their losses, because the villains lost 2 this episode, whereas the senseis have only lost 1. I cannot wait in for the finale to find out what those final results will be, but as for right now, the villains have concluded, and just like that, as have the senseis. Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for the finale of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series here on the channel. That means that today both of our casts are going to be taking on the final chaos fight, and Hoodsuckle right off the bat has the advantage because if you remember to the previous episode, our dark characters from either cast finished Chaos's level, and so going into this fight, obviously Hoodsuckle was on the portal already, and to fight against Chaos we need to play as the battle class that hasn't been represented as a Doomlander until now, so that is the Sentinel class, which is why for obviously for villains we have Hoodsuckle, and then for the senseis in turn we have Barbella, and switching out for Barbella has instantly set the senseis back a few seconds due to obviously her opening catchphrase. But luckily, with how much progress she's making with Chaos already, like she's making mincemeat out of him, so she's very quickly catching up on Hoodsuckle's sheer damage output because she is stacking up damage very, very quickly with those combinations that are all flowing together very quickly for a very fast-paced type moveset with everything that flows into another thing to make it so fast-paced and fun. In other words, Barbella is a very underrated character, as is Hoodsuckle, my favourite dark representative of any of the dark Skylanders introduced into this franchise there, mind you. But obviously the fight against Chaos here isn't the only thing we have to look forward to in this episode. At the moment I have question marks over the Imaginite chests collected and the timers for each respective cast, because at the very end we're going to be revealing of the cast which have the most survivors at the end of the series, and which got through the game the quickest, as well as which collected the most Imaginite chests along the way. So that's obviously 3 categories, and so the best of 3 will be crowned as the greater cast of the 2. Is it the villains or is it the senseis? That's what we're figuring out for the finale here of Skylanders Imaginators Versus. It wouldn't be much of a versus if it wasn't senseis versus villains now, would it? So Hoodsuckle has already taken a crap ton of damage. Luckily he did heal up a good bit, and he even shielded another hit, so pretty much all of the damage Hoodsuckle has taken has been quickly nullified by either there's some more pizza on screen, but he made a huge mistake, left himself vulnerable, so not even the pizza was going to be there to save him, and already the villains have had their first casualty, so it's time to initiate the Taekwon Crow protocol, and when in doubt, go with Taekwon Crow. So whilst there is question marks on top of the villains and the senseis alike, characters who have been defeated in the past are still classed as defeated, therefore they cannot be used again throughout the remainder of Skylanders Versus. Not that there's much left for the remainder of this series at this point. We are on hard difficulty, so I have to remind everyone of this, I have to remind myself of this, because it's been a while since we last covered this series. It's about time we came here for not only this Chaos boss fight, but after we've finished with this fight, we have the award ceremonies to look forward to, and then, only then, will we reveal who the winner is of Skylanders Imaginators Versus, whether it's the Senseis or the villains. Now, Tycoon Crow is immediately coming in, stacking up sheer tons of damage, or sheer amounts of damage, I should say, because obviously his fire roundhouse kick can power up all of his other projectiles. So by initiating that roundhouse kick and then firing projectiles through it, he's very quickly stacking up even more damage than he would otherwise. But given that his ninja stars, there's 3 of them, they have huge hitboxes and they deal massive amounts of damage from range. It's what makes Tycoon Crow as effective as he is. Like, Barbella is having to take her time a lot more because she needs to think through her gameplay a lot more, come up with a strategy, as she needs to use her attacks in conjunction with one another to be effective, whereas Tycoon Crow can kind of just either throw out projectiles or just do that fire kick beforehand and then fire out projectiles. You know, it's not nearly as complex as Barbella, who's now been defeated, unfortunately, so it's time to bring out Starcast in replacement of her, which is funny because obviously the Senseis would have started with Starcast from the very beginning had we not needed to tackle this boss fight with Sentinels. So Hoodsicle, not even Hoodsicle, Starcast here, being off the dark element similar to Hoodsicle, which is where I'm getting my name mixes up from, but he can turn himself invisible, and then enemies will attack his clone. That is also creating force fields of their own. They're sending them out, well, shockwaves I should say, so that's a really easy way to stack up damage and to make sure that Starcast avoids taking damage as well in the process. Now here's Tycoon Crow, he's charging up his blades right there, and the best thing about that charge up buzzsaw is that it comes back to him, so it deals the initial amount of damage when he throws it out, and then it deals the second wave of damage when it comes back to him. And now they've got to the final phase of the boss fight, that being for villains, but the Senseis aren't too far behind. Starcast is stacking up damage a lot more quickly than Marbella, because obviously he, just like Tycoon Crow, can deal a lot of damage from afar and save. Shockwaves coming from that clone, which obviously means that he's not taking damage because the enemies are too busy attacking that instead, but that's also sending out Shockwave, which is dealing damage to everything around it. Now, Tycoon Crow has to be very careful here, because he's already down to half health, which means he has about 300 health remaining. Tycoon Crow did not have a lot of health to begin with, but when you have a character this ranged, for rare times he does get hit, means that in order to balance everything out, he needs to have low health, otherwise he'll just live forever and the enemies will stand no chance. The game will be no fun if there's no challenge to it, and Tycoon Crow here is just making mincemeat out of Chaos's health bar right here. He's getting there, I would say slowly but surely, but that would be a lie, because Tycoon Crow is actually doing it quite quickly indeed. Once again, kicking it out with that spinning roundhouse kick, and obviously the firewall is powering up for projectiles as a process. It really reminds me of Blast Zone's moveset back during the Swap Force era of Skylanders. Now, obviously, Starcast is employing a similar strategy to that of Tycoon Crow. He's grabbed some pizza as well to nullify any damage he's taken, but he's basically just keeping his distance, and he's using his tertiary attack whenever he can to distract enemies and keep them from hitting him. At the end of the day, it's more important for these characters to survive, because the timers are so much in the villain's favour that there's no way the Senseis can catch up with that, and the same goes for Imaginite chess, where the Senseis are so far ahead that the villains can't catch up. So really, either cast needs to keep as many characters alive as possible, which obviously the villains didn't get my memo, because now Tycoon Crow is down, which means that they're initiating the Chompy Page protocol, which really should have been done in the first place. Frankly, I'm surprised that they chose Tycoon Crow over Chompy Mage to begin with. I suppose it was nice to have a little variety in there, rather than always just defaulting to Chompy Mage all the time, because that's the obvious answer, and that makes things a little too boring and predictable. But hey, boring and predictable is what works. Chompy Mage is coming in and immediately starting to annihilate Chaos with how quickly he can stack up damage between his Chompies that linger. Obviously, his Chompy puppet as well, and his tertiary attack, they all work in conjunction with one another. It's like Barbella, but this time with even greater range. And just like that, the villains have taken down Chaos, but their timers aren't over yet. They still have more Imaginite chests to collect, like the one you see on screen now on behalf of the villains. And they'll finish their timers when, obviously, the screen is put into a freeze frame notion. So for Senseis, on the other hand, Starcast is slowly but surely working his way through Chaos's health bar, but he's down to yellow health already, and it doesn't help that Shockwave half the health that he had remaining, so he really needs to rely upon safe strategies in order to ensure he doesn't get hit anything past what he's been dealt already, so to say. Yeah, but luckily for Starcast, being a ninja, he's quite nimble and agile, so he can evade hits by obviously distracting enemies with his clothing when he turns invisible. But also, whenever hits do get close to him, he can easily outmaneuver them. Except for that shot right there, which somehow he missed in its entirety. So for Bowslinger, Doomlander of all things, finishing him off. Meaning that now the Senseis are resorting to none other than chain reaction. This is a character we haven't seen too much represented in this series thus far, so it's nice to see his return at long last. Obviously, his blades right there are dealing very consistent damage to Chaos. That's the thing, like, the attacks aren't high in damage output, but the way how the damage lingers after each strike is how the damage builds up very, very quickly with chain reaction. And the more damage he deals initially, the more damage it stacks up over time. He's similar to Nightmare in that way. Wherever an enemy has been tagged by Nightmare's sword for the first time, every attack afterwards deals that extra bit of damage. But now the villains have already finished with their time, and we don't know what it is yet, because obviously we're saving that reveal for the very end of the finale here, after the award show. But already they've stopped their timer, and you can see Chomping Mage on that glorious freeze frame right there, so naturally that is what has definitely solidified for villains potentially getting the timer. All I know is that they have defeated Chaos that much more quickly, whereas the Senseis are still struggling, taking their time. At the end of the day, the Senseis definitely have more efficient movesets, but the villains are just such powerhouses that they get through situations that much more quickly than Senseis. The proof is literally in the gameplay you see before you, like, pitting these characters against each other. You can just see how much more quicker the villains deal with anything in their wake, whereas the Senseis really have to take their time and play things more strategically. They aren't as powerhouse heavy characters, but boy, can they stay in the fight for that much longer. Taekwon Crow didn't last all too long because he just isn't very durable. He doesn't have much of a health bar, whereas his ninja Senseis, on the other hand, they're a lot more durable, unless your name is Starcast, apparently, who just loves running straight into attacks. But none of that matters now, as the Senseis have finally defeated Chaos, so they can make their way towards catching up to the villains with that glorious freeze frame right there. But just like the villains did, they have to skip through these initial cutscenes, and they also want to make sure that they open up all of the final Imaginite chests before concluding the series here, because otherwise obviously they won't have those chests counted towards their collections, and they need that higher Imaginite chest collection in case the villains have indeed won based on how quickly they've beaten the game, based on the timer, because obviously things could be quite tight here in the end. And the Senseis are going ahead and wasting even more time by speaking to the brain over here, because obviously in post-game Imaginators you get the brain like quests. Yes, obviously that was a terrible misinput by Chain Reaction. He's just trying to get add a beeline straight to Imaginite Vault as fast as possible, and he's failing it miserably. What he could have done is obviously access this through the pause menu, but just like speaking with the brain beforehand, it was a huge mistake to not have done such a thing. But that being said, we now have the final few Imaginite chests being collected for the entirety of the series now on behalf of the Senseis, just to make a change because they hardly ever open up Imaginite chests. But that being said, with this final Imaginite chest now having been opened, what we're going to do now is we're going to cut to the award ceremony, so I will see you there. Welcome to the Skylanders Imaginators Versus award ceremony. That is quite the mouthful, but it was nothing compared to what I went through to prepare this award show for you all. I went back and rewatched all of the old Skylanders Imaginators Versus episodes to ensure that I made notes and statistics on everything that occurred in this series up until this moment. So how long it took to prepare this award ceremony is part of why this finale has been delayed until now, but I am sure it's more than worth it because I have 7 awards to be presenting tonight to, of course, acknowledge and celebrate the accomplishments of either the villains or the Sensei teams that have went into this Skylanders Imaginators Versus series. And our first award of the evening is a statistical based award known as the Collectionist Award. Now this award is given to the character that collected the most Imaginite chests throughout the series, and that character is none other than Airstrike, with a resounding 24 Imaginite chests that have been collected. Now that is an approximate number. There is a small chance that I got the exact number incorrect, but even with an incorrect statistic, this character was still leagues ahead of every other collector of Imaginite chests, because those 24 chests, the only thing that came close was Chain Reaction with 19 Imaginite chests, and that's because Chain Reaction became as integral to the last half of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series as Airstrike was for the first half, because in the first half this guy could not stop collecting Imaginite chests, which is what led to such a high count. He collected 20% worth of the Imaginite chests of the entire Sensei cast, 20% in just one character. Airstrike was a very impressive collector throughout the series, which is why he has earned the Collectionist Award at tonight's award ceremony. But next up is for Comeback King. This award is given to the character with the greatest comeback of the entire series. Now, if there are a couple of moments that the award could go to, such as Graveclubber's speed and taking down the Brawler Doomlander when the villains were behind on time, or for example Blastertron skipping the first area in First Land, where his legendary Tri-Tip unfortunately played through the entirety of it. But this award is about more than just saving time. Since this competition is about more than just how quickly you can make it through the game, it's also about who can survive through it. This is where Wolfgang's solo shot of the second half of Dragon Temple comes in. Graveclubber played through the water element split path and put the villains behind, but when the undead element popped up, we had to switch to Wolfgang per the rules of the series. The next two elements to pop up were magic and air. However, Bad Juju and Pinata for the villains team had previously been defeated by their respective Doomlander boss fights. This left Wolfgang alone to have to take on the entire portion of this level alone, and then defeat the Doomlander at the very end as well, since the Doomlander boss fight was a bowslinger and Wolfgang is also a bowslinger. Despite all of this, Wolfgang survived the entire ordeal, and he also got through the level so quickly that he nullified the damage Graveclubber did, and put the villains even further in the lead for the speedrun category. As for Sensei's lost two characters, Buckshot and Airstrike, this single-handedly evened out the number of survivors in each cast. When you combine that with how much faster Wolfgang beat the level, it's easy to see why this was the greatest comeback of the entire series, because without it, the villains would have been in huge trouble for the survival objective of the Versus challenge moving forward. But now we're going to move on to the 5 award categories that were voted on by you, the viewers. First of all is for Best Moment. This award is given to what viewers of the series thought was the best moment of the series overall. Based upon your votes, the winner of this award is the legendary moment when Tidepool clutched the Bowslinger Doomlander with only the tiniest amount of health left to spare after having lost 2 senseis. This team really couldn't afford another casualty, so that's when Tidepool really stepped up and took on the challenge. Next is the Best Level Award, which is an award that's quite self-explanatory, as this award is given to the best level of the entirety of Skylanders Imaginators, and of course it's based on the votes created by viewers. This award goes to the Golden Arcade, as this level is pumped full of variety, first of all to keep the gameplay consistently fresh and fast-paced, but it's also an extremely creative level that is highly distinguished from the rest of the levels in the game. It's a very well designed and memorable level, that's for certain. Next is Best Design, which is an award that can be given to any character in the series based on what the voters determined as the best designed character. This award is going to Bad Juju, whose design is simplicity executed to perfection. Her figurine is extremely well detailed, and the colours are really vibrant and contrasting to catch your eye and help this figurine to truly stand out. Next up is for Sensei MVP, an award given to the Sensei character within the cast that voters deemed as the MVP of their respective cast. This award is going to legendary Tri-Tip, which frankly doesn't surprise me. He was able to solo shot the Smasher Doomlander and the preceding Battle Gong to keep the Senseis ahead in terms of numbers of survivors, even if this advantage didn't last very long. But Tri-Tip also managed to solo shot the hardest combat sequence in the entire game, that being the light section of the abandoned amusement park. Whilst legendary Tri-Tip may not have been the quickest Sensei, he certainly was the most durable, and he was the most effective fighter of the bunch by miles. But our final award for the evening is the Villain MVP, an award given to the villain character within the cast that voters deemed as the MVP of their respective cast. This award is going to Tai Kwon Crow, who's been an essential member of the villains team. he was able to finish off the Smasher Doomlander and complete the Battle Gong afterwards when Pinata was unable to do so. He absolutely ripped through fire zones with no mercy, and the same can be said for the Ninja Doomlander, which he beat much quicker than Starcast and furthered the lead for the villain's timer against the Senseis. This has been such a fun character to watch. It's a shame he was defeated by Chaos in the end, but that still doesn't stop him from being the villain team's MVP. And with that being said, it's time for the grand unveil. Let's find out which team is the ultimate victor of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series. So that means we're back to the screenshot that we ended the gameplay section of this finale with, and so without further ado, the collectionist category goes to, drumroll please, the Senseis with 124 total collected Imaginite chests, compared to the villains with only 118 total collected Imaginite chests. Then our second category, for speedrun category, goes to the villains with 3 hours, 52 minutes and 58 seconds, compared to the Senseis with 4 hours, 17 minutes and 26 seconds. That's a difference of 24 minutes and 30 seconds. With the score tied at 1-1, that means it's all down to the final category to crown our winner of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series. The winner of this final category is... neither. They both have an equal number of survivors, which means that we need a tiebreaker. What we'll do is play through the final Chaos boss fight. This time we'll be sticking on Nightmare mode, and it's only fitting that the representatives of each team will be their respective MVPs. Whichever team drains the most out of Chaos's health bar will be crowned the victor of the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series. In the event both teams defeat Chaos, then it will come down to whichever team defeated Chaos the quickest. So this is one final test of speed and skill before we find out which team will be our champion of Skylanders Imaginators Versus. So who's going to be our final victor? Is it going to be the Senseis or the villains? Let's find out. Okay, before we get into the tiebreaker, what we first need to determine is which team will go through the fight first, and the fairest way to determine this is via a random name wheel where each team has 50-50 chance of being chosen to play through the level first, and in this case it's going to be the villains tackling Chaos first, because as per the norm I need to go through the fight once as one team, and then I need to go through the fight again as a second team, and then I can put the gameplays side by side, but I can't play through both gameplays simultaneously, since that would mean a huge drop in skill on behalf of both of these teams. I doubt that having to play this simultaneously would result in either of the teams being particularly efficient. Now what makes this setup here so interesting, and what makes this matchup so interesting, I should go as far to say, is that Legendary Tri-Tip hasn't yet had the opportunity to go against Chaos, so he's effectively going into this fight pretty blind, whereas Tycoon Crow, he is looking for redemption based upon his previous performance, because as we all know, previously he didn't fare too well, and he's not faring too well so far either. He might be draining Chaos's health much quicker than Legendary Tri-Tip, but already he's down to 344 health. Now, Legendary Tri-Tip has also took some punishment, but he is more capable of taking punishment than Tycoon Crow, with the fact that his health bar is almost twice as big, so he can take almost twice the number of hits. Now, what's great about Tycoon Crow is that obviously he can keep his distance, which obviously he's forgetting, like he can keep more distance than that, so why he's not taking advantage of that moveset is beyond me. I suppose Tycoon Crow is currently at the disadvantage of the random name picker, because obviously for team who plays through for level first, in this case that's the villains, they're going into things a little less prepared than what the Senseis are. The Senseis have had the opportunities to wait through the villain portion so they can adapt to the villain's gameplay, and they can also learn from their mistakes. So in other words, I go into the second fight more prepared, but Tycoon Crow here, he's kind of making up for stuff. He's gone back to maintain his distance. He's using his fire kick as not only a brutal means of melee attacking his enemies whenever they get up close and personal with him. I mean, that fire lingers and deals damage over a large period of time, but then obviously his projectiles fired through for fire are heated up and they deal more damage along the way. So obviously he's keeping his distance and he's dealing a crap ton of damage from that far. Very efficient means in terms of him damaging enemies, not being damaged himself. But what's not so efficient here is legendary tri-tip. Now he might be utilising meteors to his greatest most advantage. I mean, at the end of the day, the irony is really on point there. Tri-tip utilising the very same thing that caused the extinction of the species against his enemies to cause their in turn extinction. Now Tri-tip is also getting extremely lucky with the armors right there. That's a secondary hit from the shockwave that he has shielded on Chaos's behalf. He also has some pizza there for when he needs it. Now Tycoon Crow is continuing to hit Chaos with all he's got. He can either fire 3 shurikens at once or charge up for 5 and then charge up even further than that with a buzzsaw, which is really useful because obviously it deals that initial damage and then on the way back to Tycoon Crow, when it bounces back, it deals that second wave of damage. But now, just like that, Tycoon Crow is down to 124. He's going to need to really initiate concentration mode. Like, he's already down to the S in Super Chaos, but that's not going to do him a whole lot of good if he's defeated here, and Legendary Tri-tip survives long enough to deal more damage to Chaos overall. So yes, he now has quick shots, knights, and bazookas to deal with, but none of that's going to matter because he has the ultimate clutch, for one above all else that truly cannot be beaten. That is armor, and now he has spawned 3 entire pizzas, which is more or less enough to fully regenerate his health bar. That's not when he's taking knights and quick shot hits all to the face all at once. That is really not the combination you want to be on the receiving end of. But now he's already made it to the next cutscene, whereas Tri-tip is only just down to the S. Now, what he's taking advantage of is, of course, that those fossils. Here comes another meteorite. You can tell from the darkened screen right now, the meteorite, when it strikes, it is really great at dealing area damage all around it. It's even Tri-tip some pizza along the way. Who would have known that pepperoni pizza was so nutritious for a Triceratops dinosaur? But yes, he's not only using for fossils, and he's combining that with his charge attack to not only have the tar keeping enemies in place and obviously dealing lingering damage, but charging into the fossils also causes a small explosion. Not quite as effective down with a certain pathway that he's down, but if the pathway is down, allows him to obviously create those geysers of rocks on the ground that again dealing lingering damage. So he only needs to do the first strike, which is a lot of damage in of itself, 100, and then the lingering damage adds up very, very quickly. And then obviously when Tri-tip swings with his baseball bat just like that, then that's even more damage stacked on top of that. It's a very quick way to deal almost 1,000 damage. And also he has this combination which is actually really great for area effect as well. Like the meteorite, it strikes in a very wide hitbox. And speaking of which, now we've gotten Chaos down to his ooh, with Legendary Tri-tip being able to deal so much damage so quickly, but not quite as quickly as Tycoon Crow here. He might be down to 216 health, but he's all the way down to the Chaos in Super Chaos. I keep wanting to say Super Evil Chaos because obviously that's his Swap Force rendition, and I've been playing a lot of Swap Force recently, but Tycoon Crow is taking much more advantage of that spacing right there to keep just outside of the Shockwave's range, and then deal damage of his own in turn. There goes that buzzsaw again. The first hit didn't even deal any damage to Chaos, but it did get him on for the return back. That's what's useful about that attack. It's guaranteed to hit, especially on the way back. He's also taking advantage of the Mega Buzzer Beak. That fella is huge, and we're already down to the O, whereas Tri-tip here, he's not even made it to the Chaos itself. Now, obviously, he has 2 bazookas here to deal with, but he's using that strategy of dealing for 1 hit and allowing those rock geysers to open up, and then keeping his distance where it's needed, allowing those rock geysers to deal the lingering damage whilst he keeps his distance to ensure he doesn't take any damage. It's proven a very effective technique so far, so obviously, what ain't broke, he ain't fixing. But Tycoon Crow is very, extremely close to defeating Chaos here, and if he defeats him first, well, he has no health remaining, so there is no comparison. No matter what Tri-tip gets Chaos's health bar down to, it won't be any more or less than what Tycoon Crow has offered. So immediately we freeze frame on the first frame of that cutscene, and that has now crowned Tycoon Crow as our winner. Next to him in the top right, you can obviously find the means in which to contact me. But no matter how successful Legendary Tri-tip is now, because he was slower in defeating Chaos, it means that the villains are our victors, crowned in no small part thanks to their MVP, Tycoon Crow. He really came through and redeemed himself for his previous performance. He made up to his team, so to speak. He couldn't have performed a greater feat And meanwhile, Legendary Tri-Tip, even getting through this boss on solo shot, and it would be impressive in and of itself. It would beg the question why they swapped out for Starcast instead of Legendary Tri-Tip in the first place, because he could have created one less loss for the Senseis along the way, being able to solo shot this, and he wouldn't have even had to have done things from the very start. Barbella would have obviously loosened the pickle jar, whereas Tri-Tip here would be opening it, and in this case, opening the pickle jar is of course defeating Chaos. So the Sensei's strategy of sending in Starcast first might not be paying off here if Legendary Tri-Tip winds up proving himself. A fatal mistake from the Senseis, who had so much going for them going into episode 8, but obviously the double loss there was the start of their losing streak when it came to characters being defeated episode in, episode out, and from there things were a lot more even in that survivors category, which wound up becoming obviously the most important in the end after it was tied 1-1. And then now we're here with the tiebreaker, and Tri-Tip is very almost there. It's very difficult though when Chaos is right front and centre of the frame, because obviously he blocks the shockwaves, and when you can't see them, they're a lot more difficult to jump over, but Tri-Tip uses great judgment and avoids them all of the same. It's going to be so disappointing should he defeat Chaos solo shotted here. It would have proven how much more effective it would have been for the Senseis to utilise him instead of Starcast, but there we go. Chaos has been defeated by both of these champions, but Tycoon Crow did it that much quicker, which is ultimately what has won the villains victory in the Skylanders Imaginators Versus series come the end here. And with that having been said and done, the series Skylanders Imaginators Versus in its entirety is coming to an end. So without further ado, let's roll the outro for the very last time in this series. I cannot, in good conscience, end off this video without first thanking all of my incredible channel members whose continued support help make these videos possible. Without them, these videos would be near impossible to make, so from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate every last one of them. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more, there are plenty of options on screen now to explore, and please consider subscribing to keep up to date with all my content. On that note, this video is coming to an end, so thank you so much as always for watching. Until the next video arises, peace!